corridor. Let me go back in. I want to track this storm one more time. We're starting to see the lightning intensity increasing with this as it moves off to the east. Just to give you an idea one more time of the lightning within this supercell thunderstorm, 212 strikes of lightning just within that view. Does have a history of producing some hail. You can see, oh wow, big hail coming into play there right now. That's up to an inch, almost an inch and a half in size, moving off to the east-northeast. Another track on this where the potential rotation is. Looks like it may be just to the west of Wynne, Arkansas. Wynne, if you are in the community of Wynne, Arkansas, I want you in your storm shelter. I want you in the safe place of your home right now. Look, don't worry about watching us. Turn the volume up on your television. Get in your safe home. Or if you have the First Alert Weather app, you can watch our coverage right there on your smartphone or your tablet from the safety of your storm shelter or that safe place within your home. Wynne, it's 5 minutes away. Lebesque, 11 minutes, 20 minutes before it gets into Parkin. Togo, 24 minutes. We'll see it move into Earl in 27 minutes. Let me zoom out just a bit and track the entire supercell itself. We'll put a new track on that. There we go. I am going to pan down just a little bit. I want to get this into the right location. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to track a couple of areas. All right. First track is going to be this area right here. We're going to track this supercell thunderstorm. So with that, let's put a track on the leading edge. This is the leading edge of the cell as it moves off to the east-northeast. Earl, 5 minutes away. Mark Tree, 14 minutes away. We're going to see that move into Joyner in about 28 minutes. That is for this entire supercell thunderstorm as it moves off to the east. Then Golden Lake, 36 minutes away. It will move into Millington in about just under 50 minutes. Then we'll see it get into Atoka in 55 minutes. Covington just over an hour away and about an hour and 15 minutes before it moves into Ripley, Tennessee in Lauderdale County. Now, yes, sir. Let's go.
Tornado on the ground now. It is confirmed, a tornado on the ground. So we have a tornado emergency for you folks. And I've got the shear rotation detection pulled up here. I want to show you this is near the Ellis Chapel area. Tornado emergency. That means you need to be in your safe place as a tornado has been reported on the ground. So Ron, this is a very serious situation, one that we were hoping wouldn't happen, but right now, Northeast Arkansas under the gun.
Let's take it. Do we have William's feed, William Frogg's live stream? Is he still there? Okay, we don't have it at the moment yet. We're going to work on getting that for you. Hopefully, we can get a visual confirmation of that tornado itself, but we already have. I want to be able to bring that image to you, but there is visual confirmation from spotters in that area to the National Weather Service confirming that there is a tornado on the ground. So as Spencer mentioned, this is a tornado emergency. Do not mess around with this. Get in your safe place right now. If you're in Cross County, if you're near the community of Wynne, Arkansas, I want you in your storm shelter or the safest place in your home to ride this out as it's moving on through. These are some of the communities that are going to be impacted by that entire supercell. I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter. Let's put a track once again on the area of potential rotation and circulation. I want to clear this off. Let's take a look. Tell you what, I'm going to track this from the velocity itself. Wow, that seems to be, and Spencer, take a look at this. Am I seeing it right there just to the west of Wynne? Is that it?
Yeah, and I've got
What do you got?
I've got a signature of debris detection right now. This is debris being lofted into the air. So lofted into the air near the Ellis Chapel area right now. Let me and it looks like it just changed. Let me line this back up here for a second.
It's moving quick, Spencer.
Yeah,
that thing's moving about 50, maybe even 60 miles an hour.
Let me change this up here real fast and go back to the, and I'm going to go back a couple of scans here. So let's go back 2 scans so that we can get a better view of this. So there it was near the Ellis Chapel area just a few minutes ago, and I'm going to circle what I'm looking at here. So this is possible debris, and I'm going to put a track on the debris. So that's the debris signature right there. Here is Wynne, Arkansas. This is a tornado on the ground, so a tornado emergency with this cell, and that was exactly where the hook was. So there is no doubt in my mind that that is a tornado on the ground. So let's go forward in time a couple of scans here, and that puts the tornado about right here, and let's see where and that's very close to where, look at this circulation. The circulation, it's a broad area of circulation right here. This is heading into Wynne, Arkansas. Wynne, Arkansas, you need to be in your safe place. Immediately, a possible tornado is bearing down on Wynne, Arkansas. So, Ron, this is, again, something that we are going to have to monitor closely. It's moving very fast.
Yeah, and that BTI continues to increase. The Barron Tornado Indicator continuing to increase this afternoon. That's an indication that this cell is strengthening. Now, let's take a look once again at the big picture. Let me show you what's going on here. Tornado warning now has been extended farther east. That's what these are for. I'm going to take these off because we're tracking this live right now. But let me zoom in because, Spencer, that's just been updated to now include Crittenden County. This is now going to go until 5:30. So Crittenden and Cross County, confirmed tornado on the ground. It has been observed by storm spotters in the area. It is imperative that if you were in the path of this storm, you seek shelter immediately. This warning is going to go now until 5:30. Let's zoom in there. Let's put a track on it, show you where it's going, who it's going to impact. Before I do that, I do want to show you the entire area. Things are calm in Memphis. Things are calm in northern Mississippi, much of West Tennessee. Just seeing rain around northwest Tennessee, but the stronger storms now beginning to enter the Action News 5 coverage area from the west. They will be crossing the Mississippi River soon, and we have 2 active tornado warnings as a result of this one supercell thunderstorm that's now making a quick move to the east. So with that, let's track it again from the area of rotation through the new polygon, and I'm going to bring this into Shelby County because right now, if it continues on this track, it is going to impact northwestern Shelby County around the Shelby Forest area. 6 minutes before it moves into Parkin, 13 minutes from Earl, 28 minutes from Turl, 43 minutes from Locke, and 48 minutes before it moves into Sloanville. Spencer, you've got a pretty good rotation tracker on there, and that looks impressive. What are you seeing?
Yeah, right now I was just looking at, this is extreme rotation that was caught on the scan at 4:39. It's 4:42 right now, but I wanted to show you this because when we see the yellow start to pop up, that's extreme rotation. That is another sign that this is on the ground. Now, as I go forward in time,
and that's probably the center of that vortex.
Yeah,
am I right?
Yeah, that's exactly where that's at. And so that was just southwest of Wynne. That same rotation is now over Wynne, Arkansas. So we likely have a tornado on the ground in Wynne, Arkansas, along, and I'm going to go down street level real quick. Highway 64, very populated area. Ron and I have both been in this area a lot for barbecue competitions, and this is a super populated area. And look how fast we've already gotten another scan. This is going down Highway 64 toward the Levesque area of Highway 64. If you're in Princedale, stay in your safe place as this tornado is approaching you at about 55 miles per hour. This is traveling along and really along and north of 64. Yeah.
There's another report 2 miles west of Wynne. It is on the ground.
Yes.
It is on the ground. It's rain wrapped. That means it's difficult to see. Melissa, the moment we see William Frogg's feed up, will you please alert me? Let me know. I want to get a visual on that area as soon as we possibly can to show our viewers at home. Let's have it. Let's take it. We have it. Wow. Spencer, check this out. This is storm chaser William Frogg. He's a Memphian. He goes out, chases, allows us to use his feed. He is in Cross County, moving to the northeast right now. That is a supercell thunderstorm. And I think as we look a little to the left of that screen, is that where I'm seeing the inflow from that? What are you seeing there, Spencer?
It's kind of hard to see with the tree line. The trees are in the way right now on that shot, so you can't really see what's touching the ground. But that's certainly indicative of a possible, at least there's probably a pretty good wall cloud in there.
Look at this hook echo you've got on links. Check this out. This is becoming a classic hook echo. Can we pop that up quickly?
Yeah, this is a debris signature. This is what I've seen before on the cells in past events in North Alabama a decade ago. This is what we call a debris ball. So this is basically a big ball of debris that's being lofted into the air near Wynne, Arkansas on the west side. Let's look at our debris detection real quick, because I want to see what we're seeing with that. Let me switch over here. Went back out. Hold on, stand by. Let me clear this off. And yeah, that is definitely a debris ball. So if we look at there it is. Yep.
It's making a right turn, Spencer.
Yeah, right turning 7.5. That's the highest we've seen on this. This right here is and Ron, and I'll get back to you, this is the debris going over Wynne, Arkansas right now. And I want to zoom out, and I just want to give you folks a heads up. If you are in Parkin, if you are in Riverside, if you are in Flag Lake Crossing, Flag Lake Crossing, this is bearing down on you right now. This is going to be along and just south of Highway 64. Earl, Crittenden, you need to stay weather alert and stay in your safe spot until this storm passes. This is a dangerous situation for portions of Cross County.
Joyce Peterson is on the desk monitoring social media. Joyce, if you see any information, please feel free to jump in and pass that along as soon as you get it. Sean, our director in the booth, let's take a look from our high five camera downtown. Can you point that to the west? Due west. I want to see if we can see that supercell thunderstorm. We should be able to see the top on that, even though we're a pretty good distance away. As a matter of fact, there we go. Let's tilt that camera up if you possibly can. Is that as high as we can go? That's as high as we can go. Let's swing that over a little to the right. A little more to the right, please, slowly. Seeing a little bit of it. Let's keep going a little more, and that's it. That's good. Let's hold it right there. So still tough to see from that angle right now, but we have confirmation of a tornado on the ground, a debris signature. This is beginning to look like a classic hook echo on radar. What do you got? What do you got, Spencer?
I was just trying to say, if they could put up, we've got that Turrell, Arkansas camera, if we can put it up behind me, because this is going to go directly toward Turrell, Arkansas, and this is the camera. So Ron, we want to watch this camera very close, because this circulation is going to come extremely close, if not cross over this highway right here. So we'll be watching that. If you're in Earl or Turrell or Marion, you need to be on high alert right now.
Spencer, we are getting confirmation now of significant damage in Wynne, Arkansas. That is for you at home and our newsroom. Our people in our newsroom, significant damage reports now coming in from the National Weather Service and spotters in that area near Wynne, Arkansas. This entire cell moving through Cross County. Let's put a new track on it. Let me clear this out of here, get some new information for you. Spencer, if you see something, jump in. Don't hesitate to interrupt me. But right now, I want to track this supercell thunderstorm. I'm going to move it back to the left just a little bit. Two tracks. First, a track that will show where the circulation is occurring right now. That is going to move right through or in very close proximity to Wynne, Arkansas. I think this thing's going to hold together. We mentioned moments ago it's starting to turn right. And with that, whenever we see a cell that's moving to the northeast and then makes that 90-degree shift, that's an indication that's intensifying and that the tornado itself could become stronger. 11 minutes now from Earl, 25 minutes from Turrell, Arkansas. We'll see that get into Frenchman's Bayou in 34 minutes. It's 44 minutes from Woodstock. That is in Shelby County, northwestern Shelby County, 44 minutes away. Millington, just under 50 minutes before this supercell thunderstorm moves in that direction. I'm going to do another track on the entire cell itself, because there is also a significant amount of hail and very heavy rainfall within this. As we track this to the east, northeast, Mark Tree, it's on you right now. Very heavy rain, possibly some large hail with this. Joyner 15 minutes away, 19 minutes before it gets into Marion. We'll see this move into Drummond's in 30 minutes, 35 minutes before we get it into Millington. It's 40 minutes away from Atoka, 48 minutes from Covington, and 56 minutes before it moves into Arlington. That rotation detection track you're looking at, Spencer, still very ominous. What's the BTI on it now?
The BTI is 7.6, Ron.
So it continues to increase. We started this with a 7.2, now up to a 7.6, confirmation of it on the ground and damage and wind. Go on, Spencer.
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Yeah, and here's the deal. This, I can track the exact rotation with this cell. So what I want to do is I want to go back just a few minutes and look at this rotation, and we're going to put a track on the exact rotation, the exact debris. So here it is. This right here, let's zoom down just a little bit, looks like the strongest rotation crossed over, looks like Kilo Run, and it's moving along Air Park Road. So it moved to the north and east, just along and north of Highway 64. So this yellow area that I'm talking about, it's right here. There's the extreme rotation. If you look at the yellow, that is extreme. That is moving to the north and east. Let's go ahead and put a track on this and go back to, let me clear this off real quick. So now that same rotation is right along Highway 64 right here, and it's moving at about 55 miles per hour. So Ron, when we're getting, and you and I have been covering these storms with this technology for several years, I haven't seen extreme signatures on this in our area in a long, long time.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, we were talking earlier
look
today.
At that.
Yeah, what have you got?
Oh,
what have you got?
all
Go
right.
back to Spencer.
It
Let's
has
go.
intensified tremendously.
Oh, wow, yeah. I see
Okay,
it.
this is probably a major tornado. Stand by.
Numerous reports on the ground, 10 minutes to park in, they got to get to the safe place.
Okay, so numerous reports of this tornado on the ground. This is near the Levesque community. This is about to cross over, it's going over Highway 163 right now, just along Highway 64. And Ron, even though it's moving out of wind, there's still a lot of people that live along Highway 64 right here. And I pray that you are in your safe place right now. If you are in Princedale or in any of these areas, go to your lowest level, stay there. If you are in Love Place, in Parkin, Three Forks, any of those smaller communities, because there's a lot of rural areas out here, a lot of folks live out here on farms, and we want you to stay safe and stay safe until the storm passes.
And again, a look at the supercell thunderstorm itself, that entire cell. This is the track. These are the communities that will be impacted by this in the next less than an hour. Joyner, Marion, Drummond's, Millington, Atoka, Covington, and Arlington. If you are in any of these communities, I want you in your storm shelter right now, especially if you're within 10 to 20 minutes of this moving in your direction. That's tracking the entire cell itself. But right now, our greatest concern is a tornado on the ground, reports and confirmation of damage in and around Wynne, Arkansas, and now that's making its way towards Turl, Arkansas. Sean, can we pop the camera back up, our high five camera downtown? I want to see, is that starting to intensify, get bigger? Let's go a little to the left, if we can. Just a little, pan that camera just a little to the left. Still a little tough to see there. Not the greatest view, but we're going to continue to watch it. Let's go back to the big picture on our first alert Doppler radar. Let me clear this out of here. Let's reset and give folks their first alert on where this is going to go.
And Ron, just a little info to pass along to you while you're there at the wall. This is a large wedge tornado on the ground. There are reports of a large wedge.
Do we have the camera in Turl that we were looking at a moment ago? Can we check that out again? Let's grab it. Let's grab it. Sky's getting darker.
It's getting darker, yeah.
This is the RDOT camera that we're looking at. We don't have control over this camera, but we can give you a view. And notice the shimmy in the camera, it's facing south. So that's not really helping us that much.
No.
So it's facing south. Joyce, do you have some information to share?
Yeah, very quickly.
Can we pop Joyce's microphone up, please?
Very quickly, the St. Francis County Sheriff's Department is reporting multiple tornadoes on the ground, multiple tornadoes spotted, multiple rotation, and then the fire chief in Wynne, Arkansas, which you both were talking about taking a direct hit. The fire chief says indeed they did take what looks like a direct hit from a tornado. The emergency response is underway. The fire chief saying, I'm told it's bad. So they are getting emergency resources out there. We are dispatching crews safely if we can. I'm looking at the energy map, and the outages just ticked up. Okay, Little Rock, by the way, more than 40,000 customers lost power. The Energy Arkansas map is a sea of red. Now we see 3,100 customers affected on that outage in St. Francis County. And then this one, let me double check, another 1,200. So Energy just starting to report the outages in St. Francis and Cross County. Spencer, over to you.
Yeah, and Ron, I want to point out real quick, because we were looking at the potential for 2 tornadoes a minute ago because of 2 different areas of debris, and I've seen multiple areas of debris showing up. This is just along Highway 64.
We're going to go tornado emergency on this.
Okay, yeah, definitely tornado emergency on this right now. There is a lot of debris showing up along Highway 64 in the parking area. I think this debris is being spread in multiple areas, Ron, because what's happening is it's getting lofted and then it's getting thrown to the east with those strong westerly and southwesterly winds. So they're probably getting debris ahead of this or behind it falling from the sky on this. This is a massive, either dual or large wedge tornado that's tracking right now along Highway 64 in Cross County. So emergency for you folks.
I was trying to get to your Viper there for a second, but I tell you what, let's go back. I want to go to links. Can you pop links up behind me, Sean, quickly? Because these 3 areas, this is what Spencer was looking at. So we've got our vortex that's working right here. The tornado is in this area right here. It is lofting debris into the atmosphere. But because of the strength of this tornado, this debris is not only being lofted up, but aloft and out. So another here. That explains first responders in the area talking about multiple tornadoes. And we have seen instances where we've had multiple vortices hooking around one major tornado. That could certainly be the case with this as well. But either way, this is very ominous. Yeah, Spencer, what do you have?
The BTI on this is still a 7.5, and now the National Weather Service is going catastrophic on the tornado. Catastrophic tornado.
If you are anywhere within this area in the path of this storm, I want you to seek shelter immediately. It is imperative that you go to your safe place. I'm going to reset here, Spencer. Take this for me. That's about to cross the river, and I think they're going to issue that tornado warning and extend it into Shelby County in just a bit.
Yeah, if you're in northern Shelby County, let me go ahead. If you guys can pull me up here real quick, I'm just going to pull up the reflectivity and show you kind of a track of this. So this is, let's do this. This is Memphis right here, okay? We're in Memphis. The city of Memphis is going to be just south of this intense tornado that is on the ground. If you are north of Memphis, in northeastern sections of Crittenden County, northwestern sections of Shelby County, even if you're not in the tornado warning, I want to give folks along this path, because this tornado is not going to dissipate anytime soon. If you are in Munford, if you are in parts of northern Shelby County along Highway 51, southern Tipton County, you need to be in your safe place. Go ahead and just go there and sit tight, because this is going to be on the ground for some time now. And if I put a track out just on the rotation of the cell, I'm going to put a track out on the leading edge of it, and we're going to go out at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Is this still going at 55, guys? I think it is.
It is. It's moving at about 55.
Okay.
That's what I've been tracking it between 50 and 55.
50.
Okay, so we're going to go out 90 minutes here, and we're going to go at 50 miles an hour. These are the areas, and let me switch up some of the areas. So this is a first alert to you folks who are in, and let me change this out to 50, and there we go. All right, Munford, 525. We're giving you exact or almost exact times for this tornado to possibly be bearing down on you. And again, this is not in warned areas. I'm giving you guys a heads up downstream from this cell because it is moving so fast. Brighton, 533. Mason, 544, Covington 544, Stanton 553, Brownsville, if it holds together, it will be there by 6:08 and maybe earlier than that. So again, I just want to give a heads up to those downstream, Ron, because this is a massive tornado emergency situation.
And Spencer, right behind that is another cell that's moving in that direction. As a matter of fact, that is going to move right over the area that has already been impacted by a tornado. This cell doesn't look as intense. However, I am starting to see a little bit of a hook develop right here on the southern portion of that. I want to track this entire cell because that's going to come on through Cross County as it continues to move to the north and east. So when already impacted by a tornado, but within the next hour, we could see another supercell thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado move right over the area that has already been hit. Bald Knob, 4 minutes away. Augusta, 16 minutes. McCrory, Pumpkin Bend, a few of the communities just outside our coverage area, but then you get into Wick Mill, less than an hour away. Wynn, you've got less than an hour, about 58 minutes. Then on to Parkin and Earl in about an hour, just under an hour and a half. So these are some of the communities that will be impacted by another cell coming in right behind the confirmed tornado producing cell that is already making its way out of Cross County and starting to impact Crittenden County. Let me clear this off. Let's get some new tracks on here. Folks in West Tennessee, from Shelby County to Tipton County, Lauderdale County, here's your first alert. Over the next hour, this is going to be moving through your community. Think about right now where you're going to be, where you're going to ride this out. Lowest floor of your home, right in the center of your home with as many exterior walls between you as possible. So this is coming, although things are a bit tranquil there now. Let's take a look at how this is going to play out over the next hour, and then I'm going to show you the future cast on this. I'm going to track the entire cell. Once again, let's move that off to the east, northeast. That will take that into Marion in 3 minutes. We're not tracking the center of circulation. We're tracking the entire cell, or that leading edge. So that's when you're going to start to feel the immediate impacts of this. But know that will likely be a tornado within it as it moves on through. 13
hey, Ron,
minutes from Joyner. Yeah, what do you got?
I think we've got some pictures from William Frog.
Let's see it. Let's see it now.
Let's go ahead and show those. These are tornado damage photos coming out of Wynn, Arkansas. And you can see it looks like structural damage there, tree damage there in the city of Wynn. Very populated area. I think we've got 2 more pictures. Yeah, you can see some of the tree debris, all the power lines down in the area. And again, these are just initial photos of tree, power line, and structural damage in that area of central Cross County. So again, if you are in those areas, just sit tight and help is coming your way. But we still are under the gun with more storms behind that. I'm still tracking this circulation, Ron, and the latest, it looks like it's still a 7.5 on the BTI. Look at that. Yeah, there is a lot of debris spread across that area. But if we could go back real quick, I just want to give the heads up to the folks who are in Love Place right now. It looks like if you're in Clarkdale, Turrell, Gilmore, you need to stay in your safe place until this storm passes. Again, lowest level away from windows, still a strong, it looks like there might even be still 2 circulations, Ron, with this.
That's what it looked, yeah, and as a matter of fact, can you go back to that? Yeah. Put that reflectivity back up there. You can almost see it very well.
Yeah, there's...
Look at that. You've almost got 3 inflow notches.
Yeah, and when you look at the velocity, I mean, you've got a couple of areas of rotation. Ron, I think they've got a live shot of Wynn. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, let's take that. Let's take that live shot. This is Wynn, Arkansas. This is from KAIT, our sister station in Jonesboro, Arkansas. Storm tracker, their storm tracker up in that area. Looks like a lot of tree and debris damage. I don't see major structural damage, but we don't know what part of the Wynn community they're in. But we do know they are in the town of Wynn. Tornado warning continues for eastern Cross County as well as Crittenden County as this storm continues to make its way to the east. But this storm has a history of producing a tornado and damage, confirmed damage from the tornado, multiple visual observations of the tornado. If you are in the path of this storm, I want you to seek shelter immediately. This is some of the imagery we're seeing coming out now. This is a live view from Storm Tracker from KEIT in the town of Wynne, Arkansas. Melissa, I'm going to ask that you continue to monitor that. Melissa is our producer in the booth. Sean is our director this afternoon. We're relying on them heavily to keep an eye on tower cameras and incoming video. In the meantime, I want to get back, and Lauren is with us as well, but I want to get back right now to the track of this storm because it's imperative that we give the first alert to folks on where this storm is going and moving into. Spencer, you have some new information to share? What do you got?
Dual tornadoes on the ground. We have one confirmed in Parkin right now and in Earl. This is along Highway 64. Two twin tornadoes that are on the ground right now. If you are in the Clore community, that's C-L-O-A-R, I want you to be in your safe places, barreling down on you right now. If you are in Three Forks or if you're in downstream, Clarkdale.
Looks like it's a little east of Three Forks. Is that where I'm looking, Spencer?
Yeah, there's two. There's actually, there's this one.
One in Clore, and then
right
that
here.
one right there. That was it, yeah.
There's two on the ground right now.
Okay.
That's where they're at. And so, and let's look at the look at the BTI. It's up at a 7.7. And then if we switch over real quick and go to the, let's go over to debris detection. And man, look at all the debris flying in the air right now, Ron, from these two tornadoes.
Spencer, we have RDOT on the phone right now. I want to give it over to Joy, and let's find out what's going on there. We've got boots on the ground. Joy, what do you have?
Yeah, Ron, we do. We actually have Dave Parker with the Arkansas Department of Transportation. Dave, are you there?
Do we have Dave yet?
Tell you what, while you guys work on him, I want to put a track on this. I need to give folks their first alert. Let me know when you get that up.
Management is reporting extreme destruction. Cross-county emergency management is reporting a lot of destruction in the county.
We're going to come back to you guys in just a moment. When you get Dave, let me know. But in the meantime, I want to track this as it is approaching the Mississippi River and beginning to head toward northern Shelby County and towards Tipton County. We'll get to Dave in just 1 second. Let me track this entire cell, and I'm going to track it from this area right here, east and northeast.
And Ron, I want to point out real quick,
Yes.
you're just ahead of I-55 on that track right there, but folks need to know they're closing down I-55 north and south. If you're on I-55, stay off of it.
Okay, don't even try to travel right now. As a matter of fact, if you were thinking about it, stay where you are. Let this pass through. If you happen to be listening to us on the radio, or if you're catching our stream on your smartphone, I want you to pull over, find a safe location to ride this out. Let's let this cell pass. These are some of the communities that are going to be impacted. Crawfordsville, 3 minutes away. Golden Lake, you've got 6 minutes. 19 minutes in Drummonds. 22 minutes in Gilt Edge. Millington, it's 31 minutes away. 35 minutes before this cell moves into Covington, 40 minutes before it gets into Rosemark, and 51 minutes into Nutbush. Joy, you have Dave Parker right now. Can he give us any new information?
Yes, Ron, we do. Dave, are you there?
I am here, yes.
Okay, Dave, what can you tell us about what you're seeing?
Well, I can tell you that, the area of West Little Rock, which, the storm came across, the tornado came across around 2 o'clock and crossed Interstate 430 and 630. And, this area has been hit really hard. We have, obviously many, many highways and roads that are shut down, power lines across roadways. Our focus right now is getting the roads back open, power lines down, and clearing out debris. But it was a long storm, tornado across the roadway for a good while, and a very scary situation.
All right, Dave, the storm system has moved closer toward the Memphis area. What are you hearing about the roads, St. Francis and Cross counties right now?
Same thing there is that, if you can, above all else, take shelter. If you're in anywhere near a tornado warning area, take shelter. This was a quick moving storm. I personally was caught in it. I can tell you it comes up quickly. But yes, the roadways there are still passable, but trees obviously coming down with power lines. Anything in northeast, the Jonesboro area, Paragould, Cross County, those parts of eastern Arkansas are going to be affected by this. So Interstate 55, 40, as you said earlier, if you can, stay off the roadways, get inside, be safe, and be smart about this.
All right, Dave, we appreciate the update. We're going to turn it back over to our meteorologists now. They are tracking this storm system as it moves through the Mid-South. Dave, thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you for that report, Dave. We appreciate it. Classic textbook hook echo on the radar right now. This is a confirmed tornado, a BTI. That is a Barron Tornado Indicator. Barron Technologies supplies this radar data for us on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest threat. That's an indication of a tornado. This is coming in at a 7.7. From using this since its inception, I can tell you, as a matter of fact, Action News 5 was the very first television station in the country to use the BTI technology. Whenever we see that number above 7, that is an indication of a tornado on the ground, and that's what we're seeing. These are some of the communities impacted by it, but anyone who's taken any meteorology classes whatsoever, that is the first image you see when you start talking about tornadoes. We got a tornado watch in effect for much of West Tennessee, northern Mississippi, eastern Arkansas, Memphis and Shelby County included in that, and now this entire system moving in our direction. I want to put another track on this cell, and then we're going to look at the one that is just coming in behind it. But right now, I'm going to track this from the location of the hook itself. That's where we believe the tornado is. And as a matter, Spencer, I really need to put 2 tracks on this, I think. Am I right?
There's 2 tornadoes. And Ron, I'm seeing the debris wrap around the tornado now.
I'm coming to you for that in just a second. I'm going to track this first area of circulation. Turl, 3 minutes to get to your storm shelter. Frenchman's Bayou, you've got 10 minutes, 18 minutes before it moves into Pecan Point, 24 minutes from Dixonville, 27 minutes from Drummond's. And it is quite possible that you could be impacted by 2 tornadoes. This one and the one that is following in close proximity behind it. Here comes the new track on that, Three Forks. It's on top of you right now. 13 minutes before it moves into Turl, 24 minutes from Joyner, 32 minutes from Golden Lake, and 37 minutes before it gets into Drummond's. And that is for that area or that center of location circulation right there where we're seeing that hook. And Spencer, that is well defined indeed. I'm going to come to you for the debris signature, but look at this. We can see right there the circulation within that hook itself. What do you got for us?
Yeah, I'm just seeing the debris continuing to be lofted into the air. If you're in Turl or Clarkdale, this is going to cross over very close to your area. And what I was looking at a second ago, the debris is actually wrapping around the tornado. It's wrapping around it. So here is all the debris. It was trying to go around the other side of the tornado. So we have a large, probably large wedge tornado on the ground. We're getting multiple confirmed reports. The debris is spreading now across Highway 61 near Turl and the Gilmore area. I've got some new information. Stand by.
More damage coming from near wind. It looks like there may have been 2 tornadoes out then.
Okay, so there's already been confirmation of 2 tornadoes. If you're in along Highway 61 anywhere, this is anywhere between Turl and Jericho all the way down to Marion, anywhere between Marion and Gilmore and points east. Here's the Mississippi River. I want to show you where we're at right now. This is the Mississippi that winds down to Memphis. So the debris and the tornadoes are tracking this direction. So if you are in Millington, in northern parts of Shelby County, you need to be prepared and be on high alert because this is likely going to cross over the Mississippi River into northern Shelby and southern Tipton counties, and I foresee a warning coming here soon for these areas.
7.7, and it is maintaining that. Look, if you are in the area that is just to the west of Wynn and it is safe for you to get out and photograph what you are seeing, we want to see it. If you have the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app on your smartphone, if you scroll to the very bottom, you'll notice an area that says Submit Photos. You can take them with your smartphone, hit Submit. It comes right to the Action News 5 news desk. And that's what we're looking for right now are photos and video from that scene. But let me take you back because, again, we've got the tornado watch that's in effect. Then we've been tracking the entire cell itself. But I also had a future cast on this just moments ago, and I think I've eliminated it. I'm going to put that back in just a moment. But let's go back and show you once again the track on this. 2 active tornado warnings at this time. Let's give you the information on both of them. One is about to expire for Cross County. That's going to go until 5:30. We've got another 15 minutes there, but it's also been extended a little farther east into Crittenden County. That too goes until 5:30. However, it's what's coming in behind that we want to watch very closely because it's quite possible that the community of Wynne and Cross County gets impacted twice as this storm moves in that direction and pushes off to the east-northeast. So 8 minutes from Pine Tree, 16 minutes from Wynne, gets into Parkin in about 32 minutes, Earl 39 minutes, Mark Tree 46 minutes, just over an hour from Joyner. Then we'll see it move into Drummond's in 78 minutes and just under an hour and a half before this moves into Millington. That's the second cell behind this. Let's put this entire picture into motion for you and show you this activity. Spencer, this cell still holding together as it now makes its way across the Mississippi River and is making its move into West Tennessee, Tipton, and Lauderdale County. I'm going to zoom in. Let's track that cell because folks in that community or in those communities, you're going to be impacted by this, and it looks like it is still producing a tornado. I want to back this off just a little bit. Then we're going to take a look at the NexRad radar itself. Here we go. I'm going to do 2 tracks. First, we'll track from the center of circulation. This is where the possible tornado is. So Drummond's 20 minutes, Munford 26 minutes, Brighton 33 minutes before this tornado crosses the Mississippi River and moves into your community. Covington, you've got 39 minutes, Henning 47 minutes. Now let's track the entire cell itself because it's dropping a lot of rain, heavy rain, also some strong wind, and it looks like this is producing some hail also. So Osceola, it's on top of you right now. That's the heavier precipitation. Munford, 8 minutes. Covington, Tabernacle, Ripley, Nutbush, Gates, and Brownsville between now and the next 46 minutes. Spencer, you're looking at that rotation detection.
Yep.
That looks wicked.
Yeah, this is extreme rotation right now. I can tell you exactly where it is, street by street. Right now, the rotation is over, and this is a few minutes old. It just moved over Section Line Road. So now we're looking at the strong to extreme rotation. I'm going to redo this so that we can get the latest on this real quick. And again, the strongest extreme rotation now about to cross County Road 26. If you are in between State Highway 42, in between I-55, this is going to cross over I-55 here very shortly between Turrell and Clarkdale, then you need to be in your safe spot. Again, do not get on I-55. They're going to stop traffic if they already haven't. This is going to cross over very close to State Highway 42 and the Clarkdale area. But that is the extreme rotation right now, moving over County Road 26 in portions of, this is portions of Crittenden County. Yeah.
Spencer, let me show you the camera in Clarkdale right now. This
Okay.
is on 55 in Clarkdale. Traffic is being stopped. Melissa, can we throw that up? Look on the right side of your screen. That's dust that's coming into play there. Traffic is stopping. Trucks on the interstate stopped.
Look at that camera.
Yeah, and that camera, and look at the darkness in the sky, the cloud lowering to the surface. This is an area that has been hit by a tornado, a lot of dust, a lot of wind there.
Ron, I think the
funnel
rotation is about to go just over I-55 there in Clarkdale.
That's what that is, isn't it? That's that
which
leading
direction
edge.
are we looking with this? Looking north.
We are
okay.
looking north on 55.
Okay, if that's at Clarkdale, we are looking at the area of rotation that's going to push over. We're seeing the debris on that. Yeah, we're seeing the debris from Clarkdale because the rotation is about to cross over just north of that location.
Spencer, can you take links, Sean? let me show you this. Spencer, can you circle Clarkdale quickly?
Yeah.
Right there. There's Clarkdale, 55 just to the west of that. And then that's the rotation. That is the tornado. That's about to cross 55. I want you guys to watch that. Watch it very close. Oh, this is now showing. And whenever we see that S shape, that is a classic tornado radar signature on the rotation detection. Strong vortex. If you are anywhere near Highway 77 and 42, I want you in your safe space right now. Just to the west of Heifer, or right around Heifer, you're on the west side of it, you're in good shape. But from Turl to Clarkdale, if you are in any community between Turl and Clarkdale along County Road 26 to Highway 77, get to your storm shelter now. Stop watching us. Get to your storm shelter now. Take your smartphone with you. Make sure you have shoes on. Make sure you have identification with you, because there could be debris once this passes over you. You want to protect your feet. You want to have your identification and anything else that you feel like you need to get through this as it is passing through. But get to your safe place now. If Lambert or Lambertville, that is moving in your direction. You're going to have that coming in less than 10 minutes. Get to your storm shelter right now. And Spencer, we haven't seen a hook like that in quite some time, and a strong, very strong vortex signature now as it's moving on through.
Yeah.
The BTI on that was at a 7.7. It's been holding steady, and as a matter of fact, we saw it intensify from a 7.2 to a 7.7, now at a 7.6, but still above 7, and that's an indication that that is a significant tornado and a lot of rotation in and around that cell itself. Now, let's get back to the first alert Doppler radar. I'm going to clear this out. I want to reset and give everybody a view of the big picture. We've got the one active tornado. We've got reports of significant damage in the town of Wynne. This is also part of the same system that came through and struck Little Rock. We had reports of more than 600 injuries in the town of Little Rock as a result of this storm system moving through. Fortunately, we've not gotten any reports at this point of fatalities. That's great news, but the damage has been significant with this system as it's moved on through. But we can't let our guard down. If you're just joining us, the hot zone right now is along and north of I-40. But we're also watching what's occurring right now back into south of Little Rock around Pine Bluff, because these storms are going to start moving in our direction. And when they do, they're going to impact communities that are along and south of I-40. And that includes Shelby County, northern Mississippi, eastern Arkansas, south of 40. And this will likely extend well into the evening hours before finally exiting the Mid-South right around or shortly after midnight. But right now we are on the air with you because we have confirmation of a tornado that came through Cross County, did significant damage, has now moved into northern Crittenden County and Mississippi counties. And just taking a look at the rotation within that, it is significant, it is strong, and that area right here, that's where we have a tornado that is on the ground. Melissa, what's the camera site looking at right around, I believe it was Clarkdale that we were looking at? Do we still have that up? Let's take a look. Let me see that now. It's crossed the road. Spencer, you can see the dust and debris now on the left side of that highway. Traffic has stopped. It must have obviously crossed right there.
Yeah, it's already crossed, and they just issued for Shelby and Tipton.
Okay, so now tornado warning for Shelby and Tipton County. Let's go to it. First alert Doppler radar. Let me show you. Here it is, Shelby and Tipton County. Let me pan over, show you this area right here. New tornado warning right now. This is for northern Shelby County. Even though you're inside the 240 loop, southeastern Shelby County, you're probably going to hear sirens coming up. But right now, Crittenden, Mississippi, Shelby, and Tipton County under a tornado warning until 6 p.m. as this cell is moving through, and it looks like it is going to definitely have an impact on primarily the Tipton County, Shelby County line as it moves to the north and northeast. Let me clear this out of here and let's get some tracks on here. Let me show you where this is going. Are we still tracking? Do we still think we've got 2 vortices? Because I see one here, definitely one right here around that hook echo. This is the area that I'm looking at right here. Spencer, if there's a second one, please alert me. I think there may be one that's in this area right here, but I want to track it from the main one. So with that said, let's put this to the east, northeast. Following through that polygon, 17 minutes before it moves into West Union, 21 minutes from Drummond's, 30 minutes from Atoka, 41 minutes before it gets into Covington, and 46 minutes before it moves into Mason. And let me stress, this cell is moving into basically an untouched environment. There's been little of any precipitation there today. Sirens going off here in Midtown right now as a result of the tornado warning for northern Shelby County. But now this system entering an environment that will allow it to possibly intensify, but certainly hold together as it moves on through. Now I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter. No matter where you are in Shelby County, you're hearing sirens right now. Let me zoom out just a little bit to show you the area of Shelby County that is impacted. It is northern Shelby County, but there is another warning that's just to the southwest of it. And then we're tracking a cell that's going to come in behind this that has the potential to produce a tornado also. But right now, the most significant threat for a tornado is this little area right here, and that is within the hook. We see that inflow notch. This area right here, we've got the air coming in, the supercell thunderstorm itself circulating around that, and this is where we are seeing a tornado and confirmation of that tornado on the ground. Spencer, I now see extreme rotation detection.
Yeah, and
extreme.
And Ron, there's been a report of a tractor trailer turned over on I-55. So we're looking at substantial damage from this extreme rotation. This is the same rotation that just went over I-55. So if you are on, this is going to cross over the Mississippi River levee, the Mississippi River itself, and it's going to push toward the Cuba and also the Shake Rag community. This is going to go just north of Gilestown. If you are along Highway 51, especially north of Millington, I want you in your safe place. I just got word from some friends in Atoka. They have gone to the storm shelter there already. That's what you need to do. If you haven't already gone to your community storm shelter, if you have one in southern Tipton County, you need to be there now, and you need to sit tight until this cell passes. Tornadic storm is possible in those areas of southern Tipton and northern Shelby County. So
all right.
Ron,
Law enforcement heading northbound on 55.
What was that?
Law enforcement heading northbound along the Frontage Road on 55. Right?
Okay, so law enforcement headed north on 55. This is the cell. This is what we're watching very closely. I want to put this into motion, show you where this is going. This will impact northern Shelby County. It will impact Tipton County. And as a matter of fact, it looks like Tipton County is going to bear the brunt of it. This will also clip the southern portion of Lauderdale County, may stay just to the south of you, but again, it continues to move off to the east and northeast and moving quickly at about 50 miles per hour. Now we've got another cell that's coming in behind that. That looks like that may move over to the community of Wynne, Arkansas. And I want to zoom in on that because we do have confirmation of a tornado touchdown and extensive damage in the town of Wynne. We do have some video. Let's have it. Let me see what you've got, Melissa. Tell me what I'm looking at. This is Wynne, Arkansas. Okay, so this is from a viewer on Twitter. Sent us this picture of look at the funnel there. This was 4:45 this afternoon. Spencer, are you watching this?
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
You can see the inflow coming into that storm too.
You sure do. And then is that the rear flank downdraft I'm seeing, or is that the, well, that's the inflow notch that's there to the east of it. I don't see the RFD on the backside of it. But now you see it starting to rope out, producing a lot of rainfall. This was likely, looks like it may have been rain wrapped to some degree, but that is from 4:45 this afternoon. Tornado, and I think we can remove the word possible because now you see the dust and debris that it was kicking up. That was a tornado. So it's a 2-minute long video. Looked like that the entire time. And it sure looked like that on the rotation signature too. And Spencer, that signature you're showing right now on the fast track or on the link system is pretty impressive. I'm going to come back to you in just a second. I want to give folks their first alert on this because Futurecast has done a pretty good job of handling this. This is what's coming through right now, beginning to enter Shelby County, maybe just slightly farther south, but this is going to give you an idea on timing. So this is going to impact Shelby and Tipton County between now and 6 p.m. Active tornado warnings for Shelby County, northern Shelby County, and Tipton County. That goes until 6. Futurecast showing that cell moving right through there. But then from 6 to 7, it's possible we see a little more activity developing just to the south of that and then migrating east along and south of I-40. We talked earlier about north of 40 right now, and for the next couple of hours being the hot zone. Then it shifts south of I-40 into West Tennessee and northern Mississippi, and that's where we'll see the threat for stronger storms begin to impact communities around Marshall, Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, Hardeman, Fayette County, and even into McNairy County. And there's the possibility of some stronger storms just to our south. But right now we're tracking this tornado, and that is a classic hook signature right there, a textbook hook signature. Spencer, what are your thoughts on this? Oh, I think I caught you off guard a little bit, didn't I?
That's all right. No.
I was wondering if you saw anything on this that caught your eye, or what your thoughts were on this, because we had multiple vortices with it. It looks like it's one now. Yeah, and I was trying to make sure that folks, some of my friends are in southern Tipton County, and I want to make sure that they're all in their safe place there in Atoka and in Munford, because this has a debris ball signature on it. It's had that for quite some time, and now it's approaching the Deans Island, the Corona communities. I want to show you real quick let's go back to the shear track on this and look at the shear rate. Man, this is just, I mean, we're seeing nonstop extreme rotation with this cell. This is near the Corona Road area, another area of rotation right over the Mississippi River. Right now, we could actually have a tornado going over the Mississippi River at this moment. You can see that we also have look at that. There is the debris right there. And this is, so there may still be 2 tornadoes with this, I don't know, but there's definitely one, and it's right here. This is the latest view of that tornado that's moving across the river over Deans Island. It looks like it may clip Dixonville and portions of extreme northern parts of Shelby County, Ron. I just saw a picture. We're going to work on getting this on the air for you. It looks like Wynn High School took a direct hit. A direct hit. I do believe schools in that area, first of all, so it was after school hours, but I think schools closed earlier, and hopefully they also canceled all extracurricular activities. But I just saw an image of Wynn High School, and there's a lot of damage there. We're working on getting that image on the air. We'll bring it to you as soon as we possibly can. This is what Spencer was looking at just moments ago. I want to remind everybody of the tornado watch until 8 o'clock, but active weather right now moving into West Tennessee. And this is the one active tornado warning we have until 6 p.m. That is going to continue to work its way through, but there's a lot going on. Even though it's one cell, there's a tremendous amount of activity in this cell itself. We're going to do a couple of things. First, let's take a look at the hail signature, because this was producing some large hail prior to crossing the Mississippi River, coming down at about right around an inch, and the radar hitting that at about 3,000 feet. So as it fell, It was melting a little bit, likely reaching the surface, a little smaller, right around 1/4 to 1/2 inch size hail, but certainly producing some large hail. Now, also dealing with the strong wind within this, and that's where we've seen the bulk of the wind. That area right there, that's the center, that's the circulation of that storm. And with that, let's put a track, because it looks like the vortex for that storm is right there now in Tipton County, just to the east of the Mississippi River. The tornado has likely crossed the river. We're looking for visual confirmation. Spencer, and I think you've got that. I'm coming to you in a second.
Okay.
5 minutes before he comes to Drummond's, 13 minutes from Gilt Edge. Brighton, 19 minutes. You have 19 minutes to get to the safest place in your home. If you are in Drummond's, Gilt Edge, Brighton, Covington, or Cotton Lake, I want you in your storm shelter right now. Lowest floor of your home, away from exterior walls and windows. Do not try to get a picture of this. We're tracking it. If you're worried about losing our feed and the track that we're providing, I want you to just turn the volume up on your television as loud as you can. If you've got the First Alert weather app, you can follow us there, but we're going to track it. As long as you can hear us, we'll be able to let you know where this is, where it's going. Spencer, you're looking at the wind speed and direction, and that is a wicked velocity signature you've got up there.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out, there's a gray circle that is rotating right now on this. This gray circle, that's a tornado debris signature that we typically don't see for tornado debris aloft. I can't remember the last time I even saw one of these on a radar. So this is a very serious situation. This rotation is near Corona and Deans Island. I want to just query the wind speed in this just to get an idea. 96-mile-per-hour winds on one end of it. Let's clear this off so I can get a better idea of the highest area. So Ron, this is 96-mile-per-hour winds with 73-mile-per-hour winds on the other side of it. We're talking on the order of 165 mile-per-hour rotating shear. That is an extremely strong tornado that is on the ground. So if you are in between Dixonville, and I've been trying to give a heads up for folks in Tipton County, but if you're in Dixonville or Drummond's, you need to be in your safe spot right now. If you're in Munford and Atoka, I know a lot of folks that are in that area, and Munford and Atoka, this is going to go very close, if not just to your north. So you need to stay weather alert. Let me see, we've got more.
Tornado emergency on this Tipton.
Yeah, tornado emergency for Tipton. And also, Ron, they did issue, I don't know if somebody said it, Arkansas state of emergency there as well. So
I do not want anyone in Tipton County thinking they can ride this storm out. If you're planning to go out, stay where you are right now. Get to the safe shelter in your home. This is a dangerous storm system. It is moving to the east at about 55 miles per hour. It is definitely going to impact these communities. Tornado signature confirmed on radar. Visual confirmation, we still waiting for that, or do we have it? We have it, don't we? We have visual confirmation. And this particular cell has a history of producing damage. As a matter of fact, look what it did to Wynn High School. Check this out. This is the exact cell that moved through the community of Wynn, Arkansas, just to our west in Cross County, right in the heart of Cross County, the county seat. That is Wynn High School. We have crews working to find out if there were any injuries. We have people headed in that direction right now. We will bring you new information as we get it. Melissa, I just got a text from William Frog. He tells me that he's putting his drone up to capture the video of the damage and wind. The moment you see that, let me know. I want to get it up. I want to see it on the air. But right now, we have an active tornado warning. Memphis and Shelby County included in this, although the greatest threat is in Tipton County. As this moves on through, I think Shelby County, maybe a glancing blow with the tail end of that, but I don't think the vortex is going to come through Shelby County. It looks like it is going to stay right there around extreme southern Tipton County. but that's going to go until 6 p.m. A tornado emergency, a confirmed tornado. Spencer, what's the VTI on that? Is it still holding at about a 7.6?
Looks like it's dropped. I've
Wow,
seen these,
that's great.
It's dropped to a 4.8, but what it's doing is it's recycling because it jumped down and now it's going to go back up in just a minute, and it's still got a significant debris ball on this heading toward the Black Cat community and Dixonville right now. So Ron, this still is extremely dangerous tornado emergency for Tipton County.
Let's see if I can take this right down to street level for you and give you an idea of some of the more specific communities that will be impacted by this. And I'm going to go right into it right there. This is the debris ball. Wow, this is what Spencer was talking about right here. Let's see if we can see this. And what that is, it's basically, man, that's it. Look at that. This is the vortex itself. This is the tornado right here. It is lifting debris into the atmosphere, 2x4s, shingles, tree limbs, what have you. The radar knows that this little area right here, that's not precipitation, that's something else. That is a radar indication of debris. Then as we take a look at the velocity, the wind speed, and the direction, look at this area right here. You can see whenever we see that red and green coming together like that, that's an indication of a tornado. But we have visual and radar confirmation. I'm going to put a track on this right now. I want to track this from that inflow notch to right here. Let me touch on this one more time. And then we're going to track that. Drummonds, get in your storm shelter right now. If you're in the town of Drummonds, get into your storm shelter. You've got 6 minutes. Do it right now. Take with you your weather radio or your smartphone with the Action News 5 First Alert weather app on it. Flashlight, make sure you have shoes on. This storm has a history of doing damage. There could be debris as you emerge from your shelter once this passes through. Randolph, it's 9 minutes. Beaver, 13 minutes. Burleson, 17 minutes. This will move into Brighton in 20 minutes. Right now, that is a tornado on the ground moving through Tipton County. These are the communities that will be impacted by this. Let's see if I can zoom in a little tighter and get us down to street level. Spencer, if you see something, jump in. All right? Let me see here. I am looking, and I think I'm in an area.
I can tell you right now a couple of streets if you want.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it.
I've got this area. There's the actual rotation. This is near, it looks like Coon Valley Road. So if you're near Coon Valley Road, Pryor Road, looks like Bluff Road, the Towering Heights community, City of Drummonds, Cates Road, Drummonds Road, Dixonville, any of these areas, Herring Hill Road, you need to be in your safe place right now and stay in the center lowest part of your home. If you don't have a storm shelter, stay in an interior bathroom, put a bike helmet on you, any kind of helmet, anything to cover you up. Even if it's a mattress, pull the mattress over your head, and that will help protect you from debris if you're in any of these areas. Looks like it also is heading toward the Wilkinsville Road area. So Wilkinsville Road, this is also Campground Road. Just trying to name out any of these streets. And again, this is just west of Munford and Atoka. If you're in Hopewell or Beaver, you might have multiple tornadoes possibly, or one big tornado going over your area. Let me look real quick, Ron. Look at the, man, look at.
Wow, that is something else. And it's been holding together.
The yellow is the extreme rotation. And again, I can't emphasize enough, we do not see this type of rotation on radar hardly ever. In fact, in the 9 years I've been here, have never seen this. So if you are in any of these communities in Tipton County, we can't stress enough to go ahead and just stay in that safe place until we give you the all clear. It's moving out of Arkansas now. You're almost all clear in Crittenden County, but in Tipton County, you need to stay sheltered for now.
High risk over the Action News 5 coverage area today from the Storm Prediction Center. We've not had a high risk placed over our area since 2011. It has been a long time, but today there is a high risk, and today there is a tornado moving through the Action News 5 coverage area. One supercell thunderstorm just to the north of I-40. It is moving off to the east very quickly, and it is going to continue to ride just to the north of I-40. This will impact Haywood County. Right now, it looks like the strongest circulation will stay just outside of Lauderdale County, but heavy rain, the potential for flash flooding and hail possible there. But it looks like the circulation itself will move through Haywood County, Crockett County, and then on into Gibson County. There's your first alert. Now let me give you some good news, because we were watching a storm that had me concerned. The town of Wynne, Arkansas took a direct hit from a tornado this afternoon right around 4:30. We were watching a cell that was coming in behind it. The good news, this cell, as it was really looking ominous and showed a sign of a hook rotation to it, is now falling apart. It is rain, and it looks like it's going to stay just to the north of Wynne. No active warning. And as a matter of fact, taking a look at the big picture here in the Action News 5 coverage area, we only have one warning, one tornado warning right now. That is for northern Shelby County, that is for Tipton County, and that is going to go until 6 o'clock this evening. But we're not finished, not by any means. And as a matter of fact, we're watching activity that's coming in out of the southwest right now, south of I-40, and all of this activity is moving in our direction. That's going to bring that into eastern Arkansas south of 40, impacting portions of Shelby County likely before the night is over, and then moving on into northern Mississippi, and that will have an impact on communities there. I am encouraged by seeing a little bit of rain coming into Lafayette County right now and Marshall County. That's along and south of 55, just along and east of, along and east of 55 and south of 22. But that could help to take some of the energy out of the atmosphere. But there's a potent storm right now that's starting to move into an area that's been untouched basically by any precipitation today, and a lot of warm air with this. Spencer, you're still seeing a lot of rotation. That BTI, did that jump to it's a 5-2.
Yeah.
Looks like a 5-2. That's down. That's good news.
It's good news. Unfortunately, it keeps fluctuating back and forth. So I think the cell keeps, I'm hoping as we approach sunset here in an hour or two, or sooner, hopefully, that this cell will start to lose some of its punch. Because right now it's feeding off of all of this warm, moist air, and there's just nothing around it to take that environment and really weaken it some. So it is a very strong cell. Now, I'm seeing some good news in the fact that I'm not seeing as much yellow in the center of this as I was earlier. There's still a little bit, so still very strong rotation heading toward Dolan Road right now. This is going on the north side of the Drummonds community in Tipton County. And if you are along Highway 51, I know you folks are wondering when is it going to arrive along Highway 51? Well, this cell right now, and it still has a what looks like a more of a broad and large debris ball on it. Looks like it's going to head very close to the Brighton community. Let me put a lapse on this over the last 15 minutes, and let's just go back in time so we can get a real good idea. Okay, so this cell, if we continue on to the north and east, and the rotation is going to go right over Highway 51 between Brighton and Covington, and it's moving a little faster than that. In fact, let me switch out and put the latest speed on this. Again, we're talking in the next 10 minutes, Holly Grove, Aikens Corner, Burleson, Clopton, over toward Green Hills as well. This is going to go just north of Munford, but you know what's going to happen? We're going to see debris falling from the sky even in Munford and Atoka. Even if you don't see the actual rotation go through, it's going to come very, very close to you, just to your north. So if you're in your storm shelter, if you're in your safe place, just stay there until this storm passes. But Ron, this is reminding me of some of those longer track tornadoes that we've seen in northeast Arkansas up toward Jonesboro, the ones in north Mississippi. This is out by itself, and when we zoom out, again, we're looking out at a storm that is completely by itself. Nothing in Shelby County right now, nothing in DeSoto County. Now Crittenden County is all clear. So this cell is moving into West Tennessee. If you're in that area, you need to be on high alert for the next hour or two.
Spencer, we have an emergency in Wynne, Arkansas, which took a direct hit from a tornado shortly after 4 o'clock this afternoon. We've got reports of significant damage in that area. Wynne High School suffered major damage, and we are getting reports of people trapped, and first responders now converging on that area to help get people out of this situation. We have a crew on their way to that area right now. Bria Bolden is on her way there, but we've still got a lot of active weather working its way through the Mid-South right now. We have this tornado warning that remains in effect for Tipton County right now, Shelby County, extreme northern Shelby County, Tipton County until 6 o'clock. But I'm also watching storms that are now really starting to fire up between Little Rock and Pine Bluff. And these storms are going to make a move toward the Action News 5 coverage area. And as a matter of fact, just taking a look at the distance of this storm to Memphis, it is at about 110 miles away. It is moving at about 50 miles per hour. That's going to put this in here in about 2 hours. So over the next 2 hours, we have the potential for this cell that is tornado warned to move into Lee County, eastern Arkansas, possibly even into St. Francis County, and then make its way into DeSoto and Shelby County within the next couple of hours. So something we are watching very, very closely. Futurecast with a pretty good handle on how things should play out. Right around 6 o'clock, that cell still working its way through Tipton County, passing through Haywood County. This is a forecast model of how we expect things to play out tonight. But right around 7, and again, that puts us just over 2 hours or a little less than 2 hours away from that cell coming into play and then moving along and south of I-40 and just riding along the Mississippi-Tennessee state line into an area that's had little in the way of precipitation today. There's still a lot of heat remaining in place, and now this storm moving into a highly sheared environment. In other words, that cell could enter the area and start to spin rapidly, and that's been the case we've seen so far. Spencer, I'm watching you work here. You had a pretty good picture there of the rotation track, the velocity, but this hook echo, that's been holding together, and it looks like it's rain wrapped. We're getting indications of rain here, rain to the south of it, to the north, back to the west. So spotters in that area, it is very dangerous because it's difficult to even see. And do we have two different areas of rotation?
Yeah.
Again, multiple vortices?
Yeah, it may be cycling, but that could be two different tornadoes.
All right, Spencer, keep your eye on it. Again, tornado watch remains in effect for portions of eastern Arkansas, West Tennessee, northern Mississippi. That does include Memphis and Shelby County. It's going to go until 8 o'clock tonight, but we'll likely see this extended farther east. And I'm going to check with the Storm Prediction Center in a moment to see what their thinking is as we head on into the evening hours. But right now, we've got an active tornado warning here in the Action News 5 coverage area. This is for Tipton County. And again, still showing signs of hooking and a confirmation or a history of producing a tornado as it moves off to the east. Now, let's take a look. Look at that little area. There could be, I think there's a couple of areas. I'm going to, forgive me for just one moment, I'm going to do a little live analysis on this because as we're doing this, we're also analyzing the radar data as we are bringing it to you live here on Action News 5. That little area just to the south of Gilt Edge, that looks ominous. Let's see if that is producing a debris signature. Yep, looks like there is definitely some sort of debris going in there. Spencer, I think you've got a better view of it. I'll come to you on that in a moment, but let me put a track on where the possible hook will be. It's kind of tough. Let me see one more time with this because I want to make sure that I'm putting the track in a proper location. And yeah, we're just going to track it from that area right there. There we go. That looks like one heck of a storm. 4 minutes from Beaver, 16 minutes from Covington, Tabernacle 20 minutes away. There's your first alert. Get to your storm shelter right now. Lowest floor of your home, center location. Put as many exterior walls between you and the exterior as possible as this storm moves through. And it is a rather significant supercell thunderstorm. This was one of the things that we were worried about as we were looking at this going into this earlier in the week, was the development of what we call discrete cells. In other words, if you take a look at the big picture here, there's really only one cell that's kind of working and creating problems. That is what we call a discrete cell, an individual cell that has the opportunity to just absorb all of the warmth, the energy, and then the wind driving it, the strong wind shear, allowing that to intensify. We now have a new tornado warning just issued for that. That's going to now extend until 6:30 for Haywood, Lauderdale, and Tipton counties. We gave you your first alert earlier that this would impact Haywood County. It is going to impact southern Lauderdale County, although I think it's possible that Lauderdale County may stay just outside of the tornado signature itself, although it may clip that little area right there. Let me zoom in just a little tighter one more time and just take a look. Let me see the hail on this. Spencer, if you see something that catches your eye, feel free to jump in. Looks like as it was approaching 51, that hail size dropping a little bit from earlier when it was just to the west of the Mississippi River. Still showing indications of coming down about an inch, 1 inch hail size. So here's what we're looking at one more time. We've got that circulation. I see two areas, Spencer. Check this out. Let me zoom in here because I see two areas of rotation. This storm did have a history of producing multiple vortices, but right now I see one right here, and then I see another that's right here. Can you confirm that, Spencer? You've got the
Yeah, let me.
Spencer, I'm driving the Cadillac over here, and Spencer has the. He's in the Escalade over there. So.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the same thing, Ron. In fact, I'm seeing two different areas, one between Holly Grove and Brighton, and then the one north of Flatwood. So two different areas of rotation. Moving. This one's moving right over. Looks like Highway 51 now. So we could have a possible tornado rolling over Highway 51 near the Nelson Road area, or just west of Nelson Road. So if you're in that area, also the Candy Lane area, and this is all south of Holly Grove, in between Holly Grove and Brighton. It is a 4.6 on the BTI, so on a scale of 1 to 10, it's weakened. However, I think in our next scan, this is going to go back up. This will likely go back up to a 7 or an 8, because that's been the standard tonight for these possible tornadic storms. But again, if you're in Shelby County, and I want to make sure everybody in Shelby County knows, they have cleared the tornado warning for you. So all clear in Shelby County right now. This is all to your north in Tipton, and they extended that warning now, including portions of Lauderdale County and a small portion of Haywood County, and also, again, northern Tipton County. So really along Highway 51, pretty much the whole way is under a tornado warning. So if you don't have to be out, you need to stay inside. If you know of anybody that's out driving around, you need to call them, let them know, hey, go to your safe place right now, because these storms are producing possible tornadoes still, but still two very strong. In fact, if I query this, two areas of extreme rotation in one scene. We're looking at Highway 51 here. You can see the two different areas, north of the Flatwood community, north of the Brightwood community. If you are in, and let me go down street level so that I can give you a better idea. This is along Highway 51, and it's along just west of Nelson Road. It's also very close to Holly Grove Road, Hawkins Road. So any of those areas, if you're listening to us, maybe you have your TVs turned up loud and you're listening to us from your safe place in your home, you need to stay put until we give you the all clear in Tipton County, because this storm is racing northeast. And now I'm seeing another, it looks like, let me clear this off, and yep, it looks like there's another potential debris signature here aloft, a tornado debris signature that continues to spin right over Highway 51. So we could be getting damage right now, Ron, on Highway 51 as we speak.
And we've got crews headed out to these areas right now. Definite confirmation of a significant impact by a tornado in Wynne, Arkansas, in Cross County, just to the west of Memphis, Tennessee. And do we have William Frogg's drone video up yet? Melissa, is that available to us yet? I understand that he... Okay. I think he was sending down some drone video to us of the damage. If we can look for that, Ron, I would certainly appreciate it. Spencer, what do you have?
This is definitely on the ground, no doubt in my mind, because look at Highway 51 right here. If you are along and south of Highway 51, again, this is the rotation right over your area. I'll draw it for you. This is the tornado right here. That is the tornado. It's moving toward Old Memphis Road. There's the latest scan. That is definitely on the ground near the Green Hills area. Tornado emergency, Green Hills community, along Highway 51. Yeah. Quail Creek, this is Tipton County. Again, tornado emergency just north of Mount Carmel. And that is as clear a signature as you can have on radar as far as debris is concerned.
Yeah, and Spencer, that looks, we've not seen a signature that ominous move through the area in quite some time, especially with rotation that's been holding together for miles and miles. And so, couple of areas of rotation, but again, crossing 51 right now in Tipton County near the town of Covington. If you are anywhere in that area, I want you in your storm shelter right now. Wait for this cell to pass. Let's put a look, let's show you the big picture here, because we've got one active cell. This is about to move into Haywood County, or is already starting to move into Haywood County, but now more activity developing just to the southwest and south of I-40. That's moving in our direction, and I'm going to take a little look at this because that's getting closer, starting to pick up some speed, and if that continues to move off in the direction that it is moving now without taking a bit of a right turn, that's going to bring that... It's about 110 miles away before it gets into northeastern DeSoto County. So about a couple of hours away, that cell intensifying and moving to the east-northeast rapidly. So now the focus will shift to the south of the I-40 corridor. This afternoon, the majority of the focus has been just to the north. And Memphis and Shelby County, virtually unscathed by any weather today. We've seen little of anything in the way of rainfall. Spencer, what do you have?
There's debris being lofted 13,000 feet high. This is a tornado on the ground being reported by multiple people, and this is a tornado emergency for portions of Tipton County. Again, this is right along College Street right now, so tornado going over College and South Main Street at the moment. And again, we're talking about a huge debris signature with this. This is going to do major damage. If you're in the gift community, please go to your safe place, because this is one of those situations, Ron, where these type of storms can be dire for folks in the path of them, and they need to pay close attention to what's happening. Yeah,
Spencer, we are getting visual confirmation from the sheriff of Tipton County that there is a tornado on the ground. This is the same cell that did extensive damage to Wynne, Arkansas, and is now moving through Tipton County. Tornado on the ground right now. Get into your storm shelter. Get into the safest place within your home. Let's take a look at that debris signature, because it was lofting debris about 13,000 feet up. You can see a little area right there. That's that debris ball. There's the hook. It's basically doing damage and then lifting that into the atmosphere, whether that be tree limbs, shingles, 2x4s, what have you. It is being lifted into the atmosphere, and that's what the radar is confirming. So we take a look at the velocity on this. Wow, look at that, right over the town of Covington. Looks like it is just now beginning to cross 55, moving off to the east. Let's see if I can zoom in a little tighter. I want to put a track on this, and you see it right there. I'm going to go to the next rad because I want a cone track on this. Let's come back. Spencer, if you see something, feel free to jump in. But right now, I'm going to track this to give folks their first alert as to where this is going to go. And that's from that vortex moving off to the east, northeast. Did this show any signs of making a right turn or a right move? That's an indication. Whenever we see it moving northeast, it may just take a right turn a little bit, on almost a 90-degree turn. That's an indication that the storm itself is intensifying and intensifying rapidly. And as we take a look on our first alert Doppler radar, that is a potent cell that is definitely showing some intensification. Spencer?
Yeah, it might be turning just a tad to the right now. I'm still watching it very close. I did notice something, Ron, that I've not seen before ever on our link system, and that is a TDS extent. So that's basically telling us the debris is extending a certain number of miles. It's saying almost 11 miles is how long the debris is extending in the air. 11 miles worth of debris being lofted into the air right now. So if you are in, again, this is moving right through the city of Covington right now. Let's see, let's go back and let me go back to the velocity. Yeah, this is on the southeast side of Covington is where we're seeing that signature, very strong signature right now. And Ron, it looks like it's along Highway 54 East. This is Highway 54, the Burnett Lane area, the Solo Road area, Ray Lane. If you are in any of these areas, I pray that you are in your safe spot. If you're in Cotton Lake and Antioch, you need to be in your, and look, just like that, it's already moved into that area. This thing is moving at about 60 miles per hour, so we need to give major heads up. Oakview, Christmasville, Brownsville, you all need to be in your safe spot because this is heading your way.
Get to your storm shelter now. This is a tornado emergency. If you are in Tipton County near the town of Covington, get to your storm shelter now. If you are anywhere in Covington or east of Covington, stop watching television and go to your storm shelter now. If you had any plans whatsoever to head out, stay where you are. Haywood County, same thing. Stay where you are. Stay in the safety of your home. Let this cell pass you by. Tornado watch now goes until has been extended for the entire Action News 5 coverage area. So now this tornado watch is going to continue now until 1 a.m. So tornado watch for much of western Tennessee, northeastern Mississippi until 1 a.m. But we're with you on the air right now because of a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is coming from first responders in that area. A classic hook echo right now on the radar. This is moving off to the east at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. I'm going to put a new track on this. I want to give folks their first alert just outside of this, where it may be going. And did you notice it just updated quickly? That's how fast it's moving. 6 minutes now before it gets into Orisa. Tibbs, 18 minutes away. There's your first alert. If you are in the path of this storm, seek shelter immediately. Tabernacle, it is just to the north of you, but not safe to come out now. Stay where you are. It looks like it is now crossed. There may even be another little vortex right here just to the east of 55 or west of 55. Let me put a track on that because it looks like this little area right here is headed towards Solo in the next 4 minutes. We'll see it get into Durhamville in 13 minutes, 19 minutes from Nutbush, 22 minutes before it moves into Tibbs. Do we have any cameras in those areas? Melissa? Do we have any cameras in the Tipton County area that we can show visual? Okay, we're looking for camera so we can bring you some images right now. I can tell you this, the images that are coming out of Wynne, Arkansas, they're impactful. They took a hard hit. We have, what do we have from Millington? Let's see it. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, this is from Millington Fire. This is a great picture. Look at this. This is a supercell thunderstorm. You can see the lowering of that cloud coming down, that wall cloud dropping down.
There's the rain shaft.
There it is. That is, Melissa, Okay, that was on the Tipton-Shelby line as it was moving through. That was probably about 30 minutes ago, right around 5:15, 5:30, I think, as it was coming through there. And that had not tornadoed, but look, it's starting to come together right there. So now on the left side of the screen, as they're going back and forth, that's likely the hail core that was in the middle, large hail coming down. But that area that's in the center of the screen now, there's your center of rotation. That is a supercell thunderstorm rotating. You can almost see the counterclockwise swirl in the clouds. That darker area, likely the hail core. You even see a little bit of what looks like green in there. That's the light coming through, shining through some of the hail that's within that. Spencer, what are you looking at on the link system? That's approaching Antioch right now.
Yeah, it's moving into Antioch right now. This is the debris ball. So this is likely the debris being lofted into the air from the tornado. Again, we're still looking at that video, but
Let's go to Spencer.
Yeah, we have a debris ball right here. Again, another classic signature of a tornado on radar right now. This is in northeastern Tipton County, about to enter into portions of southeastern Lauderdale County and northwestern Haywood County. So it's kind of in that tri-county area right there where all three of those meet between Cotton Lake and Antioch. So this area, this big area of rotation, there it is. That's the tornado. That's the debris being lofted right now, and I want to show you this. So in between the Orsa and Cotton Lake areas, if you are in Lebanon, if you are in St. Peters, Macedonia, Brownsville, Oakview, you all need to be in your safe place, in a shelter, in the sturdiest part of your home, in the center of your home. This is a tornado emergency for northeastern Tipton and now into portions of Haywood County. This is again going to go into portions of western Haywood County and then clipping a small portion of southeastern Lauderdale County. If you're in the Christmasville to Brownsville area, this is going your direction right now. I just drove through this area not long ago, and I know a lot of folks that there's a lot of farming communities out there, and I want you folks to go ahead and go to your safe place now. But Ron, this is a massive debris signature showing up right now.
Yeah, gather up your family, get to your storm shelter. Lebanon, here's your first alert. You have this cell that is moving in your direction. This is a life-threatening supercell thunderstorm that is rapidly moving to the east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. As a matter of fact, the last track I put on just a few minutes ago already cleared out. Let's track it again. Brownsville, this is coming in your direction. This is going to be crossing Highway 70 within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Active tornado warning right now that's going to go until 6:30. But I want to track the area of rotation, which seems to be right here. That is classic textbook hook echo. It's moving off to the east northeast. I'll tell you what, maybe I'll put a little bit of a northeasterly spin on that. But if you are anywhere near any of these communities, Arisa, Tibbs, Allens, Johnson's Grove, I want you in your storm shelter right now. If you have children, make sure you get them in the lowest floor of your home in a center location. Take their bicycle helmets. Put their bicycle helmets on, make sure everybody has their shoes on, make sure you have identification on you as well. Just in the event that things get hairy, where you are, you want to be prepared. Maybe even take along a bottle of water, but you have a few minutes now to get through this or to get to your safe space before this comes into play. I think we're also seeing some large hail within this starting to develop. The radar's having a tough time even rectifying that. Looks like it was coming down just under an inch per hour as it crossed 55 near Covington, right around an inch per hour, and just to the west of that, or right around an inch in size. And then just to the west of that. So this has a history of producing some large hail with it as well. But right now, it is the tornado threat that is the main concern, and it is in this area right here. That seems to be the vortex that is just to the east of Covington, Tennessee. And that is about 7 miles to the east of Covington and 51, Highway 51. Brownsville, You are in the path of this storm, so seek shelter immediately. Take a look once again on our first alert Doppler radar, NEXRAD data. Wow, that's a heck of a debris signature that's coming in there. This is also producing a tremendous amount of lightning, which is also an indicator of large hail. Just on this view, 136 strikes of lightning with this cell. And just to reset, take a look at the big picture. Not a lot going on in northern Mississippi. You've had a good day so far. High risk remains, however. Now, 2 active tornado warnings just to our west and southwest. This is the area we gave you your first alert to earlier that was going to start firing up as we got into the evening hours, and that's the way it's playing out right now. And even though these cells are outside the Action News 5 coverage area, I want to put a track on them to give you your first alert on where these are going to go. It looks like this one's going to ride right along 40, maybe just to the south of it. So Wheatley, 4 minutes away. Goodwin, 10 minutes. Palestine, 18 minutes. Forest City, Madison, Pond, Round Pond, Heath, and Hughes. Between now and about the next 45 minutes, this tornado-warned cell will move through your community. Another cell coming in just behind it. I'm going to track it from
Hey,
the
Ron,
leading
that
edge
cell's
of
going
intensity.
70.
70. I'm tracking that at 50. I'm putting the wrong times on there. Let me go update. Spencer, take it.
Yeah, that's 70 mile per hour.
Wow.
That thing is going to roll into portions of Lee and Phillips County. So heads up, you have a tornadic cell heading your way. Now, I wanted to show you real quick this cell that has been coming out of eastern Arkansas. It now has a 110 mile path of rotation. That is a possible tornado or multiple tornadoes on the ground. Not sure if it was the entire time, but it has been rotating for 110 miles. If you are in this area of northern Tipton and now Haywood County, you need to be in your safe space. But that cell now, we're going to watch those cells to the southwest, Ron, and I'm going to go back to you, but I want to point out, my wife was just telling me the sun is out here in Shelby County, and we have these cells coming into a very ripe environment there to our southwest. So we need to really pay attention to these cells because I don't think they're going to weaken anytime soon.
Madison and Gibson County now under a tornado warning. I'm coming to you in just a moment, but I've got an updated track. Sean, can you take Max 2? Sean is our director in the booth. He's controlling all of the technology we're using right now. And I've just asked him to do something that takes a minute, but this is tracking it at 70 miles per hour. We are tracking this vortex, tornado-warned cell, tracking it from the area of circulation. It will move into Marvell in 27 minutes. That's moving at 70 miles per hour. And even if a tornado is not there, the fast movement of this cell itself has a potential to create straight line wind damage. So this is definitely a serious situation. And now the focus shifting to the south of the I-40 corridor. 25 minutes from Marvell, 40 minutes before it moves into Helena, 52 minutes from Tunica. Senatobia, you've got just over an hour to get ready for this cell to move into your community. And keep in mind, we've got a lot of instability and energy that's still untapped in northern Mississippi. So we could see these fast moving cells intensify rapidly. And with this track, it will likely bring it into Memphis in just under an hour and a half. Can we put a track on this other cell, this other tornado warned cell that's just to the north of that? Because that's going to ride right along I-40. That too is moving at 70 miles per hour. So with that, this cell and tracking it from the vortex or the center of circulation, a rotating supercell thunderstorm, Brinkley, 4 minutes away. Go to your storm shelter now. Get there now. Lowest floor of your home, center of your home. 24 minutes from Forest City, 39 minutes before it moves into Hughes. It will move into West Memphis in 55 minutes. You have a little less than an hour to prepare for this to move in your direction. 64 minutes before it moves into Memphis. It is quite possible that Memphis will be impacted by by both of these cells. And as a matter of fact, can we do just one squall line track of both of these to the east, tracking at 70? Because I want to give everyone that may not deal with the tornado coming through, but will still have to deal with the supercell storm itself. Here's your first alert. We're tracking it again from that center of circulation, so you'll likely begin with some very light, moderate, and then rapidly intensifying rainfall. But Brinkley, 1 minute away. Forest City, 21 minutes, 28 minutes before it moves into Mariana. And again, we're tracking these two cells as just one complex system moving off to the east. West Memphis, 37 minutes away. It's going to move into Tunica in 49 minutes. Just over an hour before this impacts the city of Memphis and Shelby County. It will likely make its way into the downtown area about 10 minutes prior to that. 78 minutes before it gets into Collierville, and 83 minutes before we see this move into Blytheville. Spencer, do you have a track on that cell that's moving towards Haywood County right now?
Yeah, I do.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, in fact, the BTI, the Barron Tornado Index, 1 to 10 is the scale. It's back up to a 7 now, so that is extremely concerning. Again, we probably likely have a tornado still on the ground heading toward the Christmasville area. So if you are in Christmasville, here's the rotation. Here is, let's go ahead and take these off, and I'll give you a better, a more clear view of this cell. Again, let's put a track on this one, and let's go out. Here's the center of circulation. We'll go up just a little bit. Christmasville, it's moving through right now. This is moving at about, again, 55 to 60 miles per hour. So we're talking Crossroads, 629, Owl City, 626, Rudolph, 622. So again, this is going to be bearing down on you very shortly. 632 Alamo, 633 Cypress, 634 in Nance. It's moving through the Oakville area right now. Let's look at the shear rate on this. Looks like the highest shear is right over St. Peter's. So that's where we're seeing the highest rotation in the Lebanon community. This is along Fulton Road, heading toward Highway 19 and Oakview. So if you're in those areas, again, just hunker down until this storm passes. If you're in the Oakview area, rotation, possible tornado moving over your area as we speak. This is just north of Brownsville, Tennessee and Haywood County, and again heading toward the Christmasville area. Let me look at yeah, and you can still see lots of debris in the air. Some of this may just be being pushed away from the tornado, but certainly the debris signature right now is right over the Lebanon area. This is the Oakview area, and as we go back and look at velocity, there's actually, Ron, there might be 2 tornadoes there.
I was just about to say, we've got 2 areas of circulation there, Spencer.
Yeah. And,
2 areas of circulation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not showing up. It's only showing 1 right now on the rotation detection, but there likely could be 2.
Oakview, get to your storm shelter now. St. Peter's, it is on top of you. It is rapidly moving through. This will pass your community in the next 10 minutes, but right now, stay where you are. Do not move. Christmasville, it's coming your way. Rudolph, you're just a few minutes away before that moving in. Again, this cell moving at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Sean, I'm going to ask you to do a little camera work for me. Sean is our director in the booth. I want to take our High Five Midtown camera and I want to point it north. I want to see what the sky looks like to the north towards Tipton County. The camera itself is located at 1960 Union. We're looking to the west. We are now moving to the north. Let's scan the sky. Keep going, Sean. There we go. Look at that blue sky. Spencer, that's not good for us here in the city. We've got blue sky and sunshine, and we've got cells moving in our direction. I can see the top of the sun. Keep going, Sean, to the left. I mean, to the right, excuse me. Go back to the right. I can see the top of the storm right there. You see that yellow area that you can see the cloud tops as we're looking almost due north, maybe slightly northeast. That's the cell right now that is impacting West Tennessee. Now, Sean, can you move that camera to the right or to the other direction? And we're going to look slightly southwest at the cells that are moving along 40 and just to the south and see what skies look like there. We're already seeing the rain shaft. Stop right there. Can you pop me in front of the camera? Is that possible? Here we come. In the clouds, looks like we're seeing a rain shaft develop here, and then as we go down, this is Union Avenue. We are looking to the west towards downtown. Now let's go back this direction, Sean, and let's take a look again. We're starting to see the striations in the clouds as the stronger storms are approaching. in the distance, those are the two supercells that are moving in our direction right now, and they are rapidly moving off to the east. That gives me a good view of what we're seeing from our camera here. Let's get back now to our first alert Doppler radar because we've got a lot of activity out there. Let me reset the scene for you. We have two areas that we're watching very, very closely. The first is a tornado emergency. This is now for Haywood County. This is moving on into Crockett County. We have confirmed tornado that moved through Tipton County. Tipton County Sheriff confirmed a tornado on the ground. This same cell moving now into Haywood County. Still a classic hook on there, and the lightning. Absolutely amazing the amount of lightning that this storm is producing. And by the way, notice these lightning strikes back to the west. Look, there's no precipitation here, but we've got lightning strikes that are hitting the ground. That's why we tell you when thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning can strike up to 10 miles from the core of the thunderstorm. And if you look at this, here's the core of the storm right there, and look at this. 10 to 15 miles away, we're getting lightning strikes. This is a very, very dangerous situation. But right now, it is the center of circulation or the potential tornado right here. And Spencer, do we have confirmation that the tornado is still on the ground?
Let me check and see. I haven't heard anything in the last little bit.
Let me see, because these storms, as they're moving in, moving out quickly and moving so quickly, the funnel
Rotating
can lift
wall
up.
cloud
Okay,
right now.
so rotating wall cloud. So with that in mind, I'm going to come back out and I want to track. I see a couple little areas. I tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to track this. Look, this area right here, this is the worst of it, right here. All right, so I'm going to put a track from the beginning of the most intense circulation, potentially strongest wind, and where we're likely in close proximity to the hail core. This is your first alert. Bells, it's 3 minutes away. Now you're already getting heavy rain, maybe even some small hail in there, but 3 minutes before the more significant wind, rainfall, and possible tornado move in your direction. Alamo, 5 minutes away, 7 minutes before it moves into Fruitvale, 11 minutes before it gets into Gadsden. We'll see it move into Windy City in 15 minutes, 19 minutes from Humboldt, 22 minutes in Carroll, 25 minutes before it moves into Medina. It's very important that you remain calm, that you get to your storm shelter, that you ride this out. Yes, this storm has a history of producing damage, but it has passed over a large swath of real estate here in the Action News 5 coverage area. As a matter of fact, covering a distance from inception all the way to where it is now. This has traveled almost 200 miles. We have confirmation of damage right around Wynne, Arkansas, and we have confirmation of the tornado on the ground. Do we have reports of damage in Tipton County yet? We do have reports of damage in Tipton County. So of the 200 miles that this cell has traveled, 2 specific locations of damage, but over that 167-mile swath, it's been mainly a lot of wind, very heavy rain, a lot of hail with this. So let's hope that this cell, as it continues to move outside the Action News 5 coverage area, continues to just produce that and no more damage within its path, but we can't let our guard down just yet. And I show you this just so you get an idea of how slim your chances are of being hit by a tornado. Because if you look at the big area, yeah, we've had a couple of big impacts, but the vast majority of the Action News 5 coverage area under a moderate and enhanced risk today, we only have 2 confirmed areas of damage in the Mid-South. That's good news for the overall area, terrible news for those communities that have been impacted. But I want you all to understand that your odds of being impacted or injured or even hit by a tornado are still rather slim. But we're still watching this area back here. That's moving at about 70 miles per hour. Are we still getting, are those cells still moving 70 just to the south of 40? We got any new information on that?
I think they are. I think they're still going at a pretty good clip. In fact, I've got a track on that, Ron.
Let's do it. Let's take it, Spencer.
Yeah, that cell, I'm really concerned about, especially the southern cell, because it's feeding off of all that warm, moist air with nothing in its way. So it's moving toward Marvell and Tunica. You are heads up near 7 o'clock. This will be into Tunica County. So if you are in Tunica, Lee, Phillips County, there has not been a warning extended into your area yet, but that is quickly coming. So if you are in any of those areas, you need to be prepared and be on high alert. And this will eventually, these storms roll into DeSoto and Tate counties. So within the next, I'd say, 2 hours, we'll be talking about some of those northwestern parts of Mississippi. And we're watching that cell moving into St. Francis County as well. It's not looking as bad. I think the cell to the south is actually cutting it off a little bit, although there's still some rotation with it. I'm not seeing as strong of a rotation as I am with this cell moving into Lee and Phillips County. So we'll have to watch that one closely, though, Ron, because some of these cells could eventually impact Shelby County as well.
All right, so Forest City, I want you in your storm shelter. Let's ride this out. Let's let it move on through. Let's get it out of there. If you're between Marvell and Mariana, get to your storm shelter. That cell will move through your community. Tunica, you've got some time to get there, but start thinking now. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to be when this cell moves through your community? And it will move through. It's moving at about 70 miles per hour. I'm working on getting you a new track on that at the 70. Can we do that? You got it? Sean, I'm going to ask you to bring up Max 2 if you don't mind, please. I want to put a new track on these two cells, and let's just track it. This is Max 1. Let's go to Max 2. And I tell you what, let's just track from the leading edge of the heavier precipitation, and we'll just treat these as one, all right? So from that leading edge of heavier precipitation to the east and northeast, these are the communities that are going to be impacted over the next hour. I want you all in your storm shelters riding this out. Tornado warned cells, both of them. The one just to the north looks like it's weakening a little bit, but it's about to move into an environment that still has a lot of energy. So 7 minutes from Forest City, 11 minutes from Mariana, 24 minutes from Helena, 30 minutes from Tunica, 36 minutes before it gets into West Memphis, 47 minutes from Memphis, 55 minutes from Germantown, 61 minutes from Collierville. So folks from Helena to Collierville, you have time right now to download the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, put it on your smartphone. If you have to go to your storm shelter, you're going to be able to continue to watch our coverage right there on your smartphone or your tablet without having to worry about, oh, am I missing something on television? The same coverage is going to come to you right there. I'd rather you be in your storm shelter than parked in front of the television watching this right now. But if you have that app, you're going to be in great shape. Make sure your weather radio is on and the volume is up in case power goes out. You're going to want multiple ways of getting any additional warnings or alerts that may be issued as a result of these two storms moving through. Have your shoes on, have identification with you, take along a bottle of water. If you have bicycle helmets, anything to protect your head, take that with you as well, and make sure you have something to protect your body in the event of these storms producing tornadoes and moving in your direction. So we're tracking this as, I know they're two individual cells, but I just want to give you your first alert to everyone who is in the path of these two cells. So that's what we're watching right now. Sean, let's go back to Max 1 and let's do a little tracking, check in on this storm that is now moving through Haywood County. Take a look at the big picture. And look, the vast majority of the coverage area is in good shape. And I think for the rest of the night, northeastern Arkansas, you should be in the clear. But we're not finished yet for folks who are south of I-40 in West Tennessee and northern Mississippi, because these cells are going to be moving through, and we're also watching any other development that may be coming out of the south and southwest. Look at this, between Arkadelphia and El Dorado. Those storms moving off to the east, northeast, and quickly moving on through, although it looks like it's weakening. But looks like just moments ago,
tornado warning
I'm
issued.
going to come to that in just a minute, Melissa. We just got a new tornado warning. I'm going to bring you some drone video just a moment. Let's check this new tornado warning right now. This includes Lee, Phillips, St. Francis, Tunica counties until 7:15. Tornado warning. This cell moving at about 70 miles per hour. Tell you what, Spencer, can you put a track on this? Because
Yeah.
I'm set to track at about 55 on this particular computer. I want to adjust that setting, and I'll come back in just a second.
Okay, and this has a, just FYI, BTI of 7.2. Again, this has been the number for a possible or likely tornado in any area of the Mid-South tonight. That's a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. So we have a 7.2. Let's go ahead and put a track on this large hail core heading toward Holly Grove right now. That's the black area that you are looking at. So this is the hail core right here. Here is the tornado. You can see it almost looks like a little donut hole that we're tracking. There is the shear. This is the rotation detection. And so what I want to do, first of all, I'll go ahead and just show you how big this hail is, because this looks like a very large hail core. We're talking golf ball size hail, maybe 3+ inch hail with this cell. So let's put a track on it. If you are in, and we'll go ahead and get ahead of this storm and find the rotation. This is moving very fast at 70 miles an hour. So if we go out at 70 miles per hour, let me try this one more time, 70 miles per hour, this cell will eventually make its way toward, and I can't even go out that far, so what I'm going to do is extend it out a little bit further. Let's go at 70, and then we will zoom out just a little bit. There are some of the areas impacted at 70 miles per hour. This would take it to Horn Lake by 6:46 or close to it. So we're talking, let me do that over again, not 6:46. Let's look at this a little bit closer here, and let's put the range in at 70 miles, and there we go. So yeah, so what we're looking at with this cell is that it is going to arrive in Horn Lake at 7:30. So 7:30 Horn Lake, Hernando 7:28, Marvell 6:40. So that's just giving you an idea, and I'm zoomed out. I'm going to zoom in a little bit tighter on this. Again, these are some of the areas that will be impacted. This is a pretty rural area of portions of southern Phillips and looks like northern Phillips, southern Lee County. So again, you're looking at this area right here. This is northern Phillips, southern Lee County. The Rondo community, you're in the path of this. Spring Creek, Haleside, Edgewood, Lexa, Latour. This is really all the way up to Aubrey is the areas that are going to see this intense rotation that's near Deep Elm, Arkansas right now. So this is going to make a beeline for Edgewood. Edgewood, you are in the direct path of this possible tornado. That likely will be reported on the ground here shortly, if not once storm spotters get near it. Again, I'm seeing the shear swath with this, large hail. This is definitely likely a tornado on the ground that is heading into southern parts of Lee County and northern parts of Phillips County. Ron?
All right, Spencer, thank you very much. Let's take a look. I want to go to Max 2 quickly. Let's make sure microphone is on. There we go. Let's go to Max 2 because we've got 2 active tornado warnings. We're watching this one is just to ourselves. Let's go back to Max 1. And now I want to show you how things are going to play out in the future. This is how the live radar looks right now. Futurecast with a pretty good handle on things, overemphasizing this area right here, but it's got a good handle on this one that's moving through Haywood County and then the one that's coming out of eastern Arkansas. By 7 o'clock, we'll likely find this in northern Tunica County, DeSoto County, and moving through Shelby County. So here's your first alert to what is just to our west right now. Then by 8 o'clock, still mainly along and south of I-40. I'm just not sure that this is ever going to materialize, but this is certainly going to hold together, and we could see a little development just to the south of that area. But by 8 this evening, we're likely going to be dealing with stronger storms along the Mississippi-Tennessee state line, impacting Marshall County, Benton, Tippah, Alcorn County, as well as Fayette and Hardeman counties, and then moving off by 9 toward the Tennessee River. But not finished with it just yet, because we could see a few more discrete cells come into play right around 10 o'clock tonight, just behind that. And it's quite possible that we're still dealing with a threat of strong to severe storms around 11 or 12 o'clock moving into northeastern Mississippi. And if these areas see little of anything in the way of precipitation between now and midnight tonight, that means there's still going to be some warm, moist air, energy, and instability for these storms to feed off of and possibly intensify as they move to the east. Spencer, that was a pretty impressive view you had. I was actually watching Spencer working the Doppler radar while I was doing that explanation. I want to go over to him right now because that shear marker looked impressive.
Yeah,
as you were showing it.
And it's a 7.2 still on the BTI, Ron, so this is definitely likely or possibly a tornado on the ground. And when we take this and put it into 3D mode, you can see how large that rotation is, or how tall it is. That is a very tall area of rotation that is pushing into now northern parts of Phillips County and southern Lee County. And again, very strong rotation. I'm going to turn that off, 7.2 on the BTI, and we're going to look just at the rotation itself real quick. So let's look at the rotation itself. Not seeing any yellow in there yet, but certainly some red. And that red, what that means is that means we have strong rotation between BB Junction and Ragtown. This is heading toward Highway 49, Hicksville, also the Hicks community. So if you're in along State Highway 39, State Highway 49, in the Postel community, and then all the way back really toward Edgewood, this is heading your way. So strong rotation. This is pretty far away from the radar, so we're looking pretty high up this storm. So we don't really know what is happening on the ground until we get reports from some of the spotters. So we're watching that closely.
All right, I want to go to the video. Local storm chaser William Frog, who's a friend of the First Alert Weather Team, has been in Wynn today and chasing the storms that came through there. He got some drone video. This is Wynn, Arkansas. That is Wynn, Arkansas.
Population 8,300.
8,300 in the town of Wynn, Arkansas, devastated by a tornado. And just from that image, almost every home in that community impacted. Look how wide it is. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks wide. At least 4 blocks wide.
And some of those structures are not standing, unfortunately.
Yeah, some of those structures completely gone. A lot of roof damage, tremendous amount of tree damage. From William Frog, drone video of a confirmed tornado that went through that area. The National Weather Service, of course, will be out surveying the damage tomorrow. We will be anxiously awaiting their initial reports. Spencer, thoughts on what that tornado could be? I'm thinking EF2, EF3. Whenever you see wind damage or roof damage like that, it's typically an EF1 to EF2. That looks like significant roof damage, but there are structures that are gone.
Yeah, that's it easily could be EF3 depending on what the structures were built out of and how they were anchored and all that. So we'll probably have a better idea. But yeah, that's a very strong tornado that went through Wynn, Arkansas.
And we were getting reports earlier this afternoon of people trapped in buildings, first responders converging on that area. We have no confirmation of fatalities.
Unconfirmed report. An unconfirmed report of 1 fatality. We are checking right now.
Okay.
And other agencies are responding. We know Forest City is in Wynn helping out. Other agencies are responding. Forest City helping Wynn. Other agencies responding. The destruction is terrible. We are awaiting an update on injuries and fatalities. Unconfirmed report of at least 1 fatality in Wynn, Arkansas.
Supercell thunderstorm producing a tornado moved through Wynn, Arkansas this afternoon shortly after 4 o'clock. That same cell moved through eastern Arkansas into Tipton County, and we've got live video there, I do believe. Do we have that video now, Melissa? The video of Tipton County, Covington? Do we have that? All right, let's take a look. This is live video from Covington. This is tree damage. Is that an Action News 5 photographer? Can we pan that camera? Can they move that camera? All right, so Covington has received damage in the Main Street Highway. This is from the Covington Police Department. Damage in the Main Street Highway 51 and Highway 59 area. There are trees down, electrical lines down, and emergency crews responding right now. Covington PD asks that you remain in your safe space. Allow emergency crews to respond to these areas where people may need help. In other words, stay out of this area. No sightseers. Let's stay away. You see Stephanie, she is there with us right now. Thoughts and prayers going out from the city of Covington, all the first responders there. The cell still working its way through West Tennessee, along and north of I-40. It's passed through Haywood County. Is Stephanie ready for a live report from there? Not yet? Okay, all right, when she is ready, please let me know. But 2 active tornado warnings still working. One right now moving just outside of Haywood County. This is moving through Crockett County. This is continuing to move to the east. Let me take a look at the potential for rotation within this. A history of producing a tornado doesn't look as ominous. I still see a little bit of rotation right here, but it looks mainly broad scale rotation. However, let's put a track on that. Let's show you where that's going to go. And there may even be some large hail in there too. Adair, 2 minutes away. 3-way, it's 9 minutes from you. Into Medina in 14 minutes. It will move into Union Cross in 31 minutes, Parker's Crossroad in 35 minutes. Get to your storm shelter now. Get to your storm shelter now. We have an active tornado warning for this cell, Crockett, Gibson, Haywood, Madison County. I think Haywood County now in the clear from this, but there's still a lot of lightning on the backside of that. The rear flank downdraft could even be doing some wind damage coming in behind it, but that is going to go until 7 o'clock, so another 15 minutes for this tornado warned cell. But if you are in any of these communities or in close proximity, I want you in your safest location in your home or your storm shelter and ride this cell out. Let's take a look now at the big picture. Let's go back. Track these cells that we've got moving out of eastern Arkansas, about to cross the Mississippi River. These also looking intense, producing a lot of lightning. This one cell holding together, the one that was coming through Forest City, still showing some signs of rotation. You can almost see a little bit of counterclockwise striations there just within the radar signature itself, but it's this area right here for the cell that's now working its way through Lee and Phillips counties that has potential for tornado and tornado warned storm with this. That tornado warning is going to go until 7:15 for Lee, Phillips, St. Francis, and Tunica counties. Now, let's put a track on this, and we'll do 2 tracks. First, we'll track it from the center of circulation, and let me make sure that I'm getting the good spot on that as we take a look where that. It's right there. I see it right there. All right, so let's track it from that, and then let's go this way. I'm tracking this at 60 miles per hour. That was moving at 70 earlier. Are we still about 60 to 65?
That's still 65.
All right, so my times are going to be off by about 2 minutes. All right, so I'm tracking this right now at about 60, I'm tracking this at 65 miles per hour, I do believe, or 60 miles per hour. So Marvell, you've actually got about 4 minutes before it moves in. It's going to move into Alexa in about 13 minutes, 12 to 13 minutes. Tunica, you've got about 35 minutes before it moves in. We'll get it into Horseshoe Lake in 47 minutes, and it will move into Coldwater, Mississippi, moving into the I-55 area of North Mississippi in less than 1 hour. That cell moving along very, very rapidly. Stephanie now is Stephanie Douglas, Action News 5 reporter in the town of Covington. In Tipton County, Stephanie, what are you seeing?
Ron, I can tell you I see a lot. We're just under 3 miles outside of Covington, where this is one of the communities that were impacted by tornado damage. So I want to give you a little bit of a look. We're on Highway 51 right now. 1 second, my photojournalist is turning his camera. I want to just show you that on Highway 51, traffic is being slowed down and also redirected because we're told on Highway 51 there are down power lines. Now, I also want to give you another look. I know you can hear some sounds in the background. We have crews right now that are clearing off the railroad. You can see that there are several trees that are down right now and also going across the railroad. And as we were driving up here, I can also tell you that we did see some down trees, debris blown into the street, and also some structural damage to houses when we were coming up here. I want to move right here. Also, just going to be safe really quick. We have a car passing. I also want to show you right here, this is a house that you can see that some of the roof was damaged by the tornado. There has been a lot of damage so far that just from the eyes we saw that has been impacted by the tornado. This is a huge backup right now on Highway 51. Took us a little bit to get up here. It's a lot of damage right now, and it's just, of course, the usual down trees. So far, haven't been told of any injuries, but you know, we're out here, like I said, just under 3 miles outside of Covington on Highway 51. We're going to keep our eyes open and report some more damages as we see, and we'll bring it back to Action News 5.
Very careful out there. That same cell that moved through Covington earlier in the afternoon moved through Cross County and took a direct hit on the town of Wynne, Arkansas. Tornado came through the heart of Wynne, Arkansas, the county seat of Cross County in eastern Arkansas, in the Action News 5 coverage area. This is drone video from storm chaser William Frog, who's been in that area all afternoon. William and I were conversing earlier today about where tornado genesis or the stronger storms may be. He made the right decision to be in eastern Arkansas and was there as that tornado moved through Cross County. And this is what it left behind: damage, devastation, and just about every home within the path of that suffering some sort of damage, from minor to catastrophic. We had reports of people trapped in homes in that area. First responders from all across eastern Arkansas converging on Wynne right now. If you do not live there, stay away from there. If you do live there and did not sustain damage, stay in your home. Stay out of the way of the first responders. Let them do their work. Let them get to people who may need help immediately. But let's let the first responders do what they do so well. Tough to see. Very, very tough to see. We still got a lot of activity going on right now. Taking a look at the big picture here, I'm tracking this cell that's now making its way toward northern Mississippi. We talked earlier in the day about everyone along and north of I-40 getting the strongest storms in the afternoon, then the focus shifting south of I-40 into the evening hours. Right now, tornado warned storm beginning to make its way across the Mississippi River, continuing to move to the east. But I want to look at what's to the southwest, because there are storms that are still coming out of parts of northeastern Texas and southern Arkansas, and these storms could impact the Action News 5 coverage area. And although this cell itself is more than, about 100 miles from the Mississippi River, it's about to enter an environment that's seen nothing today in the way of weather. Little of anything in the way of rain. There has been an ample amount of sunshine. Temperatures in that area made their way into the mid and upper 70s this afternoon. There's a tremendous amount of energy that is still in existence there and plenty of fuel for this storm to intensify with as it moves in that direction. And that keeps much of northeastern Mississippi in play for strong to severe storms continuing on into the evening hours. So we cannot let our guard down by any means. But right now, the most significant storm in the Action News 5 coverage area, two of them, one just about to exit, that is moving on along and north of I-40 towards the Tennessee River. That's moving out of Crockett County. But now we've got another cell coming in south of I-40. That is moving off to the east at about 65 miles per hour. I want to put a track on the leading edge of that. We'll track it to the north and northeast. Collierville, you're likely to be impacted by this. Here's your first alert, 52 minutes away. I'm tracking that storm right now at about 60 miles per hour. We're getting indications that it's moving at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. So it's pretty safe to say you've got right around or a little less than 52 minutes to prepare for this storm to move into your community. It is now about 5 minutes away from Council, 9 minutes from Tunica, 16 minutes from Horseshoe Lake, 25 minutes from Walls, 32 minutes from Hernando, 42 minutes from Olive Branch, 46 minutes from Germantown, and 52 minutes from Collierville. All of these communities will be impacted by this cell in less than 1 hour. Know where you're going to go. Make sure your family members are with you. Make sure they know where to be. Take precautions or take a protection for your head. If you have bicycle helmets, wear them. Take some bottles of water, flashlight, take your weather radio and your First Alert weather app and smartphone. Make sure everyone has shoes on and have your identification with you. Heaven forbid we need it. But at the same time, you want to have that with you in case your home takes a direct hit from this. Now, Spencer, what are we looking at? You're looking at debris detection. Is that on this very same cell as well?
Yeah, I'm looking at debris detection just to the north there of West Helena. And again, it's not near as bad, thankfully, as what we've seen with some of these other cells, but still there is indications of at least some weak rotation within this cell heading into the Rondo area, but it's not strong and it's not extreme. So this is a bit of good news, at least with this particular cell. However, when we look at the velocity on this, we are still seeing a pretty decent circulation with this near Marville, Arkansas. So this is looking at, let's look at the wind in this. This is looking pretty far up. We're looking at this at about 5,800 feet high. So we're looking almost 6,000 feet into the air at the top of this, or toward the top of this storm. We're not at the top of it, but certainly this is much higher. So we're not seeing what's at the surface with this cell. It's near Highway 49. It's going to continue tracking off to the east. Let's put a lapse on this over the last 30 minutes, and we can actually show you where the rotation has been and where it's going. So it's going northeast in between Lexa and Rondo, eventually toward Phillips Bayou, and this is going to continue to head northeast toward the Mississippi River and eventually toward Hollywood and Tunica. But again, strong rotation. We are seeing, let's see if we'll look at the hail swath again one more time on this. I'll throw on the Barron button. Look at the Barron button on this, man.
That's some big hail. What is that, ping pong ball?
Golf ball size hail. And a lot of times this algorithm will read a little bit higher than what it actually is. But if I click the highest on this, we're looking at 3+ inch hail. Now, I don't know if that's being confirmed yet, but that is, you're getting into softball size hail.
And it's quite likely that in the core of that, because you said you're hitting that at about 6,000 feet.
So it might be right there.
Yeah, so where that hail is originating, but as it falls, there will be some melting. It falls, gets closer to the surface, it's warmer. Friction also helps to melt it, but you've got a 3-inch ball of hail. By the time it reaches the surface, it's still going to be golf ball size.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's big hail.
Yeah, and that's a sign, again, that combined with the lightning is a sign that we could still have possibly a tornado on the ground. We just don't know unless we get confirmation from a spotter.
Spencer, I'm going to ask you to, what was that?
What's it?
Tornado report in Marville.
Okay, so
tornado in Marville. No?
no tornado in
Okay.
Marvell.
No tornado in Marvell.
Yeah, so far no reports on that. Yeah.
Okay, Spencer, I'm going to ask that you keep a very close eye on that.
Okay.
When Arkansas was hit hard today, drone video that we just got in from that. If you're just joining us, let me show you this quickly. This is the heart of Wynne, Arkansas, as a tornado came through this afternoon just after 4 o'clock, did catastrophic damage to the town of Wynne, Arkansas. Our Bria Bolden is on the ground there now. She brings us this live report. It is raining on Bria. It is not severe, I'm happy to say, but that town nonetheless devastated tonight. Bria, what do you have for us?
Right, Ron. I'm going to step out of the way. We're actually not able to get right into the center of Wynne, Arkansas right now because of all this damage. Look at this neighborhood we just pulled in. These homeowners were nice enough to let us stay in their driveway just to see what happened to their neighborhood. Tree debris everywhere, all around the ground. This is actually one road. We were headed to the high school.
Bria. We've got rain coming down in the area, so now that area impacted by a tornado, now dealing with rain on top of it. Fortunately, nothing severe, but the rain there is coming down at a pretty good rate. As a matter of fact, right over the town of Wynne, it's coming down at just over 1.25 inches per hour. The last thing these poor folks need, rain on top of this. Emergency rescue still going on. We had reports of multiple people trapped earlier today, multiple people injured. One unconfirmed report of a fatality. Do we still have that? Not confirmed, unconfirmed, but that is what we're working to establish. But I want to go now to this cell, because this cell, it's showing some signs of rotation. Let me show you this. There is some rotation within there, and it looks like a little tough to see, but I think it's right here. Spencer, you may have a better view of it on the links. Oh, wow, you do. Let's go to Spencer.
Yeah, so this looks like it's trying to develop a pretty substantial hook on it, and there could even be a debris ball with it.
It's rain wrap.
It
looks like it's rain.
Yeah.
So visual confirmation is difficult.
Yeah, you may not be able to see it on this, but either way, if you're in the Lexa area or even downstream, Hollywood, Tunica, Highway 61, you need a heads up that this cell is heading your way, possible tornado there. When I look at the BTI, it's only a 4.3, and I say only, but again, that doesn't mean it still can't tornado. It just is a weaker storm than what we've been seeing with some of the others. However, that is a substantial hook, and I am seeing some rotation with this. In fact, when I look at the storm relative velocity on this and I query this, we're talking about winds that are 72 miles per hour, and then close to 40. So we're still looking at 110 mile per hour shear. That's the winds that are turning with height. So what you're looking at here is the winds are going around. This would be the circulation, and the winds are just steaming ahead, and this storm moving at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. Let me get the latest, and it looks like it's still at a 4.3 right now. But again, heads up, Tunica, anywhere between Austin and Boundary, it looks like that's going to be the area where this rotation gets very close to. So the city of Tunica, if you are not in your safe place, you need to be right now. Possible tornado heading your way. And again, Ron, if I look at the, let me look at the...
Hit that orange skit that just popped up.
Okay.
Let's see what that says. Still at a 4.3.
Still at a 4.3.
That's good.
It doesn't look as defined on the debris detection right now, so that's good.
It's
but
rotating,
but
though.
there's still some rotation there, and there could be a tornado on the ground, even if we're not seeing the debris from it yet. So we want to make sure you guys have a good heads up. I'll zoom in a little tighter real quick because I want to go in street level on this storm. This is near the Edgewood community, so we're looking, basically right now, we're looking at the northern part of Phillips County. This is northern Phillips County. That's Highway 242 down there, it looks like. 1st Street and we're looking at State Highway 1, that is where the rotation is about to move over. It's going to ride the county line, the Lee Phillips County line. Highway, it looks like Lee Road 233, crossing very close to there, Phillips Bay, and also Lee Road 239, Lee Road 217. So you can see that all of these, and again, this is a more rural area, but there's still folks that live out there, farm out there. This is very close to the Mississippi River. It's going to cross over here shortly, so possible tornado. Nothing confirmed yet, but certainly radar indicated right now. Ron?
Spencer, can you do a 3D look at that cell? Because I think that thing's producing some big hail.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like. I'm not sure if you've got the 3D capability, whether it be the slice or to look at that entire cell via 3D. You may have to switch over to analysis and hit that 3D button over there.
Hold on, I think I can do it right here.
Let me see.
Let's see here if it's going to let me do it. It looks like, yeah, it's not letting me do it at the moment.
Okay. All right. All right. I want to get you a 3D slice. I want to see what the hail is on that. I took the 3D slice tool off of my tool set. Oh, wow. Can you give that a little spin?
Here we go. I got it.
Look at the height on that. This storm is topping out at about 35 to 36,000 feet. In other words, it is tapping into some very, very cold air aloft and drawing that down to the surface, that warm air rising and also feeding that cell. And that is, look at that. That's a 3D version. That is a 3D view of a supercell thunderstorm. A 3D view. Now as you spin that around, that area you see in purple, that's where the hail core is originating. Looks like it's right around 25,000 feet, or is that 20,000 feet?
35.
Tops out at 35,000 feet. Look at that area in purple. That's at about 20,000 feet, and that's making its way all the way down to the surface. So this storm has some significant height to it, and it is likely producing, look at that large hail.
Yeah.
Spencer, do you see that area in black?
That's
right
the hail
there?
core right there.
That's that indication of the 3-inch hail that we were seeing aloft at about right there in the core of the storm.
Yep.
Now, it's likely not reaching the surface at that size, but there's still some large hail within that.
Yeah.
And even if you're not getting a tornado with this, folks in that community around Mariana and just to the north of Helena being pummeled by large hail right now. So let's take a look. Do we have the Helena camera? Can we look? Oh, yeah. And I think we're looking to the west. Let's see, MDOT camera. This is the MDOT camera crossing the bridge there at Helena, looking to the west. The dark sky there, the dark gray skies, a tornado-warned supercell thunderstorm moving through Lee and Phillips counties right now, just to the north of Helena. And that is basically a look from the sky. But as we go back now to the link system, let's go back to Spencer's radar because he's got a great view. Look at this.
Yeah,
that is now up. Did the BTI go up on that? The BTI.
It's actually down to a 3.
Oh, did it drop to a 3?
Yeah.
You hear us talk about that often. It is the Barron Tornado Indicator. Barron Technologies created this radar data, the algorithms associated with it, and they have a tornado indicator on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being the lowest threat, 10 being the highest. That gives us an idea of what that storm's ability is to produce a tornado. We're seeing a BTI of 3 on this, which is low end, but this is an indication also, another algorithm within this computer system and this radar analysis that's showing it's rotating. It is definitely rotating, but it's not a tight rotation, and as a result, we don't believe it's producing a tornado on the ground, but it is certainly rotating at some strong rotation within that. So that's a look there. Let's go back now to the first alert Doppler radar. Let's reset the scene, show you what's going on. Much of the Mid-South now rather tranquil for the most part. Let's see if I can get back to my live radar. There we go. So as we take a look at what's going on in the area, not a lot of activity. Not a lot of activity at all. This cell has now finally exited the Action News 5 coverage area and holding together. We saw this form just to the west of Wynn. And as a matter of fact, Spencer, this was the same cell that moved through or was in close proximity to Little Rock, I believe.
Yeah.
Then came through Wynn, Arkansas, rode up this direction, and traveled 200 miles, almost 200 miles, likely more than 200 miles from its genesis or inception to where it is right now and still going. So a long track supercell thunderstorm that did produce tornado damage in 2 specific locations and possibly a few others along its path, but rotated the entire time. Now we've got this cell that is going to continue to move to the east-northeast, and that's going to take it through northern Mississippi. So DeSoto, Tate County, here's your first alert. That's moving in your direction. Know where you're going to go when that moves through. Where's the safest place in your home? Where's your storm shelter? Does your family know to gather there? Figure that out now. You've got a few minutes before it moves through. That will move into Marshall County before the night is over, then on into Benton, Tippah, and Alcorn counties. I'm going to put just a general track on this, all right? It's not a specific track, but we're just going to track the whole leading edge of that cell itself to just give you your first alert of proximity and timing. So in about 13 minutes, this will impact South Haven. About 14 minutes before it moves into Hernando, just over half an hour in Collierville, just over 45 minutes before it gets into Holly Springs. Ashland, you've got about an hour to prepare for this. And keep in mind, there's been little of any activity in this area. There's still a lot of energy and instability for this cell to intensify on. About 80 minutes before it moves into Ripley, Eastview in 96 minutes, and just over an hour and a half before it moves into Corinth. So we still have some time to go. We're likely going to be tracking storms up until 10 p.m. tonight. Bria Bolden is in Wynn, Arkansas, which was devastated today. This afternoon as a tornado moved through there. The damage is extensive. Bria, I see, first of all, you're getting a break from the rain, a welcome break from the rain, but can you describe the scene there?
Yeah, Ron, our signal cut out earlier because of the rain, but we're all clear now. But take a look at this neighborhood. We're just outside of the center of Wynn, Arkansas. We actually have not been able to make it into the center where the high school is. So that's all significant damage. But look at this neighborhood.
Bria, I'm sorry. I've got to come back to you. I've got to come back. I apologize. We now have confirmation of a large tornado on the ground. This is in the storm we were just tracking. Spencer, you've got a view on it?
Yeah.
Please ask Bria to stand by. We'll get back to her when we can, but right now we have a tornado emergency. Spencer?
Yeah, tornado emergency for this cell that's moving into parts of Tunica County, but it's near the LaGrange community right now. This is in portions of southern parts of, this is Lee County, so southern Lee County right now, LaGrange. That is actual debris being lofted into the air. We have confirmation of a tornado, and so this is a tornado emergency near LaGrange. This is heading toward Harbert Landing just to the north of you, and this is going to cross over the Mississippi River and eventually make its way over Highway 61 between Hollywood and Tunica. Confirmed tornado. If you are ahead of this cell, if you are along Highway 61, if you are in Hollywood, Cub Lake, Trinity, I want you to be in your safe place now. I want you to stay there until we give you the all clear, but you need to be in your safe spot right now if you are in northern sections of Tunica County. And if this holds together, this could move into portions of DeSoto County as well. So this is a cell we really need to watch very, very closely. Again, we are seeing signs of a possible rotating tornadic cell that is moving through right now. I want to show you, we have large hail with it, and the shear rate right now, shear rate is not as high, but that doesn't matter because when you look at this on radar, Ron, there is a hook and there is a possible debris ball within this. So definitely possibly a tornado on the ground. We're still looking at this at about 40, almost 4,600 feet high. So the radar is still not seeing this at the very lowest level yet, but certainly a possible or likely tornado on the ground right now. So again, if you are in any of these areas, let me clear this off and give you a better idea here real quick of the area we're looking at. This goes all the way into DeSoto County, so this is going to eventually impact Highway Interstate, actually 69. So this is going to go close to Interstate 69. This is going to go close to the Boundary community and then just to the south of Hillside.
That's going to bring this into the Tunica Resorts area.
Yeah,
the casinos down there. That's going to move right through it.
Yeah, what were you saying?
A tornado on the ground, West Helena.
Okay, tornado on the ground.
Confirmation. Can you get that camera, Melissa? In the meantime, will you look for the camera in West Helena? And let's get back to this. That is a tremendous gate-to-gate shear tornado echo on the radar. Even though the BTI is low on this, it just may be because of its proximity to the radar or its angle to the radar. Let's take the Helena camera. Let's see what it looks like from there. We unfortunately have no way to move that camera. We are at the mercy of MDOT, who controls that camera, but we fortunately have access to it. However, tornado near Helena, moving to the east, northeast. This cell had a history of moving at about 65 to 70 miles per hour. It is now moving at 55 miles per hour. I'm going to make a quick adjustment on my track. Spencer, I'm going to give it to you.
Okay, and if you guys could pull links up real quick, I just want to show something real fast while Ron's doing that. This is actually a confirmed tornado on the ground, and you can actually see the debris. This is the debris that we're seeing in the blue. So I want to point that out to you. Here's Tunica. I want to show you real quick. Here is Tunica. This is Highway 61, Hollywood and Tunica. If you are in this area, you need to be on high alert, be in your safe place, because this is the tornado right here. That is the debris from the tornado, and it's making a beeline, going to cross over the Mississippi River between Hollywood and Tunica and eventually continue on toward the Cub Lake community. But this is definitely a tornado on the ground, tornado emergency for you folks there in parts of western Tunica County. Now, again, it's still showing that. That's the latest scan showing up, and it's moving its way to the east. So if you see that blue on the radar, the blue always indicates typically wherever you see the highest velocity, that is where you see and there it is. It's in the exact same spot.
Right there. Yeah.
So this is the tornado right here. And let's see if.
And Spencer, it slowed down a little bit. It was moving about 70 miles per hour.
Yeah.
This is now slowed down to 55 miles per hour, which is still a fast-moving supercell thunderstorm. But by slowing down, that means it's got a little more time to tighten up and drop a funnel, and that's likely what we're seeing right now. That's moving off to the northeast. These are some of the communities that are going to be impacted by it. St. Francis Island Landing, it's moving through there right now. Fox Island, it'll move through at 7:21. You've got about 6 minutes. It's going to move into Moon Landing, 7:22. Tunica Casino area, the resort area, North Tunica, 7:25. 7:25 when it moves into Tunica. Hollywood at 7:27. Boundary at 7:30. 7:31 to Robinsonville, and it will move into Dooley at 7:33. A dangerous storm indeed. This is the MDOT camera in Helena, which is really just south of that of where all of that rotation and activity is occurring right now. But let's go to the first alert Doppler radar. Let me go back to Max 1, Sean. We have an active tornado warning right now, DeSoto, Lee, St. Francis, and Tunica County until 8 p.m. tonight, until 8 o'clock. This is impacting 9,700 people in that area. So this is the cell we're looking at, and it is showing signs of rotation. And as I take a look, put the scope on here. Let's take a look at some of the wind speeds, velocities, and it looks like the bulk of it is right there, the most intense area right there. With that, I'm going to put a track on this. We'll track it from that area of circulation and where the possible tornado is. It looks like it's got a bit of a northeast movement on it. Am I right about that, Spencer?
Yeah.
Moving off to the east northeast. So Tunica, 10 minutes away, the town of Tunica. This will move in through you in 10 minutes. Get to your storm shelter now. 19 minutes before it moves into Pritchard. Trinity, you have 26 minutes to think about where you're going to be in your home. Get to your storm shelter. Notify your friends, your families, your neighbors. Let them know that a tornado is moving in their direction. Hernando, 36 minutes away. It's going to get into Jago in 41 minutes. What about hail with this system? We had a history. Oh, wow. This has shown some large hail north of Marvell. It's coming down almost 2-inch size hail. Right now, as it's approaching Tunica, still at just under 1.5 inches, but moving very quickly. And at the very least, a lot of strong wind with this, spectrum width. That's wind speed and motion. And that's where we got all the warm, moist air coming in contact as it lifts and coming into contact with the colder air coming down to the surface and creating all the turbulence within the atmosphere. But putting this into motion for you, that cell coming in and really starting to intensify. Even radar having a tough time resolving what it's seeing there. It's trying to figure out, is it rain? Is it hail? But it is definitely showing signs of a hook. And as I take a look right now on the NEXRAD radar, you can even see that little hook echo. That's a classic hook echo. And that's what, the second or third one we've seen just like this today. Let me zoom in just a little tighter on this because that's where the circulation is, just now making its way towards the town of Tunica. This will be crossing Highway 61 within the next few minutes. Tell you what, I'm going to track it one more time. I want to put a track in this area right here. Let's see where that's going to go. Off to the east, Tunica, 11 minutes. Hollywood, 13 minutes. Get to your storm shelter now. I want you in the safest place in your home or storm shelter if you have it, because we have a tornado on the ground, active tornado warning, and that is moving in your direction. And I want to give a first alert to everyone in Shelby County, especially our viewers in southern Shelby County, because this has the potential to impact a portion of Shelby County. If it continues to move in this direction, it could clip Collierville within the next few minutes. So Collierville, know where you will go if this storm moves on through, and it is showing a sign of moving to the east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So just a general idea of when that could get into Collierville. I'm going to track it from the leading edge of the heavier precipitation. Off to the northeast, Collierville, you've got about 35 minutes to prepare for this to move in. That will likely clip Holly Springs in about just under 45 minutes. We'll move into Moscow in about 50 minutes. These are some of the other communities. Hernando, South Haven, Olive Branch. You got between about 9 to 20, 25 minutes before that moves on through. And this could even clip Germantown also. Spencer, you're looking at something. You have a new new skit. And when I say skid, it's that arrow, the arrow that's on Spencer's map there. That stands for, and I don't think I've got it on my map, but it stands for Storm Center Identification and Track. We get a lot of information from that skit. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, we still are looking at a 3.0 on the BTI, so it's a fairly low-end BTI number, but I think part of that is it's not picking up on the lower levels of the storm right now, because obviously we've had confirmed reports of a possible tornado there. So again, looking at hail, large hail with this, 1.5-inch hail, maybe up to ping-pong size hail as it moves toward Hollywood. So even if you don't get the tornado, you may get large hail, certainly going to get very intense lightning. In fact, I'll turn the lightning on just so you can kind of get an idea. And this is just within this cell right now, we have close to 50 something strikes. So this is a very intense cell with a lot of lightning with it. Again, the cloud top at about, the storm top at about 34,000 feet. So it's very strong storm, not as high as what you would typically see with some springtime storms, but definitely severe nonetheless. So again, we're watching this area very close. I'm not seeing, it looks like the hook's trying to fall apart a little bit right now on this. Let me look at the velocity real quick and see what we're seeing there. Yeah, it looks a little broader on that area of velocity. Still showing strong rotation though from our rotation detection algorithm. It is showing, again, let me switch this over here real quick over here, and we'll go to, let's see, we'll go to CC. Yeah, there's still some possible debris within this, but as I look right now at the rotation, it is strong. So this is north of St. Francis Island Landing. This is heading toward Tunica. Some of the streets that will be impacted here, that it's moving toward Moon Landing Parkway, Old Moon Landing Road, also Old Highway 61. So those are just some of the areas, and it's going to cross over Highway 61 here very shortly. So that's what we're looking at. It looks like that rotation, Ron, right over the Mississippi River right now. So
all right.
We have tornado sirens, of course, going off in those areas as well.
Yes, indeed. And for a good cause, because that cell is something we want to watch very closely. Now, we also have tornado watch that's now in effect until 10 o'clock for eastern Arkansas, but that watch has also been extended farther east, and for parts of West Tennessee and northern Mississippi, that tornado watch is going to go until 1 a.m. So just about the entire Action News 5 coverage area, well, the entire Action News 5 coverage area is included in a tornado watch, but we have one active tornado warning right now. But look at these little cells just to the north. Let's see what they're doing, because there still may be some energy for these to intensify off of. Notice this little cell right here. Watch this little area. It just kind of starts to move north. We have a very strong south wind. So there's still a lot of warm, moist air that's filtering north into the mid-south in advance of this cell. So there may be a little energy for this to intensify as we head on into the evening hours here. And we talked earlier today about the focus being south of I-40, and that's certainly the way it's playing out this evening, as now storms are developing back to the west and southwest. I also want to keep a close eye out on what's going on here in Pine Bluff and coming in right there around Shoemaker. Look at these cells. These are also tracking in our direction. And these cells, just now beginning to fire up, could be moving into parts of northern Mississippi or eastern Arkansas in areas that have been unaffected by rain or thunderstorm activity today, and still have a lot of energy remaining as we head into the evening and overnight hours. So this is a look at what's going on along and south of 40, but taking it back and showing you the big picture, the entire coverage area. Thankfully, this cell is gone. It's out of our coverage area now. It's about to cross the Tennessee River Valley as it heads toward Waverly. There is a tornado warning still associated with this. As a matter of fact, that warning now is going to go until 7:30, so about another 6 minutes. Will be interesting to see if the National Weather Service in Memphis continues that. But Carroll and Henderson County under a tornado warning now until 7:30 from a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes in Covington and back in Wynn. Do we still have Bria Bolden? I would love to go back to her and talk to her. I had to cut her off earlier simply because of the tornado emergency that evolved just as she was coming to us live from Wynn, Arkansas. And Wynn, Arkansas was hit very hard today. If you are just joining us, stick around for a few minutes. We'll get the video that we got, the drone video that was sent to us earlier this afternoon of the damage. It is heartbreaking. Nonetheless, we have it. Let's show it. Let me show you this. Let me just step out of the scene and show you. This is Wynn, Arkansas. just after 4 o'clock this afternoon, tornado warning for Cross County. That warning had been issued prior to entering Cross County. It was extended, and the town of Wynne, Arkansas took a direct hit from a major tornado. Damage abounds from minor to catastrophic. Reports of first responders from all over the area converging on Wynne right now. We still have people trapped in their homes. They are working to locate and rescue. We have a crew in that area. Our own Bria Bolden is there. We now also, that same cell that impacted Wynne, Arkansas, moved through eastern Arkansas, across the Mississippi River, and took a direct strike on Covington. And here's what we have from the town of Covington as this moved through. This is from Kelsey Pool. Spencer, are you watching this? Check this out. Are there two?
It looks like there might be.
That's either one big wedge or is that two vortices? Wow, there's definitely one, and it looks like there may be another one just on the outside of it.
Yeah,
you guys, we're seeing this for the first time.
Definitely one, but there likely is
another one just to the left.
Yep.
Wow. This gives you an idea of the potency of these storms. Whenever a supercell thunderstorm has a capacity to create multiple vortices, that is a force to be reckoned with. And it's heartbreaking. It is absolutely heartbreaking tonight. Bria Bolden is in Wynne. We're going to try to get her signal back, talk to her in just a moment to see what she has what she has seen and bring us the latest report from that area. But right now, we have a tornado warning. It is crossing the Mississippi River. Let's get right to it and let's put a track on this because we're watching this move to the east, northeast. This is going to be impacting, and it is right now moving through the town of Tunica. It looks like, and I'm going to see if I can see with the scope here where we may find, oh, there's some rotation right there. Look at this, right there. All right, so that is just to the north of Tunica. Let me put a track on that. Let's track that off. Spencer, I got to tell you, this is a very odd, I just want to clear this off. This is a very odd radar signature I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, it is.
Look at this. Okay, so we have rotation here, counterclockwise rotation. This whole thing rotating. There we have the inflow notch. Then there is more cyclonic, anticyclonic rotation right behind it. Is that the debris ball we're seeing? What is that? Yeah, that's an indication. Yeah, to me, that looks like it is definitely on the ground in Tunica. Get to your storm shelter. And look, there's a little green here, green here. Here's the vortex right there. We believe that to be the vortex right there. It's rain wrapped. Storm spotters that are in that area can't even see this. Let me put a track.
I think we've got it on the MDOT traffic cam.
Let's see it. Let's see it. 49 and 61. Melissa, can you find MDOT camera 4961? I think we may be able to see a tornado. While she's doing that, I'm going to put a track on this. I want to give you your first alert. I'm going to track it from that vortex to the east, northeast. Hollywood, 4 minutes away. Get to your storm shelter right now. Tornado on the ground. Go to your storm shelter. Make sure you've got shoes on, protection for your head. Take your smartphone with you. Have that first alert weather app. Trinity, 16 minutes away. Now, if we can, but the moment you find that camera, let me know. I want to see it. I want to know what it looks like. I think we're already looking at it here on one computer. We're going to try to bring it up. It takes just a moment to get to the MDOT cameras. We've got a lot of activity here, but we are certainly seeing what looks to be a classic hook echo producing a tornado right there. This area right here. We can't pull up the camera. We're watching it. We're looking at it down here.
I'm seeing one of the storm spotters saying it is on the ground right in front of them.
It is, you got it, 61 and US 49.
It's
Can you pull
harder
that
to
up?
see now. It looks like it may have lifted, or
Okay.
there was a wall cloud in the distance, and now it's a little bit harder to see.
Can you pop that up behind me, Sean? Sean's our director tonight, and I have asked a lot of him, and he has done a fabulous job all afternoon long, so thank you for that. Here we go. That little area right there.
Yeah, that's it.
I think there's a funnel right there. I see it.
I don't think it may not be condensating down to the ground, but the circulation.
There is. It's trying to funnel out, definitely. Maybe not reaching the ground, but there's some circulation there. Looks like we have possibly the hail core and rain shaft here. Then the tornado would be located there on the backside. Looks like it may have just lifted up. That's the volatility of the situation we're in right now. These cells come in. Wow, there's some strikes of lightning. That may have been either a lightning strike
Power
or that,
flashes in Tunica right now.
and that was probably a transformer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Possibly a transformer. Back in July, when Hurricane Elvis, the so-called Hurricane Elvis, came through, I remember looking on our high-five camera down Union Avenue. We saw the flashes at 6 o'clock in the morning, thinking that was lightning. As we went back afterwards and slowed that video down and looked at it frame by frame, we realized we were watching transformers blow up as the wind came across. And that may be what we just saw there with that flash of lightning. Spencer, you've got a good-looking view on it. What are you checking out there?
Yeah, I'm still watching what looks like some sort of debris ball with this near Tunica. Again, it's going right over the city of Tunica right now, so hopefully you're in your safe spot, in your storm shelter if you have one. Again, it's going to cross over Highway 61 right now. Let's see what the latest BTI, it's been holding at a 5 now, so it did go up to a 5. We have the hail core on the northern side of this, and when we look, I want to look at the CC on this, and I think this is it right here. I'm going to circle it. This looks like this is where the tornado is, and there's debris there near Hollywood. As you go back to the reflectivity, there may be debris back here as well. We are looking at a large hail core with this, looking at quarter up to golf ball or larger size hail with this storm. And again, the shear rate is picking up on the areas I've circled very well. Right now, our rotation detection right over Hollywood. This is right over the city of Hollywood, north side of Tunica. So this is going over a populated area right now near Woolfork Folk Road. That's kind of hard to say all at once. Bonds Road, Watson Road, it looks like Field Road. All of these areas, if you're in any of these areas, you need to be in your safe place until the storm passes. On the way out of this, as we go to the east of it, if you're in the Green River area, also along State Highway 3. So State Highway 3, Green River area, heads up, this is heading your way.
All right, Spencer, I am sitting here, I'm just checking Twitter and see if there's any information coming out. Alexa, Arkansas. Okay, let's take a look. Let me get back. Let's put a track on this. Let me clear this off, reset the picture for you to show you the entire Action News 5 coverage area. They just expanded that polygon. Did that just get a little bigger, or was that just? I do believe that went a little farther to the north. All right, so here's what we have. One active tornado warning in our coverage area: Crittenden, DeSoto, Lee, and Tunica counties. This is going to go until 8 o'clock. Depending upon the track of this storm and its movement, it could go on to include southeastern Shelby County. So folks in Germantown and Collierville, right now, I want you to be thinking about where you would go should a tornado warning be issued for your communities. Where's the safest place in your home? Where do you want to be? Make sure your family is close by. Everybody's prepared to head to the storm shelter if need be. We are seeing a tremendous amount of just turbulence with this system, so a lot of wind with it as well. As I zoom in, take a little closer look here, right there, just crossing 61 and just to the north of Tunica, the very least, very strong wind. Also, indication of hail in there. We had some large hail with this as it was working its way towards our coverage area, almost 3 inches in size at one point. We confirmed that on our Lynx computer. Right now, just to the north of Tunica, it looks like the hail's coming down. wow, just over 1.25 inches in size. That's from the core of that storm. So by the time it reaches the surface, it's still most likely 3/4 inch in size. A lot of heavy rainfall associated with this also. That may be hail skewed, but it's at least 2 inches per hour, anywhere from about 1 inch to 2 inches per hour. But it is the possibility of a tornado or likely tornado on the ground that we're watching very closely. And it looks like it's in that area right there. That's where we're seeing the rotation. That's where we're also seeing the potential for some debris coming into play. And as we put a track on this, let's track it. Let me pan this over. So Shelby County now included in the tornado warning. So we gave you your first alert before that warning was even issued. Let me zoom out just a little bit because it includes southeastern portion of Shelby County. Collierville, you're just outside of it, but it will likely be extended a little farther east. This does clip a portion of Germantown. Parkway Village, southeast Memphis included in this tonight. So if you are anywhere in these areas, Fox Meadows, Parkway Village, I want you to get to a safe place in your home and ride this cell out. I do believe that the heaviest of it and most likely the most intense portion of this will stay just to your south, but nonetheless, now under a tornado warning, and that is going to go DeSoto, Shelby, Tate, and Tunica County until 8:15. Now, let's put another track on this. I'm going to put 2 tracks on it. Let me move this over just a little bit so we can include more communities. I'm going to put a track initially from the point of the vortex and where that is likely located right here. We'll track that to the east-northeast. That will likely get into Collierville in about 41 minutes, 6 minutes before it moves into Trinity. We're tracking the center of circulation where there most likely is a tornado located, 16 minutes before it moves into Hernando. Olive Branch, you've got 30 minutes. 36 minutes before it moves into Byhalia, and again 41 minutes before it moves into Collierville. Now let's clear this off. Let's put a track on the entire cell. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit, just a slight amount. I don't want to zoom out too much. There are the tornado warnings for Shelby County going off in Midtown. Midtown, we're in good shape. Downtown, you're in good shape as well. The most intense portion just to the south, but whenever a tornado warning is issued for any portion of Shelby County, the sirens will sound for the entire county. So let's track now this entire cell, this whole supercell thunderstorm. So we have a thunderstorm moving to the east-northeast. We'll track it out beyond the polygon. The leading edge of that, the heavier precipitation, the initial gust of wind, about 3 minutes away from South Haven, 11 minutes before it gets into Olive Branch. We're going to see that move into Byhalia in about 18 minutes, 23 minutes from Collierville, 38 minutes from Moscow, 45 minutes from Williston, 51 minutes from Grand Junction, and 57 minutes before it moves into Hickory Valley. Tornado warning right now. That is in effect for Shelby, DeSoto, Tunica, portion of Tate County until 8:15 this evening. That's the cell we have moving through. This is the area that we're watching for rotation. I'll zoom in just a little tighter on that. And then let's take a close look. That looks somewhat ominous as we look at the rotation there. Anytime we see red and green butting up together, then that is an indication of some significant rotation and likely a tornado. Kelly Cook joins us now. She has I believe the mayor of her. Yeah, Kelly, let's throw it to Kelly. Tell us where you are and who you're talking to.
Hey, Ron, I'm not quite sure if you can hear, but the tornado sirens are going off right now in Hernando, Mississippi. The rain is starting to pick up as well. Let's take a look at what we got going on right outside. I'm here at Hernando Elementary School, which is right at a storm shelter within the city. You hear that metal roof? That's the rain that's starting to come down, thunder coming in, and we are getting a lot of people who are here seeking shelter. With us right now is the mayor of Hernando, Chip Johnson. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you all for coming down here.
Quite a few people who decided to seek shelter. That's a smart thing to do.
We think there's between 175 and 200 people here. With the storms that just happened down south of us last week, everybody's senses are heightened. We're all, quite frankly, a little bit scared, so we're glad to have this storm shelter here at the school.
And we just heard the sirens going off. As you put it, it doesn't go off unless it's a warning. That means take shelter.
That's right. I talked to the EMA director, and he said they were about to issue the warning. The sirens started going off, and he told us all to take cover, and that's what we're asking people to do.
Absolutely. If they're not coming to the shelter, what are you telling people to do at home?
Well, I'm not an expert on it, but they say get in the middle of your house, get in the bathroom, get in the safest place you've got. But right now is probably the time to be doing that.
All right, Mayor, thank you so much. I'm going to give you an opportunity if you want to get inside. So if you could just take a look here at Hernando Elementary School, lots of families coming here with their pets and children with snacks and things. Right now we are under a tornado warning until 8:15. Since we first got here, they've extended it by about 15 minutes or so every time that we've gotten here. So we're going to continue to take shelter and make sure that everything is safe. We are here in Hernando at Hernando's storm shelter at the elementary school. I'm sending it back to you in the studio.
Kelly, I want you to ask everybody standing outside that door, tell them Ron Childers said get inside right now, please. I want to have everybody inside that storm shelter. This is moving in your direction right now. Let's put a track on it because that is going to move toward Hernando within the next couple of minutes. Possible tornado. Let me zoom out just a little bit. We'll put a track on this. We're going to go to Bria Bolden in just a moment. She is in Wynne, Arkansas, which has been devastated by a tornado this evening that came through that area. Let me clear this off. I'm going to put a track right here. I'm going to track it from the initial area of circulation, or at least the most intense area of circulation. Horn Lake, just to the north of this, where the vortex is, but still very close to strong wind and large hail. So Trinity, 1 minute away, 9 minutes from Days, 10 minutes from Hernando Village Air Park. Hernando, 13 minutes before it moves there. Jago, 15 minutes into Brighton, 18 minutes, 23 minutes from Lewisburg, 24 minutes from Olive Branch. And Olive Branch, you should hear sirens going off right now as a result of the tornado warning that you are under. And yes, you are under a tornado warning. DeSoto, Shelby, Tate, Tunica counties until 8:15 this evening. And that is for this cell that's now moving through northwest Mississippi, moving through Tunica County, making its way just to the north of Arkabutla Lake, and a portion of it's clipping Arkabutla, and then moving off to the east there. Bria Bolden has been in Wynne, Arkansas. It looks like some rain is still coming down there once again. Bria, you just keep getting these waves of rain on top of this devastated area. Our hearts go out to everyone there. Tell us what you've learned while you've been there.
Right, Ron. The rain's been going in and out right now. It looks like it's about coming to a stop. We are just about 3-4 minutes away from Wynne High School. We actually haven't been able to get to the high school because this entire neighborhood was hit by that tornado. We luckily talked to neighbors here. No injuries reported in this neighborhood here, but they did tell us it sounded like a freight train. They heard the tornado. They got in their tubs in the middle of their houses saying that it sounded like a freight train. Lasted about 30 seconds, maybe to a minute, but I do want to show you something over here. Me and our photographer, Brandon Lomax, we're looking down here. I originally thought this was piping from a house. I'm going to motion the camera up here. Look at this. This is a trampoline from somebody's backyard. We actually ran into the man whose trampoline this is. He said, this is pieces of my backyard, and he does not live near this neighborhood at all. There is metal in these trees. here on the ground. I don't know if you can see right over here. I'm going to point you in the direction toward this house here. All of these trees in these front yards completely unrooted onto the ground. Luckily, no injuries reported over here. They missed these houses, but these people over here were very, very lucky. But for the last hour or so since we've been in this neighborhood, we've seen Public Works and neighbors actually come out with their chainsaws, their shovels, their forklifts trying to clear this road so people could get through. It's actually pretty clear now. We're having some people able to get through, but Wynn is devastated by this tornado, and luckily these people in this neighborhood are okay. But let's show you a little bit more of the debris. This is a trash can from somebody's house, and here we have somebody's flip-flop in the corner, another tree that's been uprooted. Again, that trampoline in the tree, which is really amazing to see how powerful this tornado that hit this area was. Again, no injuries reported where we are right now. We're going to try to get closer to Wynn High School, closer into Wynn, where some of that damage was seen. We're going to come at you guys again once we're able to get through. Ron, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Bria, I want you to be very careful. It doesn't look like the rain that's moving through there now is going to be severe. However, it's got lightning in it. That makes it still dangerous. And of course, with all the debris in the area, use extreme caution. Thank you very much for that report. We'll touch base with you again a little later on tonight. If you're in Memphis and Shelby County, you hear the sirens. We've got an active tornado warning right now. A lot of activity starting to fire up just to the north of I-40. Nothing severe, but a tornado warned cell now moving through northern Mississippi. We've got 2 active warnings. One on the back side of that should be expiring very soon. We're going to see that expire at about 8 o'clock, so 14 minutes, Crittenden, DeSoto, Lee, and Tunica, but it will be replaced and is currently now overlapping a tornado warning for DeSoto, Shelby, Tate, and Tunica counties. This clipping the southeastern corner of Shelby County and encompassing Germantown, southeast Memphis, and just outside of Collierville, but it could be extended a little farther east as this cell moves on through. And it is moving through quickly. Looks like it's going to cross Highway 72 within the next few minutes. And as I take another track into this, look in it. Spencer, I'm coming to you in just a moment. I want to put a track on this, and then I want to allow you to do a little radar analysis because there's still some uncertainty as to what this cell is actually producing. So I'm going to do one track, and let me clear that off because let's do this. I'm going to track it from what looks like a hook right there around Arcabutla Lake. Am I close, Spencer? I think it's Arcabutla Lake right there.
Yeah, you're right on it.
So, and it's from this little area right here. That is the north point of Arcabutla Lake. Hernando, 8 minutes away. Olive Branch, 22 minutes away. 27 minutes from Byhalia. 34 minutes from Collierville. 41 minutes from Rossville. Don't wait for time to pass. Get to your storm shelter now as this cell is moving through. And it may also be producing very heavy wind and large hail. Spencer, what are you looking at over there?
Right now, I'm still seeing signs of debris being lofted into the air. So we talked about earlier that blue color. I'm seeing that blue color, and I've been watching it over the past 30 minutes. In fact, I'll put a lapse on this over the past 30 minutes. We're going to go back in time, and you can see this area of blue that just comes basically from the Pritchard community and is crossing over Arcabutla Lake like Ron was talking about. I want to go in and zoom into some of the streets here. So we're talking about Wheeler Road. If you're around the Wheeler Road area, also around the Gaines Road area. And I'm going to turn off the warnings here real quick so we can see this a little bit clearer and you can see exactly where we're talking about right now, because I think that will make it a little bit easier to see. Let me go ahead and turn these off, and there we go, we just turned them off. So this is in between the Robinson Gin community, the Buena Vista Lakes community. This is going toward the Love community. If you're along Ranch Road, if you are along Highway 51 South, Gaines Road, Wheeler Road, all those areas, that is where we have the possible tornado, and it's about to cross over I-55. So if you're in I-55 or near I-55, Slocum Road, Grays Creek Road, you need to get off that area. If you have friends or family that are out driving driving somewhere, call them, tell them, stay off of I-55, really between Hernando and Coldwater until this storm has passed, because it is going to go right over the interstate there at I-55. So this is south of Memphis in portions of southern parts of DeSoto County, and it looks like most of this cell will probably stay out of Shelby County, or at least the rotating part of this cell will stay out of Shelby County. And this is why I say that when you look at where the rotation's at and where it's going, it is going to stay just south of Collierville. So for the folks that are in Shelby County hearing those sirens going off, right now you're okay, but you need to stay weather alert, stay in your safe place until they expire the tornado warning. But I think the rotation, again, stays just to our south. Ron?
That's good news. Spencer, we got quite a light show out there, too. As a matter of fact, taking a look outside from our High 5 camera here in Midtown, looking to the west, we've seen a lot of lightning tonight. Check this out. This was a view. This is live. You can see it lighting up. That's a storm that's now working its way through Cross County. It's rain, thunder, lightning in there, not severe. There's also some more activity just to the west of Forest City that's about to move into western St. Francis County. We're picking up the lightning there from that cell. This is the MDOT camera. And Melissa, can you tell me where this is? Is this in Tunica County? This 269 and 55. Okay, so 269 and 55. Heavy rain, lightning in that area, but a lot of activity going on. Sean, let's take our High 5 camera in Midtown and let's shift it south. I want to look at that cell that is just moving through DeSoto County. And let's see, getting our bearings here. Where is Union? I think we are looking south from that view, am I right? Towards the airport from Midtown. That camera is located here at 1960 Union Avenue on a 200-foot tower out back. A lot of activity there. Spencer, you've got is that hail you're looking at? Yes. I'm looking at, look, while you're watching this at home, folks, I'm looking at about 4 different screens. I want you to show, let's show Spencer what he's got there. He's done a cross section of the cell moving through Mississippi right now.
Yeah, we can actually look down on the storm, or we can look horizontally at the storm, and that's what we're doing. This is a 3D scan of that cell, and you can see that it's about 35,000 feet high. The purple that you see, and I'll draw this again, the purple that you see with this cell, that is actually, and let me draw it one more time to give you a better idea, that is the hail core itself with the cell. So we're looking at this cell kind of from a side view, so you're getting kind of a cross view of the thunderstorm itself as it's moving toward portions of DeSoto County. So when we go back up and I put this back into our normal view, you can actually see that this cell is moving toward really a bright Cedar View 269, and the southern part of the cell is the worst part, so that's going to be in southern DeSoto County, but definitely a pretty substantial, at least hail core at about 20,000 feet with this cell as it's coming down, and we could see golf ball size hail or larger with some of these storms still tonight.
That's an impressive view indeed. Tunica County, you're still under a tornado warning, but the severe weather threat has exited Tunica County. It is gone. Tate County, you're in good shape as well. The strongest of this storm now making its way through DeSoto County, should be approaching Olive Branch. And Sean, if we have the Olive Branch camera, if you could pop that up, let me know about it when you get it, because I want to show that view and what we're seeing there. Let's take a look at this because it's producing a lot of lightning. This one cell, 114 strikes of lightning just within that view. That can do a number on power. As far as wind goes, turbulence, we're seeing some turbulence right here around Hernando. There should be some strong gusty winds there. Our Kelly Cook was there at the Hernando Community Storm Shelter, and they are in a good place tonight as this moves on through. But we're also looking at some circulation in there, and it looks like it is broad scale circulation, but it is all headed towards Olive Branch, and this is a look right now. Just heavy rain, not even much in the way of wind at this point, but just to your west, there is some significant activity, and it is moving in your direction. You saw a little lightning there flashing from the top. So let's go back. Let's take a look. Let's put another track on this cell. We're going to track it from, I'll put the next rad on here, and let's track it from where we may be seeing rotation just to the, right there around Hernando. Looks like it is moving through, and you've got a pretty good signature hook on there. Is that a confirmation of a tornado in Hernando?
It's cycling and backing up.
Okay.
So the first storm that's near Hernando is weakening. The one behind it that's coming up on 69 near Bog Road, that one is tightening up and getting stronger.
Yeah,
So
so we've got two different areas here.
Two areas.
Yeah, that we're looking at.
Spencer, I'm going to track this, and then I'm going to let you do a quick analysis on it in just a second. But right now, I'm tracking that main area of circulation, the one that we're watching closely. That's 2 minutes away from Hernando, 7 minutes from Bright, 21 minutes from Byhalia. That's going to move into Mack in 33 minutes, and then move into Hayes in 39 minutes. Another area just behind that, also showing signs of rotating. That will impact Hernando in 7 minutes, so almost a double whammy for the town of Hernando. One just to your south, another just to your north, but likely both to pass through. Olive Branch, 20 minutes away. Byhalia, you're going to have this in 26 minutes, 31 minutes from Collierville, and about 38 minutes before it moves into Rossville. And that is for this cell right now. And taking a look, there are two areas of circulation that we are watching. One area here, right there around 302, I do believe, and the other one just to the west of 55 and slightly east of Arkabutla Lake. Spencer, what are you checking out there?
Just kind of watching both of those areas. I think the main one is right along I-69 right now, but that other one, I can't tell if there may be some hail contamination in that image when we put on the debris detection. However, it's certainly rotating right now where you see that gray circle near Robinson Gin. So a couple different areas. It looks like the one to the north is weakening some now, so that's certainly some good news. But we're watching this area near Dean's Corner and this area that's moving into the Hernando area. The good news is the BTI is much, much lower with these cells at only a 2.9. So we're okay there, but we'll have to watch these closely because we still could see something touching the ground at any point. Right now, these are all radar indicated cells with these storms. So we're watching this area. I'll turn the reflectivity back on here real quick so you can get a better idea. And where we're at there in the Dean's Corner area, still seeing a pretty intense region there.
Wow, yeah.
That little donut hole that we're seeing just between Dean's Corner and Nesbitt right now. So that's the area we're watching.
Spencer, there is damage at the dam at Arkabutla, all right? There is damage. We have confirmation of damage in that area from that cell that moved through. Right there around the northern tip of Arkabutla Lake, reports of damage.
So
right
that means that was likely debris that was showing up.
That was it.
Yeah, and that
it.
is still showing up right now. If we go back to it, I bet that's still there. Yep, there it is.
The circulation from the terminal Doppler at Memphis International shows it coming across 69 right now, Fog Road, very tight circulation.
69 and Fog Road, tight circulation coming through right now. And notice Spencer's skits were just kind of moving to the north there, those arrows. The general movement of the storm itself is to the north or to the east, northeast. But because of the circulation within it, the radar is having a tough time resolving the exact direction of movement of it. It wants to track it north because that cell is trying to move a little bit to the north. But right now, those are the two areas of strongest circulation. I thought I also saw what looked like a three-body scatter in there, which would be an indication of hail. Did I see that on the back side of that?
You probably did, because that would be the right area.
Yeah, and Sean, if you can come back to First Alert Doppler radar on Max 1, let me take a look right here. Can you bring me up full, please? That's 55 north of 269. We'll go back to, take that camera full, and then I'm going to come back and do a quick analysis. Take that 269 55 camera. There we go. Because we've got something coming through there right now. It's dark. It is likely rain wrapped. This is the most dangerous time to be out on a tornado because you can't see it. And with it illuminated by rain or wrapped by rain, even lightning illumination is not enough to be able to see it. So 55 to 269, that is going to take that. Let's get that. Let me see. Trying to figure out. Let's take the I-55. I don't want to take that way station. Yeah, I can't really see anything. We're looking at MDOT cameras right now, trying to find the best view to show you. I think it may be difficult no matter what view we bring you using an MDOT camera because of the fact that it is dark and this circulation is likely rain wrapped. So this is Olive Branch right now. The intensity of the rainfall has increased. The lightning starting to really intensify as well. A lot of very heavy rain. Olive Branch, I want you in your storm shelter. Get to your storm shelter right now. Let's get back to our first alert Doppler radar. Let's track this cell, shall we? Because there's a lot of lightning still in there. And I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter. And not seeing much of them. Indication of hail. It looked like there was some large hail in it earlier. And as a matter of fact, just as it was approaching Arkabutla Lake, about 1 inch in size, then it looks like it has weakened to some degree. But we do have reports of some damage right there along the dam road at Arkabutla Dam. So that is an area that we're going to be investigating, keeping a close eye on. But this entire cell now continuing to move to the east, northeast. Now Collierville, you're getting very heavy rain, but at the same time, you're still about, you're about 20 miles from the circulation itself. 21 miles from the circulation, and the track of this, I think, is going to keep that circulation just to the south of you. So it may move off to the northeast, but it looks like it will stay just to the south of Collierville. But now I want folks in Fayette County to get ready because this is likely going to move into your community and have an impact on you within the next few minutes. And so with that, we'll track it to the north and east. 2 minutes from Bright. Lewisburg, 7 minutes away. If you are in the town of Lewisburg, go to your shelter now. Lowest floor of your home, center of your home, away from windows and exterior walls. Lewisburg, Mississippi, you've got a possible tornado moving in your direction right now. Byhalia, 16 minutes away. 25 minutes before it moves into Piperton. 30 minutes before this moves into Rossville. This will be moving into Fayette County. We have indications of a tornado, possibly on the ground, a history of this cell producing damage. And this is what we're looking at right now. That's the area where we see this bright red, bright green coming together. And look at this, sheets of water. This is at Malone, this is in South Haven, 302 and Malone. Look at the heavy rain, the wind driving it. It's good to see the streets are empty. That means folks are at home, off the roads, and adhering to the warnings and staying out of danger and harm's way. So I am encouraged by the fact that I'm not seeing any traffic on the street there. But we have a possible tornado moving toward eastern DeSoto County, and that is going to make its way into Fayette County before it is all said and done. And right now, we have an active tornado warning that will likely be extended. I expect to see this extended into Fayette County and possibly Marshall County. But right now, DeSoto and Shelby County under a tornado warning until 8:15. So 9 more minutes on this, or 11 more minutes on this tornado warning. But this cell still holding together and still has the possibility to continue to produce a tornado. And I'm starting to see little more of a counterclockwise swirl right there. Starting to see a little hook develop. We got an inflow notch right there, and it looks like we may have a little something that's trying to develop right here and another couple of areas. We've seen multiple vortices with these cells throughout the day today, and multiple inflow notches. So that gives you an idea of the intensity and the volatility of the environment as these storms are moving through. But also, look, over most of the area, we've got just some scattered showers. There is some rain that is back to the west. This is starting to move on through Cross County, where we had a devastating tornado earlier this afternoon. But right now, we've got this cell that is moving out of northeastern Mississippi and is going to bring that into southern Hardeman County, or Fayette County, into Hardeman County, and could hold together to take it on into McNairy County between now and the next hour. So we're going to watch it closely. Piperton, 5 minutes away from the leading edge. We're not tracking the circulation. We're tracking the leading edge of that storm, 5 minutes away. 15 minutes before it moves into Holly Springs. We'll see it get into Moscow in 17 minutes, 32 minutes before it moves into Ashland, 36 minutes into Hickory Valley. Then we'll see that move into Walnut in 49 minutes, 55 minutes before it gets into Hornsby, and just over an hour before it moves into Rose Creek. So all of these communities in the path of this cell that is possibly producing a tornado and has a history of producing damage. What am I looking at right now, Melissa? This is wow. We could see the courthouse just moments ago. Now the heavy rain that is moving into Olive Branch, and it is coming down indeed. So we've got very heavy rain in the town of Olive Branch right now. And we have a tornado warning that has now been extended to include DeSoto, Fayette, Marshall, and Shelby County. So it is a radar indicated tornado, but it is still producing what we believe to be some very large hail, some very strong wind, and it was capable of producing a tornado that was located, that center of circulation was located over the town of Lewisburg in DeSoto County, near Olive Branch, moving to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So that's what we're looking at there. That's the cell, the one critical cell that is moving through, and right now, Olive Branch bearing the brunt of it. Let's go back to our first alert Doppler radar. Let me clear this off here. The big picture, pretty tranquil for the rest of Memphis, much of Shelby County. I think our northern counties pretty much in the clear. A lot of the energy's been zapped now as a result of cells that moved through there earlier. There's still some energy that is to the south and southwest. We could see some redevelopment or even little cells entering the area that could intensify as a result of any residual heat and instability that still lingers in that area. But right now, we've got this tornado warning. Let me put this on there, show you the lightning strikes. 49 strikes of lightning with that, but just moments ago, National Weather Service issuing a new tornado warning. DeSoto, Fayette, Marshall, and Shelby counties, just as we had expected. This is now going to go until 8:45 tonight. So this is what we're looking at. This is the cell that is creating the big problems for us, and now it looks like it's about to cross the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. Folks in Benton, Tippah County, you can breathe a little sigh of relief as this moves off to the northeast. But now Fayette, Hardeman County, I want you to buckle up because this is moving in your direction and it's going to be moving through there quickly. Let's put this on a loop, show you the path that it's moving. It is coming through quickly. It did produce some damage over Arkabutla Lake, and now as we're taking a close look, we're starting to see it try to hook just a little bit, especially in that area just to the south and southwest. And I'm trying to figure out, maybe that's looks like it is an inflow notch right there. Let's put the scope back on here Take a look at this. That is just to the west of Byhalia. Folks in Byhalia, get to your storm shelter right now. I'm going to put a track on this in a moment, give you a better time. But there it is. You see that little area right here? That's what we're watching very, very carefully right now. So let's put a track on that, show you where it's going to go over the next few minutes. This is our area of circulation. Looks like it's going to come in close proximity or right through Byhalia, 7 minutes before it arrives. It will get into Casey in 14 minutes, Tasca 16 minutes away. These are the communities that will be impacted. This is the area of circulation. This is what we're watching right here. Let me clear this off, put one more track right here, update this for you from this area of circulation. That's pretty well defined too. So Byhalia, 7 minutes, Tasca, 15 minutes, and it is for this area. There's the circulation right there. So that's what we're watching. We're starting to see this try to wrap, become a little more of a classic supercell with a hook echo, and that's what we're seeing right now. Look at, zoom out just a little bit. Instead of pan, let me zoom out and show you some of the communities already being impacted by this. We're getting heavy rain in Collierville, but Collierville, you are under a tornado warning. However, the circulation is a few miles just to your south. Let's hit the distance here. And from the town of Collierville right here to where that circulation is, it looks like it's about 10 miles south of you. But you're still getting very heavy rain, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, and the potential for additional development or rotation with this as it continues to move off to the north and east. So this is a cell we're watching extremely closely right now. Let's check out Futurecast because I was showing this earlier. I think it's got a pretty good handle on things. By 9 o'clock, we should see a little bit of a lull in the activity with the stronger storms moving to the north and to the east. This will likely be the cell that is now working here. So we expect it to be making its way towards the Tennessee River by 9 o'clock tonight. Then as we get on into the 10 o'clock hour, maybe a few isolated cells, but there may not be enough energy for these to intensify. However, we want to continue to watch what's to the south because Oxford, Panola County, Lafayette County, you've not seen much activity today. There may be enough energy for these cells to intensify right around midnight as they start to make their way into northeastern Mississippi, moving towards Corinth, Ripley, and Oxford before finally exiting the area right around 1 or 2 a.m. This is the look right now at 55 and State Line Road, the MDOT camera there, a much more tranquil pattern emerging tonight. That's what we're looking at. Let me back up and put the first alert Doppler radar on. So 55 and State Line Road, whoops, we still have the tornado watch in effect. Olive Branch, much calmer, couldn't even see the courthouse just moments ago. But still a lot of activity out there tonight. Rain falling. I do believe the severe weather threat has moved to the east of Olive Branch now. There's a bit of a calmer pattern emerging, but now this moving on into Marshall County along and north of Highway 72, and that's going to take this into West Tennessee. LaGrange, you're just moments away from seeing the stronger winds, the heavier rainfall start to make its way into your community. And let me give you let me zoom in one more time. Let's put another track on this, give you an idea of where this is going to go over the next few minutes and track it from the leading edge of the precipitation. I'm basically just tracking the supercell itself to the north and to the east. That will take that into Moscow in 2 minutes. 45 in 8 minutes. It'll get into Williston in 8 minutes, 17 minutes before it moves into Grand Junction, 20 minutes into Newcastle, 21 minutes from Hickory Valley, 28 minutes before it moves into the William L. Whitehurst Field, and about 31 minutes before we see this move into Bolivar. So these are some of the communities that will be impacted. There's your first alert to timing. And as far as storm threats go, the potential for heavy rain, intense lightning, damaging wind and a possible tornado with this cell as it continues to move off to the east. Right now, the tornado warning is for a radar indicated tornado, but this cell has had a history of producing a tornado, and we've seen all afternoon and now into the evening these cells with a little tornado that will form or will drop down, lift back up, cell carries on, drops again, lifts back up, carries on, and that's been the case tonight. This cell itself actually developed well outside the Action News 5 coverage area. It was back here around Pine Bluff when we were watching it earlier, and look at this. It's now traveled more than 150 miles to the east-northeast, taking it right to the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. Tell me what I'm looking at in the video. Is that the Hernando storm shelter there? Good news. Folks are starting to leave, a much calmer pattern emerging. The mayor, the MPD's still there, and this is a live view. So folks, wise to go to the storm shelter tonight. Kudos to everyone who took precautions, took this seriously. We're under a high risk for severe weather. Storm Prediction Center, right around 2 o'clock this morning, placed the Action News 5 coverage area, a large swath of it from Memphis south, under a high risk. That is a 5 on a scale of 1 to 5. We've not been under a high risk since 2011. It's been a long time since we've seen that, and we have had some devastation today. A significant tornado devastated the town of Wynne, Arkansas. Continued to move north and east, touched down in Tipton County, doing damage in Covington. Continued to move east through Haywood County before finally exiting, and now not much of that left at all as it crossed the Tennessee River and moving on out. The one cell that continues to create problems tonight, that is the cell that is right here, that's in North Mississippi and moving into West Tennessee. Not a lot of activity behind it, but at the same time, there's still a pretty good amount of instability and energy that's still lingering around portions of northern Mississippi. And with a little more activity still coming into play to our south, we can't rule out the possibility of some redevelopment there. But right now, it's that cell. The sirens you hear going off in Shelby County right now, those sirens are due to the tornado warning that's in effect for southeastern Shelby County. And that includes the town of Collierville. The center of circulation or rotation itself is right here. But we still have some very strong wind here. I think the tornado threat is no longer an issue for southeastern Shelby County, but that warning is still going to remain now until, it's got a few more minutes before it plays out. That's going to go until 8:45. Will be interesting to see if the National Weather Service updates that polygon to eliminate possibly DeSoto County, take you out of it, maybe even southeastern Shelby County. But I think everyone who is on the back side of this right here in DeSoto County, you're in the clear. Shelby County, pretty much in the clear. Still want to keep an eye on these cells back here and that are to our west, but I think the atmosphere for the most part is zapped there, and there's not a whole lot of energy for these cells to work with whatsoever. So this is what we're looking at right now. Quite a bit of activity remains on the first alert Doppler radar. There's still a lot of lightning out there too. As a matter of fact, just within this cell itself, we're seeing about 35 strikes of lightning. This little cluster of cells has just become linear, moving to the northeast, about 28 strikes of lightning there. And then another cell that's trying to enter the coverage area from the southwest, they've got about 30 strikes of lightning in there. But this is a look now at a hi-fi or a camera from Covington. This is fire and rescue arriving there. Covington took a hit from a tornado this evening. Stephanie Douglas is out there on scene. Looks like power lines down there. So we're getting reports of people trapped in homes in the Covington area. Just now getting that information. We have reports of people trapped in their homes in Covington. We have a crew in that area. We're going to bring you more information as soon as we can get it. Melissa, I tell you what, let's take a moment right now. This is a live look from the damage in Covington.
There is a report
It looks.
from a manufacturing plant.
Let's go to Joyce Peterson. Let's go to Joyce.
So I'm not sure. Keep that picture up if you will. We've had reports of a manufacturing plant in Tipton County and an elementary school and a middle school getting damaged, but we haven't been told the names of those businesses and schools yet. As you can see, significant damage right here from our crew in Covington. Covington getting access to it from Highway 51. Impossible right now. The Atoka Fire Department reporting there were people trapped in houses in the southern portion of Covington. Power lines down everywhere, trees down everywhere. Covington police asking people to stay home. We have emergency responders from multiple local agencies out there in Covington. I did want to update you also on Wynn. We have multiple crews in Wynn. We have Bria Bolden there. Amani Williams from our sister station KAIT, Region 8 News, is also there. They are still seeing people being rescued from their homes. The coroner is on scene. Still no update on number of injuries or any fatalities. That's Wynn, Arkansas. Now let me talk about Lexa, where we also had a reported tornado move through. The Lexa fire chief finally got back to us. They are so busy there. They're reporting homes without shingles, trees down, power lines down, no major injuries reported at this point in time. I do want to also mention that Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders has declared a state of emergency in Arkansas, has called in the National Guard. She will be holding a news conference in Little Rock at 8:30. The city of Little Rock just decimated today by the same system that moved through the Mid-South. Again, you are looking at storm damage in Covington, Tennessee. We do have Stephanie Douglas up there right now. Our crew is getting more information for us. But again, we're hearing a manufacturing plant and an elementary school and a middle school up there were damaged. When we get more information, we will bring it to you. Lots and lots of power outages up there.
So an interesting note, Spencer and I were talking earlier today, and we've been analyzing this setup all week long. But earlier today, before the storms broke out, we talked about the likelihood that there would be, didn't look like it was going to be a significant outbreak. And we even did our Facebook Live and talked about the fact that there would likely be 1, 2, possibly 3 supercells that developed and created big problems. And look at this. That's the way it's played out. Now, these are all local storm reports, all right? And look at the tornadoes. This was all by one supercell thunderstorm that came through. It did the damage in Little Rock, North Little Rock, came through there. Let's see if we can get a time on that. That came through there at about 2:48 this afternoon, all right? So damage to homes, businesses, a lot of problems in that area. Then that storm redeveloped just outside of Wynn, Arkansas as it moved off to the east-northeast. Then right around 4:38, unconfirmed report of a tornado. That was by a trained spotter in that area. That was in western Wynn County. Then, or in western Cross County. Then, right around 5:10, reports of damage east of the county road near Wynn. And then it continued to move off to the east. Another report coming in at 5, reports of homes and buildings completely destroyed. So these reports were beginning to stream out right around 5 o'clock in the aftermath of the tornado coming through. Then around 5:05, more reports of trees uprooted, snapped, the roofs blown off of homes. That cell continued then to move to the east and northeast, then taking it into Tunica County, Tipton County, where it created damage there, roof damage reported there, and then the Covington Hospital has been damaged with patients being rerouted. These are the local storm reports from that area, and as a result of that storm moving through, that was at about 6:15. That storm continued to move to the east-northeast, taking it then into Haywood County, where we're getting reports of a church that was destroyed, homes that were damaged. This was near the intersection of Fulton Road and Evans Road, west of Brownsville. So just to the west, that storm didn't stop there, continued to move. A tornado, and let me clear this off quickly. And I want to put this back on here so we can read that entire view, because we had the reports of a basically tornado on the road, the damage you see there, debris on the road and in trees. Whenever there's debris in trees, that is your main sign that there was likely a tornado that came through the area at that time. So that's what we're seeing. Those are the local storm reports. And this is the activity we've seen. Joy, you've got some information for me here. Confirmed, we now have confirmation of 2 fatalities in Wynne, Arkansas. 2 fatalities in Wynne. Melissa, can we take a moment and cue up that video for folks who may just be tuning in? I want you to see the damage from the aftermath of the tornado. This is from Delta Elevations, taking a look and just spanning the ground there on Wynne. Wow. If you pray, say one for the folks in Wynne tonight. That is a look at the damage there. William Frog captured this drone footage flying over the town after that storm moved through. You see homes that suffered some minor damage, while other homes completely destroyed. Multiple people trapped in the area in the aftermath of that. Fire and rescue still in the location tonight, searching for more victims, survivors. And now we have 2 confirmed fatalities as a result of that tornado moving through. Spencer, are you up and at 'em?
Yeah, we're up and running
because
now.
I'm looking at that. I'm looking at your radar right now, and that shear marker that's right there, that's just to the east of Olive Branch. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I was just looking at this. We had a little system issue a second ago, but it looks like we've got it fixed now. But we do have a large hail core, and I want to show you what I'm looking at. This large hail core, that black and purple, that's indicating the hail. Then you have the circulation down here. And again, let me turn on the warning, because I think it turned them off there for a second. Actually, did they expire that warning? Is that warning still going for them? Because it looks like it's not showing up in my system at the moment. However, there is still circulation with it, not much, but the BTI is still at a 4.9. So 4.9 on the BTI, there's some of the areas that will be impacted. Moscow, Tennessee, yeah, it looks like the warning is still ongoing, so I'll get that adjusted here shortly. But we're seeing still some rotation, but it's not a strong rotation, but still rotation along and just south of Highway 72 in the Mount Pleasant area. This is as you head east on Highway 72, Early Grove. Several small communities along Highway 72 here, so you folks need to stay weather alert as this cell continues to rotate. It's a more of a broad rotation with this storm, so this is a little broader, not as tight, but there's still some circulation within that does look rather tight near the Sladen area right now. Looks like that BTI just jumped to a 7.1, so we are back to a fairly strong signal, at least with the BTI.
That's a tornado.
Yeah, there's got to be a tornado there. So let's see. Let's look at the CC right now is showing it just to the north of there. So something.
No, you know what that is? That's a 3-body scatter. It's hitting huge hail.
Yeah.
And the radar beam is hitting that, and it's like hitting a wall and bouncing off, and then it creates that little signal that you're seeing there.
Well,
looks like a little spike to the north.
And you know why? Because I was at the Columbus Next Rad. I didn't realize it reopened on the Columbus Next Rad instead of the Memphis Next Rad. So now we're getting a even better view of this, and you can see the hook there. I'll take this off so you can get a better view. That's the hook near the Tasca community, near Mount Pleasant, near Sladen. And now let's look at this, and yeah, you can see it much more clearly in this view, and there's the tornado. Yeah, we have, Ron.
And we got a debris signature with that. And this is dangerous because it is rain wrapped, it is nighttime, and even with lightning, it can't illuminate the tornado. It's possible that you don't see this coming until it's right on top of you. Spencer, we need to get a track on this quickly.
Yeah, I'll put a track on this real fast because this is crossing over State Highway 31 right now. So if I put a track on this portion of it going northeast, and how fast were these moving again? They
were moving at about 55 to 60.
Okay, 55 to 60. So if we put a track on this at almost 60 miles an hour, it takes us all the way out to places like Michigan City at 8:45, Early Grove 8:37, LaGrange 8:47, Grand Junction 8:50, and Canaan and New Canaan at 8:52. So Ron, this is going to head into southern Tennessee here shortly.
All right, let me, hey Melissa, we're not finished with this, by the way. I'm getting some folks on Twitter who are asking, is this done? Do we have the QR code we can pop up for our First Alert Weather app? I want that up on the screen. I want everybody at home, if you do not have the First Alert Weather app, I want you to get it. I want you to take a moment, do it now. It's free for your cell phone, no matter what your operating platform is. It is probably the best. I know I'm a little biased, but it is the best weather app in this market, and it follows you where you are, and it's going to come in very handy. And the reason I want you to have it is, should there be any additional tornado warnings, you're going to get them first. You're going to get them quickly right there on your phone or your tablet. So if we'll get that QR code up so you can just scan it, download it, and you're going to have the First Alert Weather app, because the night is not over yet, and there are still some strong storms coming through. Spencer's taking a look at that storm that is now making its way into southern Fayette County. That is showing signs of rotation. As a matter of fact, Sean, can you put me up? Oh, and look, it's starting to show a little S shape. Let me go back. You see this? Let me, I think I can put my tools. I don't think I can. But yeah, you see that? Whenever we see it starting to make a bit of an S shape, that's an indication that there is rotation there and likely a tornado. What's the BTI on that, Spencer?
It is
right around a 6?
It was still a 7.1.
7.1. Okay, so yeah, anytime we see it right at 7 or above, and you see that S shape, that's a tornado. If you are in Sladen, if you're in Early Grove, get to your storm shelter now. Sladen, it's moving in your direction quickly and coming right through there. Let me put a track on it here on our First Alert Doppler radar. Let's track it along Highway 72. I am going to zoom in just a little tighter on this. I can already see the inflow notch right there. Look at this. That little area that is right there, that is an inflow notch. We've got our counterclockwise circulation here. There's likely large hail in there. Now let's put a track on this, and I'm going to move this down just a bit. And let me see.
Ron, we have a confirmed tornado on Highway 72, and we have power flashes in that area.
Do we have a T-dot camera in that, or a M-dot camera? 72 near Sladen. Is there anything near Early Grove? Look, if you're near Early Grove, if you're near Sladen, get to your storm shelter. There is a tornado there. There is a tornado moving through Sladen along Highway 72 right now. That is moving off to the east-northeast. Early Grove, you've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes to get to your storm shelter. 12 minutes before it moves into 45. LaGrange, 15 minutes away. Grand Junction, 18 minutes. Hickory Valley, 25 minutes away. Confirmation of rotation and a tornado right there on 72. You see it right there. Look at this area. That's it. That's it. Spencer, you've got a pretty good view on it. Am I seeing? That's a debris ball right there. Just popped up. Let me see if I can bring it up here. And then I don't see it as well. You've got a better view. Spencer, you want to take a look?
Yeah, this is what we're looking at, and I've just went through about 4 scans of this just to show you where it's at. It was actually moving just to the south of the Pleasant. It looks like that is the, let me clear that off real quick, Mount Pleasant area, yeah, to the Mount Pleasant area. So it started here and it's moving like this. So when we go to the latest frame here, you can see the latest shot of it is right here. It's just north. It crossed over Highway 72. And like Ron said, if you're in the Early Grove area, Wilburn Road, Early Grove Road, heads up, tornado coming your way. Tornado emergency for you folks. Stay in your safe place until this storm passes. This is just along Highway 72. So again, I'll draw this out for you. This is Highway 72 riding right here. Here is the tornado, Concord Road. It's moving right over Concord Road. And if we zoom out, the actual state line is just to the north of that. So the Tennessee-Mississippi state line is right here.
What did you say, Melissa?
So this is going to move very close to or just to the south of 45 and Moscow. So this is going to stay to your south, but it's going to move into southern Tennessee here very shortly. This will stay just north of Lamar, Michigan City. Heads up for you, first alert to a possible tornado heading your way as well. But that is a significant debris signature. We have strong rotation showing up within our rotation detection. If we go down here, you can see those strong signatures there, and that's almost that S-shape signature. And if I look at the Barron button, we have some hail with it, but really the big story is the debris signature that, Ron, when I look back over this, you can see clearly it was in Mount Pleasant. Now it's very close to Early Grove.
This is the same cell that did produce damage near Arca-Butler Lake, right there around the dam. Continued to move to the north and east, took it through Tate County, came on through DeSoto County. We saw very heavy rainfall as it moved through Olive Branch. Fortunately, Olive Branch doesn't seem to have sustained any damage, but this cell then had time to regroup and now intensify, and look at the hook on that. I'm telling you, we have seen classic textbook hook echoes throughout the day today. And I've been doing this now since 1989, and I don't recall seeing this many classic hook echoes as we're seeing this evening moving into the area. And that circulation right there, that's the track. Let's put a track on it. Let me show you where this is going, because if you are in the path of this and it is rain wrapped and it's nighttime, that makes this a very dangerous situation because it can't be seen, even being illuminated with lightning. And that's what storm spotters or storm trackers often rely on, is lightning illuminating it. Well, if it's wrapped with rain, you can't see it, but we can see it on the radar. And that's why we want you to go to your safe place now. Do not wait. Go. Early Grove, get in your storm shelter now. You've got 60 seconds. It's going to move into LaGrange in 11 minutes. Storm shelter now. Gather up your personal possessions. Take them with you. Take some safety for your head. And that means take a bicycle helmet. Anything you can do to protect your head, especially, and your body. Also, make sure you have shoes on. We've seen damage tonight. You may emerge from a home that may be surrounded by damage, and you don't want to be walking around through this barefooted. So we always say, Dave Brown taught that for years and taught me that have your shoes on and take your identification with you in case you need it. Hickory Valley, 22 minutes away. Middleburg, 25 minutes away. And now we've got confirmation or an extension of the tornado warning as it's moving off to the east. Let me go back, put this on, and let me move this back out of the way. Here we go, because the now tornado warning has been extended to now include Benton, Fayette, Hardeman, and Marshall County. This is going to go until 9:15. Until 9:15. It is 8:39 right now. Tornado warning, Benton, Fayette, Hardeman, Marshall counties until 9:15. But let me also clarify, because It's primarily for areas north of 72. So folks in Benton County, Walnut, you're close proximity, but it should stay just to the north of you, but we can't rule out the possibility of something developing there. And also for Marshall County, it's extreme northern Marshall County, along and north of 72 as this tracks in that direction. Now, resetting the picture, let's show you again what we're looking at. Absolutely amazing that this storm has held together for so long because it developed right here around Pine Bluff. And as it moved off to the northeast, it has now traveled about 170, a little less than 175 miles and continued to rotate the entire time. It was rotating as it moved through Lee and Phillips counties. It was rotating as it moved through Tunica County. It was rotating and producing damage as it moved through Tate County. And now it's rotating and producing a tornado as it begins to cross the Mississippi-Tennessee state line, moving into West Tennessee, impacting Fayette, Hardeman, and possibly McNairy County before it's all said and done. This is a long track supercell thunderstorm that has a history of producing a tornado, and we have history of tornadic storms tonight moving through the Mid-South that have produced significant and in some cases catastrophic damage in our area tonight. It's going to be interesting when the sun comes up tomorrow. So this is what we're dealing with. Let's put this into motion. Let's show you the big picture. Here it is. That cell just continues to hold together. It is not letting go. Now also keep in mind, this area that it's moving into saw little of anything in the way of rain today. Warmed into the mid to upper 70s. So there's still some fuel out there and there is room for this to intensify. Now we got to watch these little cells that are developing back to the southwest of it. I think most of the energy is zapped, but they could still intensify on any residual energy that still remains because we got a pretty good south flow coming into place, and that's still driving warm, moist air into the Mid-South. Spencer, I'm looking at your rotation detection. I'm seeing extreme rotation there, very similar to what we saw earlier today with the cells that were moving through Arkansas and West Tennessee.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that is what we're seeing. And I haven't seen the yellow with this in some of these storms here lately, but now I'm starting to see it again. It just weakened a little bit, so that's good news with the latest scan. But we are seeing some signs of these storms really not only holding together, but strengthening. This is right along Yeager Drive. So this is now in southern Tennessee. So the circulation has crossed over into southern Tennessee now. In fact, I'll zoom out and show you a better view of this. So right now we're looking at this is Rather, Tennessee. So this is Early Grove. It's moved out of Early Grove into southern Tennessee now. It's going to continue to move toward the Grand Junction community. It looks like this is going to go just north of Michigan City, but the tornado warning has been extended now for portions of Hardeman and McNairy counties. So,
Spencer,
yeah.
We now have exactly what we didn't want to see. Tornado warning developing now, just issued in an area that already had a supercell thunderstorm roll through. This is exactly what I was just talking about.
Yep.
Enough energy there to now prompt the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning for this cell that is moving through Lee and Phillips counties. Let me see if I can give you the info on this. Lee and Phillips counties. Tornado warning now until 9:15 for Lee and Phillips counties. So there is still an ample amount of energy in the atmosphere tonight. And with that said, I want you to know that we've still got to keep a close eye then on what's coming through to our southwest. This is the same path that storms took earlier today, and now they're going to track into an area. These storms, didn't mean to put the track on there. Let me clear this off of here. I want to show you this because we got to keep a close eye on this now, because these storms are going to track into an area that's been untouched. Coahoma, Quitman, Panola County. You've seen nothing today. And now we've got this area coming into play. This is traveling over an area that we thought had already been worked over by the precipitation and thunderstorms that came through earlier, and now there's still enough energy there for this still to intensify as it moves towards Mariana. Folks in Mariana, get to your storm shelter. Let's check out the scope here. Let's see where the rotation is at this time and what we're seeing. Oh yeah, just to the north of Marvell. You see that area right there? So this is what we're looking at. That's a pretty good indication of rotation. Looks like it's radar indicated, if I do believe. No visual confirmation, but radar indicated. So with that, let's put a track on it. Let's show you where it's going to go. Wow, I'm even seeing a little, I got to bear with me for just a second. I'm going to zoom in tight on this just for my own purposes because, yeah, I'm seeing, yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Okay, so here's what I was looking at. There's a little circular area right there a moment ago. I don't know if you can even see it if I put the loop on it. It may be too fast. But it came into play quickly and then it moved on through. It's now moving out. May have just been a radar anomaly, but look, there is some circulation right here, right there near Turkey Scratch. You see that? And it's rain wrapped. There's rain to the south of it, heavy rain north, west, and east. You cannot see a funnel on the ground, even though there's lightning around it to illuminate it. Let's track it. Let's move this back over this way. Oh, there it is again. Look at that. There is definite rotation within this. Let me see this quickly. I just want to make sure I'm tracking it from the proper location. Yeah, we're going to track it right there from Turkey Scratch. All right, so give me just 1 second. Here we go. If you're in Turkey Scratch, go to your shelter. Go now. If you are in Big Creek Corner, go to your shelter. Go now. Let's do this. Move it to the east, northeast. Small area right here, but it's 5 minutes away from Vineyard. Rondo, 8 minutes away. Storm shelter, lowest floor of your home, center location. As many walls between you and the exterior as possible. Do not go to a window and try to take a picture of this. By the way, you see that QR code right there at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen? Scan that. You'll get the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app on your smartphone. It's free for Apple and Android. So we're cycling through for Android and Apple products. So QR codes right there. Use them. Get the app on your phone. I have a feeling we're going to see more tornado warnings issued before the night is over. But right now, we've got 2 active tornado warnings, and they are following one behind the other. It is very rare we see a supercell thunderstorm come through, produce what it's produced, and then still have enough energy behind it for storms to intensify behind it. So this is going to follow in almost the exact same path as the one that came through earlier this evening. And there could be more coming through just to the south with these storms that are back here south of Pine Bluff. So northern Mississippi, everybody south of I-40, now we're on deck there. And this is the area we're going to watch from now till about 10, possibly as late as midnight tonight. That's what earlier forecast models were indicating, that storms would continue to move through and not clear the area until midnight. We've been on the air with you since just after 4 when the tornado rolled through Wynne, Arkansas, did the damage there. Here we are now at 8:48. Just over 4 hours on the air, still a significant amount of energy. I think we're in good shape north of I-40, but Spencer, it looks like now all of the energy, all the activity shifting south as we had expected, and now parts of West Tennessee south of 40, northern Mississippi under the gun, and Memphis and Shelby County, it's quite possible that we could be impacted by this cell as it moves in our direction within the next hour or so. Got any thoughts on it?
Yeah, the good news is I'm not seeing the rotation of extreme nature that I was seeing earlier, that we were seeing as these storms started early or late in the afternoon. You can see there's still some green showing up on the map, only a few areas of it. We're still watching. This is still pretty substantial rotation with the tornado warned storm to the south and east. I'll put the reflectivity on. That one really is the strongest, although the one moving into Mariana right now is one that we're watching as well. And then, of course, north of Covington, we're seeing some of those storms that are not warned at this time. time. But looking at this area, the BTI is a 4.8, so it's about halfway to 10. It's a scale of 1 to 10, but certainly something that we need to watch closely with this cell. And again, we could see some hail with this as it continues to move into portions of Bolivar, and eventually it's going to move on to the north and east of Bolivar as well. So we're watching a couple of different areas there in portions of Hardeman and McNairy counties. So Hardeman and McNairy counties, you're still under the gun as of right now. BTI on a scale of 1 to 10, close to a 5. It's not the highest we've seen, but it's not the lowest we've seen either. So we're certainly keeping an eye on it. Let me look at the velocity on this real quick. Still a pretty tight circulation with this cell. The latest scan coming in near Grand Junction, looking at some rotation there, and also near the center point area as we look a little bit more at the wind speeds on this. And I'm looking at some pretty strong winds, around 70 miles per hour. So even if we don't have anything, excuse me, on the ground, we do have a good amount of wind with this again, but we're watching it closely. That seems to be the storm of the moment, Ron.
Spencer, I'm working to get some confirmation. First of all, I was just texted these pictures from a friend of mine. I'm making sure he is the one who took them. But it is possible that a tornado did come through Lewisburg. And I've got a pretty an incredible image here, and unfortunately I can't show it to you right now. We have some permissions that we have to work out, but it looks like a tornado, possibly looks like a stovepipe right around 723, came right through Lewisburg. So and that's that cell that was tracking through, came across Arcabutla Lake, and then moved on through DeSoto County. Look, if you have pictures and if you are in a position to safely take pictures, I don't want you venturing out in this cell. I don't want you venturing out in this or any of this. But if you are in an area where the weather is calm and you can get out and take pictures of any damage that may be in your area, if you go to the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, there is a section at the very bottom of the app that says Submit Photos. You can send those to us, and then we can use those. That gives us the permission to use those on the air. And right now, we're trying to gather as many photos as we can, video, photos. That's going to help to give us a better idea of what we've seen transpire today, what has occurred this evening, and areas that have seen impacts and where we can possibly get our crews to. So that's what we're looking for, and if you can help us out with that, we certainly want to see it. Thank you for sharing them on Twitter and Facebook as well, but by doing it through the app, that gives us the permission to use those photos on the air, on the web, and on all of our digital platforms. But tonight, very active pattern. Oxford, Coahoma County, Quitman County, Panola, Lafayette County. It's been a rather calm night, but these storms that are back to the west around Pine Bluff could have an impact on you as the night goes on. Right now, we're tracking 2 tornado warnings that are active at this time. Let me clear this out. Tornado warning 1, this one. It's moving through southeastern Hardeman County and through Fayette County. That's going to go until 9:15. Now, that is also in effect for McNairy County, and will likely be extended a little farther east because that cell shows no signs of weakening just yet. Then another one that's coming out of eastern Arkansas, that is for Lee, Phillips, St. Francis, and Tunica County. That is going to go until 9:15 as well. So 2 active tornado warnings, but still a lot of activity to get through before the night is over. And that's because we're not finished with what's still to our southwest just yet. And until a cold front that's driving all of this clears the area, and that front's still back to the west, we're still under the threat of additional strong to severe thunderstorms and the possibility of additional tornadoes as well. Right now, let's get a couple of tracks on here. First, we'll start with the cell that is working here. Since I'm using my information tool, 43 strikes of lightning in there. Now, let me zoom into it. Let's put a track on it. I'm going to track it from 2 different locations, all right? So we'll track it from the potential tornado area where we believe the greatest circulation and rotation is, and then I'll track the leading edge. As a matter of fact, let me just go ahead and track the leading edge of this and give you your first alert there so that folks a little downstream of this have a heads up. So let me track this, and then we'll come back and track the area where there could be a tornado. So I'm going to track the entire cell from this area north and east, all right? So Selmer, you'll get a good idea of when this is going to come through. You get about 12 minutes before that leading edge comes into play. So we're tracking that leading edge of precipitation right here. Heavy rain, strong gusting wind, but the most volatile portion of the storm is still going to be a few miles to your west. So the area of where there could be some circulation from that track, there's still about almost 20 miles behind that line before that gets to you. So this is our first track. These are the communities that will be impacted by the leading edge of precipitation. Now let's put a track on here to show you where the tornado warning or tornado is possibly located. And I do believe it's right here. And let's track it north and east. That'll carry that through Selmer. So Selmer, 32 minutes before the tornado section, the rotating, strongest area of rotation, the tightest, strongest area of rotation moves through. Salisbury, it's on you right now. Middleton, you've got 12 minutes. Rose Creek, 27 minutes away. 32 minutes before it gets to Selmer. 42 minutes before it moves into Stantonville. There's your first alert. Now, reset the picture. Let's take a look at the big view. By the way, these cells, these storms, non-severe, but they are producing pretty good amount of lightning. We are seeing about 33 strikes of lightning, but it's primarily heavy rain that's in there, and I don't think we're even seeing anything in the way of hail with it, but it's coming down at about 2 inches per hour north of Covington, right there on the Tipton-Lauderdale County line, just over 1.5 inches per hour. But as far as hail goes, yeah, maybe some small hail. But now let's go back and let's track the other tornado warned cell that we have in our coverage area. This one now moving on into Lee and Phillips counties, or Lee County really, as it's approaching the Mississippi River. I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter so we can do some radar analysis of this, see where the greatest area of circulation may be and rotation potential. Let's take a look at the velocity on this. There's a little area right here. All right, so that's the base velocity. Let's take a look at the storm relative velocity on this, and basically we're also taking into account not just where we're seeing the rotation, but we're also taking into account the movement and rotation of the storm. And notice, look, I'm going to take that away. See that? Notice the difference. And this, what this does, it gives us a little better view of where that vortex may be, right there. You see that? You see where that comes together and that comes together? So that's the advantage of the storm relative velocity as opposed to the base velocity. So we just get a little more higher resolution and a little better data coming into play on that. Now let's take a look at the next rad imagery on this. Wow, that is a hook indeed. There is definitely something in there. Let's track it from that. And I want to give you an idea where this is going to go from that area of circulation. And again, it makes it dangerous because you cannot see this. It's nighttime, it's wrapped by rain, but Scott Valley, 2 minutes away, 7 minutes from Jeffersonville, 15 minutes from Reggio. It will move into Council in 22 minutes, Reese 26 minutes. If you are in any of these communities or in close proximity, get to your storm shelter now. Get there now, let this cell pass and move out of your area before emerging. So take precaution now. Let's now zoom out a little bit. We'll track the leading edge of this cell, and not just from the vortex itself or that area of circulation. I'll tell you what, let me move this back a little bit. Let's just track the entire cell, because folks, this will give some folks a better idea of where that's going to move the entire cell itself. And I'll track it again from the leading edge to the east northeast, and this is going to follow along in almost the exact same path. Look at that, Hollywood 4 minutes away. Hollywood saw that earlier storm that came through, packed a punch as it crossed 61 in Tunica County, intensified, did some damage around northern Arcabutla Lake. Now you've got another cell coming in behind it, this too, rotating and could produce damage. Horseshoe Lake 10 minutes away, Trinity 15 minutes, 21 minutes from Walls. Hernando, we're looking at that coming in 27 minutes, 30 minutes from South Haven, 38 minutes from Olive Branch, and about 46 minutes from Byhalia. Anyone in the path of these storms, you want to be in the safest place in your home or your storm shelter until this whole cell has passed and moved out of the area. And then we're going to be watching these cells that are just to our southwest. It's going to be interesting to see where these go. We switch over to the Little Rock radar, taking a look at these, and a little more intense now as we see it, but not tornadic. However, they are going to be moving into an area of high instability and shear. A lot of wind, a lot of instability. So these could intensify as the night goes on. But right now, two significant storms that are working their way through the Action News 5 coverage area. And the faster we can get these out of here, the better. But our focus for severe weather tonight continues to be along and south of the I-40 corridor. I think things are looking much better this evening for everyone north of I-40. Spencer, any thoughts to add on this?
Yeah, I've just been kind of looking at these two different areas of rotation, Ron, that you've been tracking here. And the one area of rotation near Mariana, that one is going to eventually arrive just north of Hernando. I was looking at the latest shear rate with both of these, and let me zoom out so that we can get a better idea. So we've got two areas of rotation. We'll zoom out so you get a better idea of which areas are being impacted. We also have a little rotation with a cell near Collierville, but that one right now is not showing any signs of any major problems, no warnings with that one. But we have the two that we're watching, one south of Bolivar, one near Mariana right now, and those are the ones with the, if I turn the shear rate on, that we're seeing at least some strong rotation with, if not a little bit more intense than that. But right now there is some red showing up with both of these, and this one had some signs of maybe two different areas of rotation, but now it seems like it's that one area just east of Hickory Valley, west of Hebron, and again it looks like a couple different spots there where we are seeing strong signals of rotation south of Middleburg. So this is in areas of Hardeman County right now. So Hardeman County, strong rotation, continues to move through about a 4.5 on the BTI on a scale of 1 to 10. So still about halfway in between being a high or low end area of rotation, but certainly strong rotation. Let me look at the at the debris detection right now, because yeah, it looks like it might be going down just a little bit over the past probably over the past 20 minutes. Let me go back 30 minutes and go back and look at this, because yeah, it looks like it's a little bit weaker, but certainly need to pay attention in that tornado-warned cell there in portions of Hardeman County. So, Ron, we're still going with this, and it looks like we'll be going with this quite a bit longer until these cells get out of here.
And you know, I always look this direction. That's because Spencer's over there. But here's the thing that I'm just trying to wrap my head around with this, Spencer, and chime in here, because I'm just baffled by this cell still having enough energy to intensify. It wasn't nearly this strong as it was just to the west. As a matter of fact, let me put it into motion for you. It's just a little random little cell. And I mean, just as it passed Stuttgart, it even weakened and then moved into an area where the other cell that's now moving through West Tennessee had come through, and it had the ability to intensify. Any thoughts on what could be driving that?
I think this is along the cold front, actually, that's moving in right now. I think we're seeing the actual cells blow up along the front, but the actual instability and the worst of the shear is just ahead of it, but there's enough lift along that front that, yeah, we could see still more storms firing up. So unfortunately, that front is really causing us some issues here across the Mid-South.
They're going to go with observed tornado on the Hardeman and McNary storm.
Okay, so observed tornado.
So they got visual confirmation.
Yeah, this is along and south of Highway 64. So if you are along and south of Highway 64, still remain in your tornado safe place until this storm passes. Ron, this is a big cluster, and we were just showing the rotation on that.
You know, and I have a feeling that this cold front coming through is going to create some bigger issues for folks in northern Mississippi. That's why we can't let our guard down. As Spencer was explaining, the cold front coming through right now, as it pushes off to the east, it also gives the air around it a little bit of a lift. All right, so you got the cooler air that's coming in behind it, but the warmer air with the forcing from that front is able to lift a little higher, so it's allowing these storms to get a little cold, tap into a little colder air aloft and drive warmer air higher into the atmosphere, thus the intensification there. So that is what we're seeing, and that's why I want to keep a very close eye on what we've got back here to our south and southwest. But right now, let's go with this observed tornado. National Weather Service is saying that there is visual confirmation of a tornado moving through Hardeman County right now, and that's a pretty good looking hook. Where is that, Spencer, that you're looking? That was
Collierville right now, north of Collierville.
Is that rotating?
Yeah, that storm is rotating north of Collierville, but there's no warning on it at this time.
I'm going to put a track on this, and we're coming back to that, all right? I'm coming back to that in 2 minutes. I want to track this because we now have tornado warning, a confirmation of a tornado on the ground. So Lisbon, 3 minutes. Go to your storm shelter. Lacey, 7 minutes. Rose Creek, 18 minutes. Selmer, 24 minutes. 32 minutes before this moves into Old Lawton. So you've got about a half an hour. The communities I just named, get to your storm shelter now. Do not wait for this to get to you. Go there now. Stay there until this clears your area and is out. We will give you the all clear signal when you can come out. If you're worried about missing the coverage that we're providing for you here on television, turn the volume up on your TV as loud as you can, but get in the storm shelter, stay there. Or if you've got the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, you can watch us right there on your tablet, your smartphone. You can also find, I believe we've got our coverage on Facebook and on our website as well. So there are multiple ways for you to continue to watch our coverage. I don't want you parked in front of your TV as this is moving through. I want you in the safest place you can possibly be as this moves on through. Now, let's take a look at this because this storm showing some signs of rotating. Let me zoom in on that. This is just coming again into Hardeman County, exiting Collierville. Collierville, I think you're in pretty good shape. Let me put a little scope on this. Let's show you what's going on here. And there it is. Yeah, just to the east of it. And I'm wondering, could that be rotation or maybe a wet microburst? You know, because we got a lot of cold air that's going to start filtering down, and then it can kind of just rush out from the leading edge of that. But it does look like Kirk. I'm watching Spencer's. I'm looking at my screen and Spencer's screen all at the same time here. So yeah, there's little something right there. Is that what you're tracking as well, Spencer?
It looks like, yeah, it could be a wet microburst. This could be, you know, winds that are rushing down. It's hard to tell, but there is a little bit of rotation within that as well. And it's even being picked up right now on our rotation tracker. So if I go back to that, let me go back to the rotation tracker, and it's been showing this, so I've been watching it. There's no official warning for this, but again, if you're in central Fayette County, we're watching this cell closely for you as well, because anytime we see strong rotation, there could be something there, and there's, you know, even a BTI of 3.3 on that. So that's, if you're in Elba, Oakland, just stay weather alert in those areas, but we're still sticking with you for the folks that are in portions of Hardeman County and also back into portions of Lee County as well. So, Ron, still 3 areas at least of weak to strong rotation out there this evening.
And look, we've still got our tornado watch in effect for a large swath of the coverage area until 10 o'clock. And then it has also even been extended for parts of West Tennessee, along the Tennessee River and Northeast Mississippi. That's going to be under a tornado watch until 1 a.m. But right now, we've got storms that are producing tornadoes, but we have 2 tornado warnings. This one now extended to now encompass Tunica County as well as DeSoto County. Let's take a close look at this because this little cell is rotating as well. It doesn't look like much, but it is circulating. And that's prompting the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning with this. Now, it's entering what we call a highly sheared environment. So there is very strong wind coming out of the south, all right? We had winds today, sustained winds of about 20 to 25 miles per hour for the afternoon hours. We had gusts of 35 to 40 miles per hour. So this storm is trying to move to the east-northeast, but then it hits this wall of strong air moving to the north, coming out of the south. So it allows that whole thing to just spin. And it just spins it like a top. And that's why we're seeing the signatures that we're seeing tonight, and I think that's why we've seen so much activity also coming in on the backside of areas that we would think are already zapped due to cells that moved in earlier in the day. But right now, let's put a track on this. 2 tracks. We're going to track the leading edge of it, and then we're going to track where the possible circulation is. Let me move it over here so I can include a few more counties. Now let's track the leading edge of the storm, all right? I'm going to track from the heavier precipitation. A little light rain in advance of it, but the heavier, and let's go ahead and bring it on through Shelby and into Fayette County. 3 minutes away from Horseshoe Lake. 6 minutes before it moves into Trinity, 17 minutes from Hernando, 22 minutes before it gets into South Haven. We'll see that move into Olive Branch in 30 minutes, 37 minutes from Germantown, 43 minutes from Collierville, and 50 minutes from Rossville for a tornado-warned storm. And that is this storm right here that is about to cross the Mississippi River. Now let me put the scope on here. Let's search for the area of potential rotation, greatest threat of rotation, and it looks like it's right here on the back side of it. A little tough to see there, but I'll go back now to the next rad and let's track it from that point, and let's go to the north and east. Spencer, did I see some counties drop from the watch? 21 minutes before it gets into Trinity, 27 minutes from Walls, 32 minutes before it moves into Hernando. Hernando, you had 1 cell that came through earlier, your second one now on the way, and a tornado-warned cell at that, capable 43 minutes, 50 minutes before it gets into Germantown. And again, we've got I'm looking for the right button to hit, we have the tornado warning for this cell in effect now until 9:45. Crittenden, DeSoto, Lee, and Tunica County until 9:45 under a tornado warning. I see what you're doing. And let me pop up Spencer's radar here real quick. Oh, you were looking at the rotation detection. I saw the watches. Our eastern counties are under a tornado watch until 1 a.m. So everybody that is from the east of Fayette County, so Hardeman, McNairy, Madison County, and even down into northern Mississippi under a tornado watch until 1 a.m., but areas west of that under a tornado watch until 10. So I think once we get these last couple of cells through here, we ought to be in good shape. But look at this. This is what we were talking about. Spencer, check this out. It's outside the coverage area, but now a tornado warning for that cell under a warning. Tornado warning, let me clear the data off here quickly. Tornado warning for Deshay and Lincoln counties outside our coverage area, but it's going to go until 9:45. But here's the main concern, is this possibly tornado producing cell is then going to make a trek to the east, Let me track that to give folks around Coahoma County, Phillips County, their first alert on where this storm is going to go. And then, Spencer, I'll toss it over to you for any thoughts you may have on this. Let me put a track on there, because right now, with this highly sheared environment, I'm going to track it to the east-northeast. Looks like it'll move into Dumas in 9 minutes. It'll get into Red Fork in 24 minutes. Snow Lake, 39 minutes away. Then we'll see it get into Elaine in just under an hour. Clarksdale, just over an hour. Now's the time for you to start thinking about where you're going to go, where you're going to be, where you're going to ride this storm out in your home or wherever you may happen to be tonight. And if you had any plans of going out tonight, stay home. Let this pass. Let it get out of here. We got a Saturday night coming, and it's going to be great. But tonight, there could be, this is a dangerous situation. So we want everybody at home. It's going to move into Jonestown in 77 minutes, just under an hour and a half before it moves into Marks, and just over an hour and a half before it gets into Batesville, just shy of 2 hours there. Spencer, you're looking at the rotation on it, and it looks strong, or is that that's the one near Middleton, isn't it? Let me reset quickly, and then I'm going to toss to you. Spencer's looking at this cell right here. This is still churning. Talk about it, Spencer.
Yeah, still seeing a strong rotation with this one between Bolivar and Middleton. This is moving toward Highway 64 right now and Selmer, Tennessee. In fact, let me take this off because we just got a new scan in, so I'm going to clear that off and re-query this real quick. So what we're looking at, a BTI still 4.5. We'll take that off and let's clear that. It looks like it's right underneath my skit there, so I'm going to take that skit off for a second, and that way I can actually query this. So yeah, we're looking at strong rotation right now. This is in eastern portions of Hardeman County, eastern Hardeman County. So here is the county line. So you're looking at basically between Porters Creek and Sulphur Springs. So Porters Creek and Sulphur Springs. And when I turn on the debris detection, it looks like there still might be some debris being lofted. As you line this up with the velocity here, it looks like that's just west of the velocity, so it's not actually beneath it completely, but certainly it's very close. So either way, there is definitely some rotation within this area here. This is the rotation east of Hebron. Again, if you're in Rose Creek, Bethel Springs, looks like any portion of McNairy County, you need to stay in your safe spot until this storm passes. So again, Bethel Springs, Selmer, Finger, Tennessee, all need to stay in your safe spot until the storm passes. Again, this is just to the north of Corinth. This is going to stay away from Corinth for now, so you're okay. We're watching the cluster in Fayette County. We have another cluster of storms. We're not ignoring you guys up there in northwest Tennessee, but this batch does not look, although there is some broad rotation near Bethel, Tennessee. I'm not seeing anything that looks too suspicious as far as tornadic activity as of right now. But then east of Mariana, that's still a pretty tight rotation that we're seeing there. So there could be something with this portion of the cell as we look. The shear rate's not near as impressive, so that's good news there east of Mariana. But these storms certainly don't look as intense as they were, but still we can't let our guard down tonight with these cells moving through. They're not very large. It's not a widespread area. It's a very isolated kind of spotty type deal with these storms, Ron. So we'll keep an eye on it, but they're not letting go yet.
So we've been on the air now for about 5 hours tracking storms. Started just after 4 o'clock. And really, so far, it seems like Wynne, Arkansas, and Tipton County, near Covington, the hardest hit areas in the Action News 5 coverage area, but hard to believe that we still have tornado-warned storms here as we get a little closer to 10 o'clock at night, still churning through the Mid-South. And just moments ago, the National Weather Service issuing a severe thunderstorm warning now for the storms that are moving through North Tennessee or West Tennessee, north of I-40, Crockett, Gibson, Haywood counties. You had that significant cell that came through earlier, the same one that did the damage in Wynne and into Covington area, and now severe thunderstorm warned storms pushing through that area right now, impacting just under 35,000 people. This is going to go until 10 o'clock tonight. Heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and a lot of gusting wind with this. But at the same time, you have to keep in mind that a severe thunderstorm can produce a tornado with little or no warning. And notice this little area right here. Let me show you this. Well, that's my lightning. As a matter of fact, let me just give you a count of the lightning in that cell. 70 strikes of lightning in there, okay? But I want to zoom in and I want to show you this little area right here, because that's why we have to watch these cells closely. Do you see this little, it's almost like an arch right here? You see that right there? That's because of that strong south wind that's still in flavor, or still in place. And this is trying to go this way, but the south wind wants to drive it north. And that could allow the backside of this to hook. So we've got to watch this very closely as the night progresses, and we can't let our guard down for any portion of the Action News 5 coverage area, although I still contend that the greater threat for the severe storms for the remainder of the evening is likely going to be around parts of North Mississippi and south of the I-40 corridor, and that's where we're going to see any could see additional tornadoes develop, especially as we carry on into the late night hours here in the Action News 5 coverage area. But at this time right now, we've got this severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to go until 10. Then we've got a tornado warning here. That has been extended now until 10 o'clock as well. And then another tornado warning that is back to the west, this impacting Lee County, Crittenden, DeSoto, and Tunica County until 9:45, so about another 24 minutes to go on that before it finally clears the area. And then we got to keep a close eye on what's to the south and west of that as these storms then begin. We're switching radar views. Can you see that? That's Memphis radar right there. When I go here, I don't know, it's just a little radar fun, I guess. But we are going to watch these closely as they now start to move toward Coahoma, Southern Phillips, Quitman County, Panola County, and possibly even Lafayette County. So Oxford, this storm itself is still about 120, 125 miles from you. It's moving at about 50 miles per hour. That's going to put that there in just over 2 hours. So we could still be tracking storms tonight around 11 o'clock or so, as this is now moving, or this will likely be moving into north central Mississippi. I am encouraged by the fact that I don't see anything that has developed back to the west of that, and I don't think there's much of anything there. A little cell right there around El Dorado, and then we've got storms that are coming around Shreveport along 20, but those will likely impact central Mississippi. But here in the Action News 5 coverage area, we still have a few areas of concern. This one just about to exit the area, now entering McNairy County, should take that on into the Tennessee River. This one just about to exit the coverage area, but we want to watch what's behind it for the potential of a little spin up. But this one, that may last a little longer. And then this one, this cell that's 122 miles to our southwest, hasn't even entered the area yet, and that may also be packing a punch. But we have certainly seen parts of the Mid-South hit hard tonight and devastated. The drone video, the impressive drone video, and Melissa, do we have that? Is Melissa still in the booth with us? Do we still have that drone video? Because this is the image that paints the picture of the weather today. And if you question why the National Weather Service placed the Mid-South under a high risk of severe weather and a moderate risk, even, we were under an enhanced risk 3 days ahead of this, a moderate risk yesterday, and then this morning they increased that risk or upgraded that risk to a high risk, and here's why. This is what moved through Cross County and Wynne, Arkansas this afternoon, just after 4 p.m. as we were on the air here around 2 fatalities. So 2 fatalities in that area. People trapped, homes destroyed, many of them completely gone. But tonight, the community will come together. They will help those who've been injured, dig out those who've been trapped, pray for those who lost their lives, and then start the process of rebuilding.
Cell service is back. There's some cell service in Wynn now in Cross County. Cell service is better, so we're getting some more images and information out of Cross County. We know that local and state officials are in town in Wynn, helping with search and rescue. Arkansas State Police, St. Francis County Coroner is in Cross County, helping the Cross County Coroner as they look through those homes, what's left of those homes. There is a difficult job ahead, especially at night. I also want to update Tipton County, if I could, Covington. We got more information. There was an erroneous report that Baptist Tipton was not taking patients and had suffered damage. That is not what Baptist is telling us at this hour. We are told that the hospital is fine, did not suffer any damage. Baptist Tipton did not suffer any damage, according to Kimberly Alexander with Baptist PR. A physician's office nearby was damaged. Baptist Tipton has treated 5 people for storm-related injuries so far. They are open and capable to treat patients. That is an update we received at 9:03 p.m. from Kimberly Alexander with Baptist PR. But things in Tipton County, Covington, not good. They assembled at a firehouse a couple minutes ago. Search and rescuers, they're coordinating where to go out into the county. And the images we're getting from Tipton County show houses that are demolished. No report of any fatalities yet. Number of injuries, how serious they are is unknown. And again, state officials, THP, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, helping the local folks with search and rescue and helping people because there is no power in Covington right now. It is a very, very difficult job. So Covington and Wynn right now appear to be the worst hit communities. Tunica, where we saw that huge cloud go through there, we posted those pictures to our website and our social media accounts. Tunica took cover, monster cloud went through. No reports of any serious injuries from Tunica yet. We're still waiting for the Tunica Sheriff's Office to give us a call back, but they are out assessing the damage. When we get that information, we will give it to you. I'm going to check with my co-anchor here, Joy. Is there any new information you have?
No, Joyce, I was just going to just kind of go back to piggyback off of what you said coming from Chief Donna Turner. You were talking about the damage out of Covington, Tennessee. I know in these times it's hard not to want to go immediately to your family and friends, reach out to them, but coming right from the chief there in Covington, do not go into Covington. They're asking that you please stay away from that area. They're basically shutting it all down, any entry in and out of the city right now for obvious reasons because it is so heavily damaged there. So just reading the information, they say Crestview Middle, for those of you who are familiar with Covington, you know exactly where that school is. It suffered damage. As you mentioned, they're getting assistance from THP and other agencies. So the main message coming from the chief there in Covington, please stay away from the city at this time while they try to assist the residents there. And I know I immediately thought that because you know you want to automatically go and reach out and help.
We're getting desperate emails from people for both Covington and Wynn. They've not been able to get a hold of family members. They're asking us if we know anything, asking about conditions on specific streets. We cannot help you with that at this point, but we will keep you posted as we learn more information and as cell service gets better. Hopefully you'll be able to get through.
To reach them.
We do have a reporter in Covington. Stephanie Douglas is there, and I think she filed a report for us a short time ago.
Can I stop you?
Absolutely. You need to take over.
I've still got a tornado warning right now, and this is coming through an area that's already been hit earlier today and now still under the gun. I want to zoom into DeSoto County right now because that is where we still have DeSoto and northern Tunica County still under a tornado warning tonight. And this is starting to make a close move to the Memphis metro. So this area right here, a potent cell, doesn't have a lot of lightning in it. As we take a quick analysis of that, 21 strikes of lightning doesn't show much in the way of hail, very small hail, but there is some rotation within it, and it looks like we're seeing it in this area right here. Let me put the scope on this, and I want to put a track on it, show you where that's going to go over the next few minutes. And it looks like it's broad scale rotation, but at the same time, it is has a potential to be a dangerous storm, and there is a tornado warning that is in effect for this storm that will remain now until 9:45. So we've still got about another 15 minutes on this cell as it moves through. I'm going to do
Ron,
2 different tracks. Yes, Spencer?
We've got an evidently that's been observed on the ground as of 9:26.
Okay, so 3 minutes ago.
That was located over Robinsonville, or 10 miles southeast of Hughes, moving northeast at 60.
All right, so let me zoom into that area. I know exactly where we're looking. Right here, northern Tunica County, right there along 61. Wow, I see a little inflow notch right there, Spencer. Let me zoom into this, hit this with the scope quickly, and then let's put a track. Yeah, there's some rotation right there. That's the area. So with that, let's track it off to the northeast. Let me move back just a little bit. I'm going to bring this way, and then we're going to put a track on this. Track it from the circulation, and then I'm going to track it from the leading edge of precipitation to the northeast. If you're in Clack, go to your storm shelter now. If you are in Marionette, go to your storm shelter now. Dean's Corner, get to your storm shelter. You have 15 minutes, Dean's Corner, 7 minutes in Marionette, and 2 minutes in Clack before that moves through. That's the portion of the storm that we're seeing. We have confirmation of a tornado on the ground moving through there. Earlier this evening, we had damage reported right here on the northern portion of Arkabutla Lake. Now another storm coming in and entering a highly sheared environment. So this will still have the potential to produce a tornado, damaging straight line wind, and at the very least, you are going to get some very, very heavy rainfall out of this system. As a matter of fact, taking a look at the rain rate on this cell, right there on 61, it's coming down at almost 2 inches per hour. I hope no one is on 61 tonight. It's coming down at just a little under half an inch and a half per hour along the Mississippi River as it tracks to the east. Let me put one more track on this, and then Spencer, I'm coming to you. You've got a pretty good look at the shear itself, but I want to track the entire cell. So I'm going to track it from right here in Shelby County, all right? It's starting to enter Shelby County, southwest Memphis. It's moving off to the east, northeast. This is the leading, and I don't know why I did that. Let me go back, hit this. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Now let's put another track. Tell you what, let me zoom down just a little bit. Here we go. Now I'm going to put the track right here, and we're going to track it from this area that's coming into southwest Memphis because I'm tracking that whole cell. All right, this has the potential to come on into Shelby County. It's moving a little to the northeast. So Horn Lake, 3 minutes away from the leading edge. The heavier rain, the stronger wind gusts. 5 minutes from South Haven, 12 minutes from Capable, 13 minutes before it moves into Memphis. That could bring that northern portion of that inside the 240 loop. So we're looking at this little area that's right here that will likely skirt the Midtown area and inside 240 and bring it into East Memphis. Then it'll move into Germantown in 19 minutes, 23 minutes from Bailey. We'll see that then move into Collierville in 26 minutes and 31 minutes before it moves into Fisherville. And that is for the storm that is now moving through DeSoto County and northern Tunica County, a tornado-warned storm until 9:45. This cell still making its way through northern McNairy County, but just about to exit the area there. Spencer, I'll take a close look at that one after you talk a little about the one that's moving through Tunica and DeSoto County right now.
Yeah, that's the one I've been kind of watching very close here, and I'm seeing the rotation showing up on the radar pretty clearly with this cell. Now, I've been watching the velocity, the different velocity thing with the rotation as far as where it's at, and when I turn over to the debris detection, that's when we start to see it show up even more. So let me go over to that real quick and show you what I'm talking about, because the debris detection right now definitely showing the potential for strong rotation. There it is. It's between the Clack community and Penton, and it's moving to the east. So this is along I-69 and also along Highway 61. Very strong rotation crossing over Highway 61 right now, very close to Highway 3 as well. Green River Road, that's one of the areas. And again, this has been spotted by a storm spotter out in the field using the lightning from the storms to actually see where that rotation is. This is, again, this was initially unconfirmed, excuse me, unconfirmed, but now the strongest rotation right along Highway 61.
New
Look at that.
tornado warnings, Spencer.
Okay,
New tornado warnings. Shelby County now under a tornado warning. You're about to hear the sirens go off in just a couple of minutes. EMA will get those sirens going in just a moment, but tornado warning right now, that is for DeSoto, Fayette, Marshall, and Shelby County until 10:15. A new tornado warning now in effect. Spencer, I'm going to put a quick track on this, and then I'm going to come right back to you and let you complete your analysis on this, all right?
Okay.
So I'm just going to track the leading edge of the storm itself. We're just going to put another track to the north and east. This will likely impact Fayette and Hardeman counties as well, but I just want to give a first alert to communities that are in the path of this overall supercell thunderstorm that is now moving off to the north and east. So Memphis, 4 minutes before it gets inside the 240 loop, 12 minutes from Germantown, 22 minutes from Fisherville, 33 minutes from Oakland, 43 minutes from Summerville, 58 minutes from Whiteville. It will move into Bolivar in just over 1 hour, and in just less than an hour and 15 minutes, we'll get into Hornsby. There is your first alert. Spencer, I'll track it from the area of circulation right after you do your analysis, because that's an impressive looking little shear marker right there.
Yeah, we're seeing the strong rotation there. This is right along Highway, this is really along Highway 61. So as you look just south of Lake Cormorant, that is where we're watching the strongest rotation right now. We can hear the sirens going off here in Shelby County as well. That's mainly for southeastern and southern Shelby County. So southeastern, southern Shelby County. Highway 3 though, Highway 61, those are the areas we're watching very closely. This is where the rotation is at right now. And it looks like, if I go back and I want to go ahead and show you I'm not seeing as much in debris aloft as I am in rotation, so that's good news. But still, this is a very, very serious situation there just south of Lake Cormorant and just west of Dean's Corner. And you can see you can actually see the little hooks on it on the southern end of the storm.
So that is a confirmed tornado. There was visual confirmation of that from a storm spotter in that area.
Yes.
Okay. So that makes this a dangerous situation. This is a tornado emergency. We have a tornado warning now for northern Tunica, for western DeSoto County, that has now been extended farther east and northeast to include Shelby County, a portion of Marshall County, and Fayette County. That's why you're hearing the sirens go off right now. Let's zoom in. Let's take a look at what's going on in Memphis and in Shelby County. We've not spent a lot of time looking at data in Memphis tonight, simply because everything has been to our north and just to our south. But now here we are. Cold front is beginning to make its way towards the Mississippi River, adding additional forcing into an area that is highly sheared. We've still got strong wind coming out of the south. So as these cells enter from the west, they come in here, they hit that wind, and then they're forced to spin. They want to continue moving east, but that wind wants to drive it north. And so with that easterly motion, but that northerly push, we get the rotation within these cells. So right now, we have the tornado-warned storm that is moving through Memphis and Shelby County. That warning is going to remain now. Southeastern Shelby County for the most part, but the warning is going to remain until 10:15. That's why sirens are going off. But folks that are around Millington, north of 40, you're in good shape. Nothing severe there. I still want you to remain weather aware as the night progresses. But for folks who are in Whitehaven, folks who are in Collierville, even near Germantown, make sure you know where the safest place to go in your home is, because we could have a tornado move through, although I think the greater threat for the tornado is going to remain really. Let me track it out where I think it will go, because I think it's going to follow along this line here. So that puts Collierville in the crosshairs. That puts Olive Branch right there in the path. That puts South Haven in the path. And right now, it's coming on through western DeSoto County, and it is making a quick push to the east. So let me clear this off. I'm going to put a quick track on this little area right here. Notice that's where we're seeing a little bit of an inflow notch. That's where we're seeing that little bit of a spin start to come in play. Storm spotters indicating visual confirmation of a tornado there. I just want to check it one more time with the scope, because this gives me the ability to look at not just the precipitation that's coming with it, but also get a good idea of the wind. And that stronger wind is in this area right here. That's where we're seeing that rotation. So now let's track it from that aspect of the storm, which is about right there. And I want to give you an accurate track as best I possibly can. Spencer, I'm going to come to you in just a moment, but Horn Lake, 7 minutes before it moves there. Olive Branch, get to your storm shelter. You've got 19 minutes. Half an hour before it moves into Collierville, but now is not the time to wait. Get there now. Get your family there now. Gather up any personal items you may need to keep with you. Have some water, flashlight in the event of power going out. Bicycle helmets for yourself and your kids. Make sure everybody protects their heads. And if you can bring along some blankets, just make sure you want to protect your body. We have had a history of damage-producing storms tonight, and I would rather you use extreme caution and nothing happen than to not have these items and wish you did. This is a look at our TDOT camera. This is at 55 and 269. You can see the MDOT camera, You can see the lightning flashing there from time to time. Not a lot of traffic on the road. I wish I saw no cars on the road tonight. It would be best if you stay home. Do not venture out in this. But this is the latest track of the storm. These are the communities that will be impacted by it between now and the next 45 minutes. So Horn Lake, Olive Branch, Collierville, Rossville, and Moscow. Get to your storm shelter now as this cell is moving on through. Spencer, you got a pretty good rotation detector on there too. That's looking impressive. BTI on that?
6.6 right now.
That's moving up. That's
yeah,
getting close to 7.
This is strengthening big time, and it's north of I-69. So this is the strongest rotation we've seen on this cell in quite some time, but a 6.6, that's out of 10. So about 1 out of 10. We've seen these producing tornadoes, certainly with 7 and 8 on the BTI. So this is very close to that. And this is moving toward the Days and the Dean's Corner community. Here's some of the roads that are being impacted right now. This is North Baldwin Road is where we're seeing the exact rotation. That's where the rotation is right now. Star Lansing Road, Town of Walls. This is moving on the south side of the Town of Walls, Mississippi. This is Austin Road as well, so heads up. Church Road, if you're in any of these areas, you need to be in your safe place until this storm moves off to the north and to the east. But that BTI and that strong rotation detection that we're seeing here right now, and let me switch over here real quick to where I can show that one more time. I want to show that straight. There it is. That's the strong rotation that we were talking about within this cell. This is right along, looks like just south of Austin Road, and this is on Star Landing Road right now, just south of the town of Walls. And you can see the shear swath on this. This has been rotating for quite some time. So these storms continue to rotate, continue to show strength even after sunset tonight. And there's a little hook on it as well. So everything's lining up that there could be possible tornado in the vicinity of this area moving toward Collierville here in the next little bit. I'm even seeing a little hail core, excuse me, on the northern side of it in the Days area.
Spencer.
Okay, there's a live camera right now.
Yeah, that's it. Check that out. You can even almost sheets of water and rain coming through as a result of the gusting wind coming through there. You see the flashes of lightning there in the distance. Tornado warning right now for DeSoto, Shelby, Fayette, Marshall counties. This is going to be in effect until 10:15 tonight. That's why sirens were sounding. But the greatest threat is for southern Shelby County, really from southwest Memphis, around the Whitehaven area, into Parkway Village, on into Collierville, Germantown. You need to stay weather aware as well. You are just outside that warned area. Well, actually, you're in the tornado warned area. So Germantown, cannot let your guard down. So this is the cell right now that's coming through. And as we look back and take a look at the big picture on this, I think we're going to start to see a little bit of a calmer pattern emerging behind this line, especially right here. You know, this is playing out almost as the way the forecast models indicated last night, with everything starting to converge along the front, right along the Mississippi River, and then push to the east. But forecast models also showed intensification in that area right there. So we're going to watch it and watch it very, very carefully. But right now, we are with you. We've been on the air since shortly after 4 this afternoon, tracking tornadoes here in the Action News 5 coverage area. There has been damage in the area. Wynne, Arkansas, Covington, just 2 of the areas to mention. And look at this, new tornado warning just issued. This tornado warning is going to be in place, superseding the warning that we talked about. And we were just talking about how a severe thunderstorm can produce a tornado with little or no warning. So Carroll, Crockett, Gibson, and Haywood County under a tornado warning now until 9:30. Let's do a little analysis on this. Take a close look. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Let's begin, first of all, by looking at the winds within this. I see a lot of turbulence, a lot of instability. Spectrum width also shows us that, but it also shows us an area where we will see the greatest amount of turbulence. And it looks like it's right there just to the east of Crockett County, slightly. It may even still be right there along the Crockett County line, but spectrum width shows the wind speed and motion. So you got warm and moist air, colder, drier air, just kind of mixing. It's coming down from the colder, drier air coming down from the top of the storm, that warm, moist air lifting up, and it creates a lot of turbulence and instability in the atmosphere. Then we take a look at the potential for this to rotate because we have a tremendous wind profile coming in from the south. And look at this area right here. That tells us where our tornado is likely located, right there around Humboldt. Let's track it. Let me put this NextRad radar on here, and we can see the inflow notch. Look at that right there. Do you see that? May be weak, but I think that's what the National Weather Service is looking at. And then I got to watch this area back here. Let's start with this one. Let's track that off to the east. That's going to take it outside the Action News 5 coverage area, but we still keep a close eye on our friends up in that around Weakley, Gibson County, and the areas just outside our coverage area. 2 minutes before it moves into Gibson, 8 minutes before it moves into Milan. We'll see that move into McLemoresville in about 21 minutes. Tate, 26 minutes away. Then it will get into Huntington in 30 minutes. If you're in those areas and you can see us, get to your storm shelter now. Don't wait. Get to your storm shelter now. Gibson, you've got less than 2 minutes to get there before this is on top of you. Now, let's do a little analysis of what's going on back here that's right there around Alamo, and wow, that looks like something to watch indeed. I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter on that because that seems like a little stronger shear in that area. And Spencer, is that the highest area of rotation? I believe it is. This area right there around Alamo. You probably got a pretty good view on it. I'm going to come to you in a minute with just that. But look at that. And then switch over to velocity. There it is again, right there. All right, so let me pan this back. We're going to put a track from this area. I'm going to put the NEXRAD radar on here, just to the north of Alamo, and yeah, you see that little inflow notch right there. Track it to the northeast. Coxville, 6 minutes. Go to your storm shelter. Humboldt, 13 minutes. Get to your storm shelter. Gibson, you should already be there. 17 minutes before this moves in your direction. Now we have the tornado warning also for Shelby County. Let's go back because the sirens are going off here in the city of Memphis and Shelby County, although the greater threat for severe weather is to our southeast, but I'm now watching a little activity that's developed here along the northern leg of 240 Loop, right along I-40 and north of that, and inside the Midtown area. Sean, can you pull up our High 5 camera here in Midtown? Let's scan the sky, take a look at what's happening out there. I want to see what the view is. I've heard the heavy rain coming down here on our rooftop at 1960 Union Avenue. We're just outside the tornado warned area, but it is close. This is a look, and I think we are looking to the south on that view. We're looking towards the airport. So let's continue. That's the big cell. That's the tornado warned cell that we're seeing there. And wow, look at the lightning, how it lights up the sky. That's how storm spotters are able to try to spot tornadoes at night, because that's really what they see. And it's not until lightning illuminates the sky that they're able to see the cloud outline and get visual confirmation of a tornado that may be out there. Sean, let's continue to scan the sky, and then we're going to get over to Spencer. He's got some pretty important information. And let's zoom around. Can we go to the north? That is, I believe we're looking east. Now, yeah, we're looking to the east. That was Union Avenue we just passed. Now we're going to look to the north. You can see some clouds there. And then as we continue to spin, we're going to start looking northwest now. This is looking toward Shelby Forest area from Midtown. If you were looking to the northwest. Sean, let's go ahead and continue to proceed. Go around. We'll take the camera back to the west. That is Union Avenue. So there you have it. First alert Doppler radar. Once again, let me show you this severe thunder or this tornado warned cell that we've got. This tornado warning in effect now for southeastern Shelby County. Collierville, you're included in it, but DeSoto, Fayette, Shelby, and Marshall County included in this tornado warning until 10:15. So tornado warning until 10:15 tonight for the cell that is moving through the Memphis metro. Spencer, what are you looking at?
Right now, Ron, I'm still watching the rotation on that cell there that we've been talking about in DeSoto County, and I turned around the Olive Branch camera, so I'm watching the lightning show that's associated with that. And look at that. You can see the lightning.
You see the clouds light up there? That's how they tell. That's really the only time you can get a good view of what's happening at night.
Yeah, that's the only way to see what's going on. And we are getting signs still that there is possibly a tornado on the ground. I want to show you more of that on links right now and kind of give you a better view of what I'm talking about. This is the cell, and here's the latest scan. And that rotation is heading directly for Olive Branch right now. It looks like that is the strongest rotation. So when you look at this area right here, there's the strong rotation. And I'll circle Olive Branch right here. And I noticed still a 6.6 on the BTI, and the TDS, the debris signature, is stretching about 6 miles. So when we go look at the debris on this, there could be some debris in here with this as well. So there could possibly still be a tornado on the ground heading toward Olive Branch right now. So something we're going to have to watch very closely. But the BTI at 6.6, certainly concerning because that's close to that 7 or 8 that we've been seeing all night long.
All right, let's take a look at, I want to show you some good news. Let me show you this. Handful of counties in eastern Arkansas have been eliminated from the tornado watch, but now the watch extended along and east of the Mississippi River until 1 a.m., and that does include all of northern Mississippi, just about all of West Tennessee, with the exception of Dyer, Lake, and Obion counties. And that is going to go until 1 a.m. So here we are right now approaching the 10 p.m. hour, and we have four active tornado warnings on our first alert Doppler radar, with the one warning right over Shelby County, Fayette County, the northwest corner of Marshall County, and DeSoto County. Olive Branch, South Haven, you are under a tornado warning right now. I want everyone in those areas in their shelter. Collierville, let's get into your shelter now, because the rotation, the area of circulation, is now just 14 to 15 miles from you, and it is moving at about 50 miles per hour. So with that in mind, we're going to see that move into Collierville, tracking it from that area of rotation. That's going to move into Collierville in about 16 minutes. So Olive Branch, you've got 5 minutes. Get to your storm shelter. 16 minutes to Collierville. Then it will move into Fayette County. We'll see it move into Rossville in about 24 minutes, 28 minutes before it gets into Hayes, and 32 minutes into Oakland. Now, Collierville, you're already getting heavy rainfall with this as that's coming into play, but it's that area of circulation that's to your southwest that we're watching, and that's the volatile part of the storm. That's where we could find the damage, and that's why I want you in your storm shelter until this finally clears the area. A little bit of shower activity developing back behind that. Looks like some pretty good downpours. As far as lightning goes, though, not seeing much in the way of lightning within that 4 strikes. That tells me that is primarily just rain. But now let's take a look at the other storms that are working their way through the area. McNairy County, you are under a tornado warning, but I'm going to give you your first alert to all clear. So the warning itself going until 10 o'clock, 4 minutes, but the storms themselves have exited the area. But we've got overlapping warnings that are here in northwest Tennessee, north of I-40. Severe thunderstorm warning for Crockett and Gibson County until 10 o'clock, but overlapping that and superseding it is a tornado warning for Crockett and Gibson County. That tornado warning in effect until 10:30. So those are the communities in the Action News 5 coverage area that continue to deal with the severe weather threat, the strong to severe storms, and the potential tornadoes on the ground tonight. And we do have an observed tornado now that did come through DeSoto County. Storm spotters watched. Spencer, I'm going to come back to you on that in just a moment for any additional info you may have, but I want to zoom down here quickly to this little area, and I want to track these storms as they're beginning to make their way across the Mississippi River and into northern Mississippi, an area that's really been untouched today. So there's still a lot of energy. There's still a strong southerly flow, and there's some fuel for these storms to feed off of and possibly intensify. They're moving to the east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So with that, I'm going to track this to the east northeast. And I'll tell you what, let's just track all of northeast Mississippi, because that's going to enter Tupelo in just over 2 hours, all right? So we're looking at this line. It's going to take at least 2 hours to move through the coverage area. It will move into Hernando in about 12 minutes. We'll see that then get into Senatobia in 21 minutes. It will move into Holly Springs in 48 minutes. Oxford, just over an hour before it gets to you. Then we'll see it get into Ripley in 85 minutes. It will move into Corinth in 103 minutes and then 114 minutes before it moves into Boonville. And again, just over 2 hours before it moves into Tupelo. So still have some storms to track tonight, and we've still got a few more hours to go before all of this finally clears the area and moves on out and takes it into Middle Tennessee and northern Alabama. There go the sirens once again. Spencer, it looks like you're tracking a strong area of circulation. Now it just went to weak.
Yeah.
Strong and then weak.
It looks like it just updated. The scan just updated.
Okay.
So if I go back, I'll clear that off and go to where that stronger rotation is. In between Mineral Wells and Olive Branch. This is in the Maywood area, and it looks like, the good news is it looks like this is weakening some as it heads toward Collierville, so that's what we want to see. However, this is still a very, very strong area of rotation that we want to continue to watch, but there is some signs of weakening. And what I'm seeing on not only this storm, but a lot of the cells, I'm not seeing as much green and red associated with those cells with the rotation. So that is certainly some good news as we go into the evening hours. We're looking at just this one area right now of strong rotation.
All right, Spencer, good job, good analysis today. Thank you for that. Again, our tornado warning remains in effect for a portion of southeastern Shelby County, northeastern DeSoto County until 10:15 tonight. So 16 more minutes to go on this. And this cell showing some indication of, at the very least, producing some strong gusting wind. This is turbulence, all right? So we're looking at wind speed and motion, upward and downward motion of air in the atmosphere to create the turbulence and the instability. But we're also seeing the rotation that Spencer was pointing out in that same area. As a matter of fact, Sean, do we have our Olive Branch camera? Can we take a look at that quickly? I want to pop that up and let's see, because it looks like the heavier, that is that it? That's not it. There we go. There we go. I'm not sure what direction we're looking in, but the sky, dark. We're looking to the west. All right, so that is a westward look from the courthouse, or just across the street from the courthouse. Spencer's going to adjust a view on this in just a moment. Let's take a look. Let's spin around. Bear with us for just a second. By the way, if you're just joining us, that's the QR code to download the free Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. That has been a very, very handy tool for a lot of people tonight. If you don't have it, I encourage you to get it. It's free for Apple and Android platforms. You're going to have the interactive radar right there in the palm of your hand. And should storms move through and knock the power out where you are, you can continue to follow the tracking of these storms right there on your smartphone or your tablet via the app. I just saw an incredible cloud-to-ground lightning strike. It was a flash, it was in there, and then it was gone. All right, so here's what we're looking at. That was from Olive Branch, and there's the area of circulation right now. Let's take a look at the radar data on it. And it is still coming through as it moves off to the east. Some heavier downpours back behind it, but these are non-severe and just primarily heavy rainmakers. This is moving through Collierville right now. Let me zoom in, take a closer look, show you what's happening in Collierville. See if we can take this down to the community level there. Here we go. You've got Collierville here. This is Highway 72, Poplar, where it becomes Highway 72. Little inflow notch right there, just east of 22 in eastern DeSoto County. That's where we're likely finding a little bit of circulation right now. In this area right here, there was a confirmed tornado with this as it was moving through northern Tunica County. Right now, we have no visual confirmation on it. As far as debris goes, which is another indication of where there may be debris being lifted aloft, I don't see it in this. But nonetheless, there's a lot of wind, there's a lot of turbulence in and around the Olive Branch area. And there may even be some small hail coming into play with this. Just to the west of Olive Branch, as that was moving through, looked like it was about a ½ an inch in size. Now, hail overall across the area, let me show you this. There has been some large hail. We were getting radar signatures at one point of hail that was anywhere from 2 to 3 inches in size. Even the hail that came through Haywood County, northern Haywood County, radar estimates of just over 1 3/4 inches in size. That's big hail that was falling. This is just over the last couple of hours. I think the radar data has reset itself, but these have been hailers. They have produced tornadoes. We've seen damaging wind, and we've also seen very, very heavy rain coming down with this. And taking a look at the rainfall rates, Collierville, it's pouring over you right now. It's coming down at almost 2 inches per hour. Just to the west of Clarksdale, near southern Phillips County, about 1.5 inches per hour. Storms that are moving outside the coverage area.
Now 13,000 MLGW customers without power with that last round that moved through.
13,000 MLGW customers without power. Do we have the MLGW power outage map? I'd like to bring that up if we can. Also, Sean, let's take another look outside from our high 5 camera. Let's just pan the sky from Midtown here. We can start from our look to the west, and then we're going to want to point that to the southeast. That's where the strongest storms are coming right now. And as we pan around to the left, that will then take us to the south. We're going to keep going. We'll see the airport there in the distance. Now we'll go to the southeast, and we should start to see, let's keep it in that area right there. Go a little bit more back to the right. Let's see if we see any lightning strikes, any lightning lighting up the sky. Not a lot of activity there. Interesting, very interesting. All right, so back to our first alert Doppler radar. Sean, if you see something on that camera, let me know. Melissa, the moment you get the MLGW power outage map, I want to know about it. So here it is. That's the rainfall rate right now. This is the front. I think the cold front is just now approaching the Mississippi River, but it's also going to allow these storms to get a little bit of an uplift, and with a strong southerly wind, we could see some intensification. So from Tate, Marshall, even DeSoto, you've had 2 systems come through already this evening. We could be dealing with more, but folks that are in Quitman, Panola, Lafayette counties, there could be some intensification from cells entering that area right now. But as we get later into the evening, I am hopeful that we're going to see a little more instability or a little more stability come into play within the atmosphere itself. I'm going to jump over here. I want to show you the storm, local storm reports in just a second. In the meantime, I'm going to give it to Spencer and let him show you the rotation detection he's looking at with that cell moving through southeast Shelby County.
Yeah, continuing to watch this cell. The good news is they extended a severe thunderstorm warning, so they're going to let the tornado warning go once it expires, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning now going into portions of Fayette County. Now, the rotation with this storm, let's look at that because I want to show it to you on our link system here. The rotation still is there. It's weaker heading toward Collierville. This is the latest scan, and it's showing a little bit more just to the south of Collierville, just to the south of 385. But this is moving right over DeSoto Road right now. So if you're in the DeSoto Road area, this is really a long state line road, and this is north of Handy Corner and south of Collierville
When that tornado
Road. So that is where we're looking at the possible rotation still with this cell, and you can still hear the sirens going off as we speak as this cell continues to push to the north and to the east. But again, the red area is the one you want to focus on, and a lot of times we try to take off some of the other stuff that's on the screen so so that you can see it a little bit better. But if you are in Collierville, this is going to stay just to your south, it looks like, as of right now. So just to your south as you go really near the Handy Corner area, that's the one that we'll continue to watch. And it looks like they're going to go ahead now and extend that tornado warning. So they have also issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the same area that they have the tornado warning. So we'll continue with the tornado warning for southern parts of Fayette County here in the next little bit. So southern parts of Fayette County certainly will be watching this. So Ron, they did extend that tornado warning into Fayette County.
Okay, good. That's good to know. Now we still have the tornado watch until 1 a.m. A couple more counties removed from that watch in eastern Arkansas, but all of northern Mississippi, you now remain under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock for Phillips County, but it's going to go until 1 a.m. for counties that are in West Tennessee, northern Mississippi. We have had a history of tornadoes tonight. The most devastating tornado came through Wynne, Arkansas this afternoon, shortly after 4 o'clock. Widespread damage, anywhere from minor damage to catastrophic damage. Then that same cell continued to trek east and northeast, took it on into Tipton County, where it produced damage in Covington, widespread damage there as well. And look, I want everyone to stay out of those areas. No sightseeing tonight, no sightseeing tomorrow. Let first responders get in there and do what they do best and have been trained to do. Save people, and help that community regroup. There will be plenty of time to go in and survey that storm damage there in the days ahead. Then that same cell continued to move east, brought a tornado into Haywood County, where a church was destroyed. Several homes were damaged near the intersection of Fulton Road and Evans Road, just to the west of Brownsville. So those are some of the areas that we're dealing with. And this was really, all this damage was done from one supercell thunderstorm that began north of Little Rock, Arkansas, and produced widespread damage there, and then continued to move north and east before getting to the Tennessee River Valley, traveling almost 250 miles before it finally fell apart. But that's not all. We've had tornado warnings in eastern Arkansas and parts of northern Mississippi, impacting communities there as well. And as a matter of fact, one tornado right there, Spotter reported a tornado that was in Lee County, or northern Phillips County. We had confirmation of a tornado in northern Tunica County, damage to the Arcabutla Dam Road in Tunica County, and then report of a tornado that was a possible tornado that was indicated right there just to the south of Highway 22, right there near the border of DeSoto and Marshall County. So a lot of activity tonight, and it has been a devastating night for many in our community tonight. We got a couple of tornado warnings just about to exit the area. We have one tornado warning right now that the National Weather Service will allow to expire. That tornado warning is going to go, yeah, it is for Fayette and Shelby County. That is going to go until 10:30 tonight. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning that is coupled with that, but we also want to watch the storms that are continuing to make their way through northern Mississippi, as this line of storms is really just pushing to the east, and as it moves to the east, it's going to bring with it a lot of very heavy rain, some strong gusting wind to the communities in northern Mississippi. Between now and the next couple of hours, should make its way to Iuka and the Tupelo area in about 2 hours, but it's going to be just over 90 minutes before it gets to Corinth. We'll see that move into Oxford in about an hour, and then Hernando about 5 minutes away, and Batesville 33 minutes away. Let me take a look outside. There's been a lot of lightning tonight, and we've seen it from our High 5 camera. As we take a look at the sky, wow, look at those thunderheads. Those are the storm tops. Impressive image of a plane coming in, landing, getting ready to land, I assume, at Memphis International. Can you imagine the view from that airplane at that supercell thunderstorm lighting the sky? The tops on that storm at about 30 to 35,000 feet, and a lot of lightning in there. We are looking due east. That is Union Avenue, right there in the bottom of the screen near the middle. To the right of the screen is the QR code that allows you to download the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. Just scan it with your smartphone. It's rotating. There is one that is a QR code for Apple products, another for Android products. But that's a look from our High 5 camera in Midtown right now. Another quick look at our First Alert Doppler radar. Look at the big picture, reset the view. Then we're going to start talking about what is shaping up to be a rainy night for northern Mississippi, hopefully non-severe, but we still have another 17 minutes before we see this tornado warned cell move out of the area. I do believe, and is that, Spencer, did they extend the tornado warning farther east?
Yeah, they did.
I thought it was going to be allowed to expire.
They were going to, and then they decided to go into southern Fayette County for that cell.
Okay, all right. So now that's going to go until 10:30. The cell that is here for southeastern Shelby County, that's expiring in 1 minute. But I know it's complicated, but here's the thing. And in issuing warnings, the National Weather Service, our office, does a tremendous job of making sure that you stay safe, and that's what we relay to you, warnings that they have issued based on their radar analysis. We add to that our own brand of radar analysis using our own tools to analyze storms, but they've done a very good job tonight. But in this situation, it's tough. You got a severe thunderstorm warning because a portion of this storm, you get right up here just to the west of Somerville. You're not really under the threat of a tornado, but at the same time, there's still a lot of instability and shear in the area, so it's more plausible to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, but there is then the section of the storm that is still capable of producing a tornado. But look, back here, we have nothing other than some rain, some thunder, some lightning. So you've got that in the area. So the severe thunderstorm warning works well for that, but it's a tornado warning that is here that we're watching closely because it's the rotation within this portion of the storm that's prompting the Weather Service to issue that. Another thing I want to zoom in on and I want to show you, check this out. We often say when thunder roars, go indoors. Here's why. Look at this area right here. You see this? There's no lightning. None. Or there is lightning, but no rain, excuse me. But just to the east of that area, this is the backside of this cell that is moving off to the east-northeast, and lightning can strike up to 10 miles from the core of a storm. So check it out. This is the core of that storm. That's near the center, the highest area of reflectivity, and look at that. 10 miles outside that, where there is no rain, they're getting lightning, cloud to ground lightning that is being generated from the top of that storm that's moving off to the east. So even though during the day you may have blue sky, that's why we call it a bolt from the blue, you may have a severe thunderstorm that develops to your east or to your west, but it can still produce a lightning strike 10 miles away in a dry, sunshiny area. In this case, it's just rainfall at night, but that's why we tell you when thunder roars, go indoors. So this is a great example to learn why we say that and how important it is that you adhere to that and that you follow that rule by going inside, because lightning is deadly. It is very deadly. So that's what we're looking at tonight. We've got bolts from the blue out there. We've got heavy rain, thunderstorm activity, active tornado warning now, 13 minutes left on this one. We've got one that's still working its way through a portion of Gibson County, Trenton, just outside the tornado warning, but heavy rain and thunderstorm activity, possible tornado moving through Huntington, making its way towards New Johnsonville. This will soon be crossing the Tennessee River and moving into Middle Tennessee, but a little closer to home here in the Action News 5 coverage area. The focus is now in and around the Memphis metro, Shelby, Fayette, DeSoto, and even Tunica County. You've got no severe storms there, but you do have a cell that's producing a lot of lightning, some very heavy rainfall, and that could intensify as it moves on in. But I am encouraged by the fact that we're seeing this rain break out in advance of it, so that should zap some of the energy that would maybe be available to allow this to intensify. Right now, looks like Shelby County has been dropped from the tornado warned area there, even though the sirens are still going off in Shelby County. Let me zoom in a little tighter here. And let's show you what's going on there. That's a look at Fayette County. A lot of lightning in there. Tremendous amount of lightning just within this little cell from eastern Shelby County into Fayette County. Look at that, 68 strikes of lightning. Let's track it all the way from northern DeSoto on through that cell. 80 strikes. So the bulk of lightning is within this one cell right here, but it is rapidly moving off to the east, moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. But look at that little hook right there. Do you see that? That's where there could be a tornado, and that's what's prompted the National Weather Service to issue that tornado warning and let it go until 10:30. Rossville, you've got 1 minute to get to your storm shelter. If you're not there already, do it now. Hayes, 5 minutes away. It will move into Moscow in 9 minutes, 15 minutes before it gets into Williston. Then in 28 minutes, Hickory Valley. All the communities that are listed here get to your storm shelter. That's the track of the area of circulation and rotation of a possible tornado. It is Doppler radar indicated, am I right, Spencer? No visual confirmation, but it is in an environment that has a history of producing tornadoes. We have the damage to prove it today, and this one could very well be doing the exact same thing. So we've got 10 more minutes before that expires. Then hopefully we'll start to see a much calmer pattern emerge as we get into the overnight hours tonight and get this line out of here right around mid. Well, I say that, and just as I say it, new tornado warning just now issued. Look at this. This is coming in for northern Oklahoma and Quitman counties. This is going to include the town of Crenshaw, Mississippi. Let's take a quick look at this. That tornado warning now issued, that is going to be in place until 10:45. So Oklahoma, Panola, Quitman, and Tunica counties, tornado warning now until 10:45 as a result of storms moving into that area. Let me clear this out. Let's do a little tracking. First, I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter on this cell. Let's get a better look at what we're seeing here. I see a bit of an inflow notch right there. I can understand why the Weather Service is issuing that, but also there's another little notch that's on the back side of that. We could have potentially two areas of circulation that are within there. Let's take a look first of all at the velocity data. See if we see anything. I see something right here that catches my eye. That is just to the west of 61, or 49, I should say. It switches over to 61, switches over to 49, just to the south in Oklahoma County. Then, let's take a look at the scope on this. Let me show you how things are playing out here. This just gives us another look, a little more detailed look at the velocity data in and of itself. And that is an indication right there, a little tighter area of circulation is right there. So let's put a track on it. Let me show you where that's going to go. Here we go. And it looks like it is somewhere in this area right here. So I'm going to track it from there to the east, northeast. Stovall, 4 minutes away. Then it's going to move into Clover Hill in 10 minutes. Jonestown, 16 minutes away. We'll see it get into Falcon in less than half an hour, 36 minutes before it moves into Crenshaw, Mississippi. These are the communities in the path of the storm. I want you all in your storm shelters right now. There's still a lot of available energy here, and something to keep in mind, we've still got a strong southerly flow that's still bringing warm air into the region and ahead of that, so there is some fuel for this to feed on, and this cell is now headed into a virtually untouched area all along and south of 278, even north of that for northeast Mississippi. There's been little activity throughout the day today. The focus of the storms have really been in two areas. Right here, that came through north central Arkansas, and then the other that was just really along and south of I-40 and not even that far east. There's really more this area right here where we've seen the stronger storms. But now this area has had nothing today, and so there's still some fuel for these storms to feed off of as they move into that area. I want to track this whole line, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to put another track on that entire swath. I'm going to put a track on the entire swath, and then we're going to take a closer look at that tornado-warned cell. But right now, I want to give a first alert to the rest of the folks that are in northern Mississippi, so you have some time to prepare for this cell to come into your community. So there it is. Put a track on this from right here all the way down, leading edge. I probably should have gone down a little farther. We'll take it there. Senatobia, 5 minutes away. Heavy rain, thunderstorms, little thunder, lightning in there. Holly Springs, 30 minutes. Then we'll see it get into Ashland in 44 minutes. It will move into Oxford in just under an hour, 50 minutes. Just over an hour, Ripley, Mississippi. Then, just under an hour and a half, Corinth, Mississippi. We'll see it then move into Boonville in about just over 90 minutes, and then Tupelo, just shy of 2 hours, but that line is coming your way. But right now, the most significant portion of that storm is this area right here, where we have the tornado warning that the National Weather Service just issued moments ago. Let's check it out for hail. See if we see anything there. Looks like there was some indication of maybe some small hail north and west of Clarksdale, only about 0.4 of an inch. Now, keep in mind, we're hitting that at a pretty good distance from the radar site. So the radar site is up in Millington. We go higher into the atmosphere the farther away from the radar. So we're probably hitting that at about 6,000 or 7,000 feet. So at about 6,000, 7,000 feet, hail size, just under ½ an inch. So as it falls through the atmosphere, a lot of it will melt and may even melt completely. Once it falls about 1,500 feet, a lot of it melts, but if it's large enough, it will still hold together. That's rather small. I think it's translating into what is likely very heavy rain. You've got very heavy rain right there around Friars Point. Looks like it's coming down about 2 inches per hour. And just south and southwest of that, looks like it's just under 1.5 inches per hour. So maybe some small pea-size hail in there, but you're also getting a lot of very heavy rainfall with this system. Let's take a look at the spectrum width. This is wind and motion, and we see two distinct areas that we're watching. One is just around Friars Point to the south of that. We've got another little area that's right there on the Bolivar-Coahoma County line. Looks like it's just outside the Action News 5 coverage area. But these are two areas that we want to watch closely because that's where we could also find potential rotation. So this is where the greatest amount of turbulence is located within the atmosphere. If you've ever been in a plane, you know all about turbulence, especially if you fly frequently. You can hit that and that will rock your world quickly. Well, this is now turbulence that's making its way down to the surface. So with that, we're going to look in this area for the potential of gate-to-gate shear, or what we call gate-to-gate shear, the potential for a little rotation. And I'm just outside the radar area. Let me show you how this works. So I'm going to hit velocity. Doppler radar is great up to about, especially when it comes to velocity, about 60, 75 miles. We're just outside that at about 80 to 90 miles. So we're seeing that right down here, and it's just really outside that Doppler range. A little tougher to see it because we're hitting it higher in the atmosphere. So instead of really tapping into it right there in the middle of that cell, we're hitting it way up here. So it's harder for the radar to determine what's actually making its way down to the surface. But either way, we can still get the NEXRAD data on this, and the radar data often tells the tale itself. And just by being able to analyze that and look at it, we can get a good picture of what is happening. Let me take a look at this, because that warning now, that tornado warning, they're going to keep that until 10:30. That's going to expire in 2 minutes. All right, the severe thunderstorm warning associated with that, that is going to expire at 11:15. So Fayette and Hardeman County, tornado warning expires in 2 minutes, but you're still going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning, and a severe thunderstorm can produce a tornado with little or no warning. So we can't let our guard down until this finally moves out and clears the area. So we have to remain diligent well into the evening, late night hours here in the Mid-South. But I am hopeful that we're not going to see much in the way of redevelopment or re-intensification of that storm itself. But it's just to the south now that we have to watch closely, because there's been nothing going on here today. So still a lot of instability, Panola County, Lafayette County. And then storms even starting to fire up here. Let me put this into motion and you'll see how that's moving off to the east. Check that out. Little redevelopment right here. Do you see that? Yeah, a little area. Here, let me draw this on for you. It's kind of nothing. And then it just starts to come together right there. Look at that. Sometimes that doesn't work the way I want it to, but you can see, so there's a little, that's telling us there's a little more lift in the atmosphere. There's enough moisture and the front coming on through that this is allowing convection and thunderstorms to develop. So there could be a few more strong storms that develop here. And then just looking at the direction of this, that's going to take it this way. So the storms that are here that are about to make their way into northern Bolivar County could end up in Panola and Lafayette County over the next hour or so. So let's put a track on that. Tell you what, let me do this, and then I'm going to track this. There's even a severe thunderstorm warning just issued for that. Tell you what, let me, we'll just leave it like that. Let's put a track here, and then I'm going to track it from this direction north and east, because that looks like the way it wants to move. That will include the town of Oxford. So Oxford, about 90 minutes before this band of showers, and let's hope it's just that, rain, maybe some thunder and lightning, but it's going to be about 90 minutes before it finally gets into Oxford. We're going to see it move into Rosedale in 6 minutes, 17 minutes from Shelby Air Service. It'll get into Shelby in Bolivar County in about 19 minutes. Then it's going to move into Marks, Mississippi. That's in Quitman County. That will move in just over half an hour. We'll see it move into Batesville in just about an hour. Cortland, 64 minutes away. 91 minutes to Oxford, 96 minutes before it moves into Taylor. But just to the north of that, we've got a tornado-warned storm. What are we at up there on the side of my screen? What am I looking at? Helena, why is that up there? Oh, the lightning. Sean, take that full screen. Can you? This is lightning. This is the Helena West Helena MDOT traffic cam. These are the storms that are just about to cross the river. There is an active tornado warning that is in place right now for that area, and you see the lightning from the storms that are coming into play there. So it is a very, very active Friday night here in the Action News 5 coverage area, and it was a very active Friday night last week. This one has been a bit more significant. high risk went into effect for the entire coverage area, or for a large portion of the coverage area today. We were under a moderate risk for the rest of the area. We have not seen a high risk placed over the Mid-South since 2011. It's been that long. So a high risk today, and it was certainly worthwhile because we have had tornadoes in the area, we have had damage, and unfortunately, we have had fatalities. Our crews are out working in the elements tonight to bring you those stories, and we had hoped to do it tonight for Action News 5 at 10, but our severe weather coverage has superseded that, and we remain with you tonight because of the severity of these storms and because of the volatile nature of the environment that these storms are entering. It is more important to bring to you the track of this, track these storms. And I know we may sound repetitive. It's difficult. We've been on since just after 4 o'clock. So we've been going strong, Spencer and I here, for just over 6 hours now, tracking storms, and we're not finished with it yet. But it is most important that we give you the information you need to stay safe and get through these storms. And that's what the First Alert Action News 5 weather team does. And that's our commitment to you and to this community. So let's check it out. We've still got a lot of activity. Northern Mississippi. I am happy to see this tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but we still have the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect there. Then just to the south, this line now lining up and entering Mississippi. By the way, everybody west of the Mississippi River from St. Francis to Lee County, you're in the clear. Panola County or Phillips County, almost out of there. This is just about to exit, and we'll be able to give the all clear to eastern Arkansas. But while I was doing that, did you see National Weather Service now issuing another tornado warning? This is for Coahoma, Quitman, and Panola County. That is going to go now until 11:15. So we have one tornado warning that is just to the west of that until 10:45, Coahoma, Panola, Quitman, Tunica counties. But now this tornado warning for Coahoma, Panola, Quitman County until 11:15 tonight. And then just to the south of that, just outside our coverage area in Bolivar County, a severe thunderstorm warning until 11 o'clock tonight. So Mother Nature not letting this go just yet. Still plenty of activity out there, but this is the backside of the storm, and we now have a cold front that will start to move from west to east and push all of this into Middle Tennessee and northern Alabama, where we'll likely see more severe weather in those areas tonight and possibly even through the day tomorrow as well, as this slow-moving system makes its way in. By the way, there is another tornado warning that is just to our north. I want to give you your first alert on that for anyone who may have family and friends in that area. That is for, did it come up there? Oh, let me do this. Here we go. Tornado warning. And for whatever reason, that won't work. Tell you what, let me zoom into it quickly. Whoops. Sometimes this thing gets a mind of its own. And let me zoom in. We put it through the workout tonight, indeed. But just to give you an idea of what we're looking at here, we still have tornado warning for Benton, Carroll, and Henry County. That's going to go until 11 o'clock tonight. Just to the east of that, another tornado warning for Houston and Humphreys counties. That goes until 11 o'clock tonight. And another just to the north of that for Houston and Stewart counties. That also goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Typically, we get in the nighttime hours after sunset. Energy from the atmosphere, the heat of the day diminishes. We don't see a lot of activity. We had a lot of moisture in place today. We had an environment that was basically untapped by any precipitation earlier in the day. And as a result of a cold front creating some forcing and acting with the residual energy that remains this evening, there's just enough out there to keep these storms at or above severe limits, and prompting the Weather Service now to issue tornado warnings. Now the focus being in northern Mississippi. So folks in Panola, Lafayette, southern Marshall County, south of Holly Springs, from Holly Springs south. I want you to stay weather aware tonight. And we can't rule out the possibility of some of this coming into southern Benton County, Hickory Flat, Potts Camp. You may still see the potential for a tornado tonight as from this cell moving through there. And as a matter of fact, I can even give you your first alert on this. We'll just track the leading edge of that cell, and let's just track it through these areas and show you where it may go and communities that it may impact over the next couple of hours. So it looks like Crenshaw, 1 minute away. Crenshaw, the leading edge of the cell, prompting the National Weather Service to issue the tornado warning, 1 minute away. Batesville, 17 minutes. We'll see this move into Abbeville in 44 minutes, just under an hour before it gets into Potts Camp. Then we'll see it move into Blue Mountain in about 75 minutes. In Ripley, 80 minutes, into Boonville, 106 minutes, and about 109 minutes before it moves into Corinth. And by the way, on a personal note, I've got family in Hickory Flat, Mississippi. You're likely going to see the tornado or this tornado warned cell move into the Hickory Flat area in about 65 minutes. So just over an hour, it's going to be moving in that direction. So once we get this cell out of here in the backside of this front, we're going to be in the clear tonight. And again, a much better weekend coming your way. Sunshine, temps in the 70s tomorrow, lower range of the 70s. It's going to be nice Saturday and Sunday. But there is another threat of strong to severe storms next week, as we see another system that will develop as we get into late Monday and continue on into Tuesday and Wednesday. We could be under the threat of more severe weather, especially Tuesday and into the early morning hours of Wednesday. We'll be talking more about that over the weekend, but our main focus tonight is to get this out of here and move it through the area. So, severe thunderstorm warning there for Fayette County and for Hardeman County. We've got the 2 active tornado warnings right now. No visual confirmation of tornado, no confirmed tornado. These are radar indicated tornado warnings for that area, but they're rapidly approaching Sardis Lake right now. There's a well-defined inflow notch. I think I just overshot it a little bit. Let's pull that down right here. We got a pretty well-defined inflow notch right there. Look at that. I want to put the scope on this. Just make sure. I want to also look at that little area right there. That's around Jonestown. All right, so let me break out some of the tools over here. Let's take a quick look at this. We'll use the scope, and the scope is basically just a velocity tool. It's a wind speed and direction tool. But we're just outside the periphery of the Doppler radar, making it a little tough to see. So what do? We switch over to spectrum width. Spectrum width is another tool that allows us to see, and unfortunately, just outside the Doppler view of that as well. Not a lot of radar in this area. It's an underserved area for radar data, so it would be nice to have a radar in that area. National Weather Service, if you're listening. Let's take a look at velocity, show you that again, just outside the range. But fortunately, we do have the NEXRAD radar data, and just based on the look of this, where we're seeing that inflow notch, that's where we expect the rotation to be. If there's a tornado there, right here is a bit of a bowing segment. There could be some strong wind gusts there. But let's put a track on this. Let me show you some of the communities that are going to be impacted. Whoops. Did it do it? There we go. And let's track it to the east, northeast, and keeping it within that polygon. 5 minutes before it moves into Falcon. It's going to get into Sledge in 8 minutes. If you're not in your storm shelter now, go. Get there right now. Get to the lowest floor of your home. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. Stay away from windows. Now is not the time to go to the window and see what this looks like. We could have strong straight line wind with this as well. That could bring debris flying and possibly break the window there. So stay away from it. Then as we take a look, Delta, you're 14 minutes before it gets there. So those are the communities within the path of the storm. We want to get everyone into their storm shelters in that area, but we also want, and in that time, Another tornado warning was just issued. Let me zoom back in. Let me show you this. So now we have, do we have 3 tornado warnings issuing here? Let me see. It looks like it. Yeah, all right, so 11:15, Coahoma, Panola, Quitman County. 11:15, tornado warning there. This warning just to the north for Coahoma, Panola, Quitman, Tunica County, that will expire at 10:45, but be replaced by another one for Coahoma, Panola, Quitman County until 11:15. So clearing this out, here's what we have. 2 tornado warnings. These 2 warnings, that was not a zoom in. Let me, so we have these 2 tornado warnings right here. Those are going to go until 11:15 tonight as they move through Quitman, Panola, and Lafayette County. Spencer, you ready to go? You got some info to share with us?
Yeah, just watching these couple of cells that you've been talking about.
Can we bring Spencer's mic up, please?
Let me turn it on, I'm sorry.
There we go.
So yeah, there we go. So what we're watching is this area near Clarksdale, and I've been watching a couple of different spots here. There is a hook on this cell up toward Bolivar, so we want to pay close attention to this. There's also a pretty good hail core with this system as it's near Hickory Valley and Center Point, and again, it's going to continue to push northeast. The BTI is still pretty impressive with this. It's 7.5 right now, 7.5 on that BTI with that cell in Hickory Valley. So certainly need to watch that. This other activity stretching through Fayette County, southeastern Shelby, DeSoto, down toward Tate County is all pretty much just generic storms. Not seeing any signs of any major rotation within any of that as I look at this. But again, Hickory Valley, that is the area we're watching very close. And then of course we've got the tornado warnings down here, and this circulation just west of Falcon is certainly intense right now. It's near the Birdie community. It's going to continue pushing east. So if you are in any of these areas, this is right along State Highway 3, it looks like. So State Highway 3, and then just pushing off to the east of that. So we have a significant amount of energy still left with these storms tonight, so we're going to be tracking these still for quite some time. And you can see a couple of different areas of rotation right now across Quitman and across Coahoma County. So you guys kind of under the gun with these storms, really from Clarksdale to Jonestown to Falcon, and then all the way back to the south down toward the Marks area as well. So watching a couple different areas there as these storms continue to push to the north and to the east. Heads up, Panola County, these storms are heading into your area, so you want to stay in your safe place until these storms pass. This is basically along and north of Highway 278, so you can see the areas of rotation. I'll actually circle it real quick, and you can see that this is one area. Here's another area of rotation, and that's why we have these 2 tornado warnings with these cells moving to the north and to the east. Let me look at the I'm not seeing a whole lot on the debris tracker as of right now. Still showing the shear, though. You can see the rotation detection showing weak rotation right now. So this is generally weak. It's not showing anything that's super strong, but still enough to that you have to take your tornado precautions until this storm expires, until this warning expires, which is going to be in the next 30 minutes or so. So we're watching a couple of different areas here. Again, these storms have a history of rotating all night long, so we've had just constant rotation. It looks like hail might be a bigger threat with some of these storms as we go on into the night. Ron?
Yeah, that would actually be a benefit for us to see these transition to hailers as opposed to tornado warned storms. But at the same time, that could come with its own set of issues because the upward vertical velocities of this, in other words, the amount of air that is traveling from the surface up is traveling at such a fast rate of speed, especially to our east, that the forcing from that could allow some monster hail to develop, especially in this area right here, should that be the case. So these areas right here, If that does transition to these individual cells just becoming hailers, we could get some big hail out of it. Now, speaking of that, let's take a look and see what kind of hail we've been looking at. Wow, look at this. It's interesting you said that, Spencer, because this little area right here, check this out. That's what came through southeastern Shelby County and Fayette County. Let me hit the info on this. And by the way, if you've got pictures of this, we want to see it. Near LaGrange, just to the west, almost 2 inches in size. That's radar indicated, all right? So the radar's hitting that from the radar site to there's about 3,000 feet. As it falls through the atmosphere, there will be some melting due to friction and heating closer to the surface, but at the same time, you got a 2-inch hailstone, that's the size of a little bigger than a golf ball, and that will still, like even with melting, will still likely make its way down to the surface as 1 inch to quarter size hail. So there was certainly some large hail in this system tonight, even around Piperton. Look at that. Looks like it was coming down about 1 inch, right around 1 inch in the core of that storm. Right now, it's rain, heavy rain out there for many areas. A lot of lightning as well. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. This is for eastern Fayette County and Hardeman County until 11:15 tonight. So you've got just over 30 minutes to go, but as Spencer noted and is pointing out, look at this. There is an inflow notch there, and this cell is trying to hook. It is moving in this direction. It wants to go that way. But the wind coming out of the south, the strong wind coming out of the south, is causing this whole thing to then want to rotate and spin. And that's where we see that inflow notch right there. And as we take a look at the spectrum width, let's see where the greatest amount of turbulence is. Look at that. Hickory Valley, right there. Let's take a look now at where we could see the greatest potential for gate-to-gate shear or rotation right there. That area. As a matter of fact, severe thunderstorm warning right now. I'm going to go ahead and track this, and I want you, if you're in this area, if you're between Hickory Valley and Middleton, I want you to go ahead and go to your storm shelter, all right? Because that is showing a sign of rotating, and this could become a tornado quickly, especially in this highly sheared environment that we're dealing with tonight. Let's put a track on it, give you your first alert as to where that's going. And look, Spencer, every move, it seems like it's trying to hook. Or every radar update, it's trying to hook a little more.
Yeah.
So let's track that off to the east. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but a thunderstorm can produce a tornado with little or no warning. We've seen it happen time and time again over the years, and I can't completely rule it out with this, and especially in this environment. And this almost looks like a textbook hook echo. A few things different about it, but nonetheless, if you are in Hebron, get to your storm shelter. You've got 10 minutes, 16 minutes before it moves into Hornsby. It will get into Rose Creek in 23 minutes, just under half an hour before it moves into Selmer. Then it will move into Finger in 32 minutes. These are the communities that will be impacted by this portion of the storm, all right? That portion of the storm right there, where there is the potential for rotation. Now I see it just updated. I got to give you a new track on this. It just updated. It's moving off to the east. I'm tracking that. Spencer, are these still moving about 50 to 60?
Yeah, about
All right.
55.
All right, so I'm tracking that at just above 55 miles per hour. So that's going to move into Hebron now in 8 minutes. It will get into Hornsby in 13 minutes. 20 minutes before it moves into Rose Creek, 26 minutes from Bethel Springs, and now 30 minutes before it moves into Finger. Taking a look once again at the scope. Let's take a look because we are within Doppler radar view here. And there it is. There's the rotation. This is the area we want to watch very, very closely. Spencer, you seeing anything that catches your eye on this?
Yeah, I think you're right. This is definitely a rotating thunderstorm right now north of Van Buren, and I'm showing some increasing rotation with this. Again, on the BTI, it's actually showing a 7.5 out of 10 right now. So that's actually fairly strong rotation. So just, and in fact, it looks like, and let me take this off here real quick. Looks like, Ron, they just issued a tornado warning for that cell. So we've been warning on this. Ron has been warning on this for the last couple of minutes, and they went ahead and issued for Chester, Hardeman, McNairy County until 11:30 p.m. Again, this is radar indicated storm, possible tornado with this, and it's the rotation that we've been showing right here. This is, and I'm going to put a track on this. Ron's been tracking this since it started rotating a little bit ago, but it's concerning because it has a BTI of 7.6 on it, and that is possibly a tornado on the ground as we're looking at this cell. So if you are in Hornsby, Hebron, all the way back to Bethel Springs, 40 Forks, Palestine, all these areas, you need to be in your safe place. Take your tornado precautions now because this is a possible tornado on the ground, 7.6 BTI. And again, it's showing fairly strong rotation. The rotation not quite as strong as what we've seen with some other cells as far as the shear rate is concerned, but there's still plenty there. So Ron, this definitely, and when you look at the reflectivity, that really tells the story. That is showing a possible little mini hook on it with the hill core just to the north of that hook. So it's south of Bolivar. This is just south of Bolivar, Tennessee. So we're looking at portions right now. This is portions of Hardeman and McNairy counties, McNairy counties, and it looks like Hornsby, this is going to go just south of you. This is south of Highway 64, so south of Highway 64 and just north of Middleton there in West Tennessee. Ron,
Spencer,
this is a pretty strong rotation.
Yeah, 7.6. Anytime we see that number above 7, and by the way, the BTI on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest threat, we see a 7, that's an indication to us that that's a tornado. And by the way, Action News 5 was the very first television station in the nation to use the BTI technology. This was during an outbreak several years ago. Dave Brown was on the air tracking tornadoes that moved right through the Memphis metro, one of the biggest tornado outbreaks in our histories, February 5th outbreak. The BTI was the determining factor in where tornadoes formed. And tonight, Spencer, I do believe we witnessed tornado genesis live on the air. I think we watched a tornado form, or we watched that cell live on air become a tornado. And we were fortunate enough, because of the technology that we have, to be able to point that out to you before the National Weather Service was even issuing the tornado. So these are the communities in the path. I've got to give you a new update now. I want to give you a new, I'm going to reset my view here. Let's take a look at the big picture. Everybody who is west of the Mississippi River, you're in the clear. I'm coming to you give me 1 minute. Northern Mississippi, I want to track this cell one more time. I'm going to take another quick look at this. Quick radar analysis. Let's take a look once again where the greatest area of rotation will be. I also think there's some big hail in there too. And wow, that's it. Right there. Right there. That's your tornado. Makes it dangerous because it's night. May not be rain wrapped. Only illuminated, however, by lightning. Well-defined inflow notch, rear flank downdraft right there. Then we track this from the area of circulation to the east-northeast. Hebron, 5 minutes. Get to your storm shelter now. Hornsby, go to your storm shelter, 10 minutes, 17 minutes before it gets to Rose Creek. 23 minutes from Selmer, 36 minutes before it moves into Adamsville. That's the storm that is just to the north of the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. It's a good distance away from Memphis Metro. We've got heavier rain coming in behind that, but right now there is an area of circulation The Doppler radar is certainly indicating to be a possible tornado. So I want you to be in the safest place in your home or in your storm shelter until this moves through. Now let's check on our folks down in northern Mississippi, because it may be just getting started in that area with more activity coming in. We've got 2 tornado warnings for this area that remain in effect tonight. Taking a quick look, I'm going to switch over. I think I'm even outside the spectrum width range and the velocity range. Spencer, I may have to come to you on that, but there's one little area right here that is just to the south of Crenshaw. That is in Quitman County right there. Looks like there is certainly a tremendous amount of turbulence. Let's check out the scope for any, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right here. Let me zoom into that. Right there near Falcon. It's now south of Crenshaw. It's just right there moving through Sledge. Let's put a track on this, because I think we may have tornado within this. There is an active tornado warning for sure. This tornado warning now in effect remains until 10:15. So we got about 17 minutes left on this, but radar data indicating some rotation right there near Sledge. Taking a look at the velocity, I'm going to switch over to this one. I just want to look at that from multiple angles, multiple views, multiple tools, just to give you the best information that we possibly can. That's what we have. All right, so it's right there around Sledge. Let's track it from there. I'm going to move this over to the right of the screen, or left of the screen just a little bit, and we're going to track it from right here around Sledge. Let me hit that, and then it's right in there. Man, what am I looking at, Spencer? Is it rain wrapped that much?
Let's
see.
It might be a little bit, yeah.
Can you see the well-defined rotation in there? Like, check this out. When I put the scope on here, there's something right there. It's right. Nonetheless, if you're in Delta, go to your storm shelter. You got 5 minutes. Pleasant Grove, you have 8 minutes. Horatio, 10 minutes. Sardis, 19 minutes. Anyone within the path of this storm, anyone near these communities, get to your storm shelter now. We have a potential nighttime tornado tracking through that area. There it is, now moving just to the east of Sledge. So this system, this cell, is rotating. What are you looking at on links? Do you have a better view of it?
Well, I'm actually watching the storm to the north, because you're watching those in North Mississippi. But this one near Hebron, Tennessee, there is actual debris in this cell, and I think that we definitely got a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, we do.
Here, that's it. Hebron, and this is very close to the Porters Creek area. There's the hook on it. The Hell Core is just to the north of it. So this is this classic signature. So that was the Hell Core. This is the hook. And when you look at the debris is right in that hook right there. And when you look at the shear rate is pretty strong on it as well. If we look at the shear rate right now, you can see very strong signatures with that as well. So we definitely probably have a possible tornado on the ground here in North Mississippi. So continuing with that possibility all the way along Highway 64 and to the south. So if you are south of 64, Rose Creek, Hebron, here's the newest 7.8.
It's a tornado.
Yeah.
That's a tornado. That is about to hit Hebron. Get to your storm shelter. If you are in Hebron, do it now. Get to your storm shelter. A vortex is moving in your direction.
It's over it. It's probably already past them by now. It's over them now.
So, all right. So first alert, Rose Creek. Anybody from Hornsby south, go to your storm shelter. These are the communities that are in the path of that storm, and that is likely. And Spencer, I'm starting to see a little bit of an S shape with that, that rotation detection. We've talked about this before. That little area in green, that swath of green there, once it starts to become a little bit of a S shaped, that's an indication that is possible, likely a tornado, and with a BTI, Barron Tornado Indicator, close to 10 at a 7, 8, I'm going to bet money a tornado's on the ground right now.
Yeah, and we've probably got quarter to ping pong hail with that as well. So we're looking at, and this is the latest debris detection, and it is showing it right over Hebron. So we likely have a tornado on the ground near the Hebron community heading toward Rose Creek as of right now. So again, if you're in Bethel Springs, Selmer, any of those areas, but really between Bethel Springs and Selmer, you need to be in your tornado shelter now. We have a ton of lightning with this cell as well, and there is the hook. Let me clear this off real quick, and let's see. Yeah, this is almost turning into very, very well defined on all of our detection algorithms here. Okay, here we go, Ron. Haven't seen this all night long, or not late tonight. We saw it earlier today, but we are seeing extreme rotation right now with this cell.
That's it.
Yep.
Yep, that is it. Go to your storm shelter now. I got to get a track on this, Spencer. I was going to see what the National Weather Service is talking about, but let's go back. Pop
Heads
me
up,
here.
Selmer.
Yeah,
Tennessee.
Selmer, that's coming your way. Let me clear all of this off of here, all right? Let me get back to the home view. Let's look at the big picture. So we're still watching these two strong storms about to cross 55, but this is a storm right now that we deem to be the most potentially dangerous storm of all of the storms we have working tonight, and that's because we're seeing a very well-defined hook echo, gate-to-gate shear echo, and even the velocity data as well confirming that. Wow, that's a BWIR, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, bounded weak echo region. So this is the info. This is it right here. So we're seeing this right there. I want to move this over, and then we're going to put a track on this. We need to get some folks to their storm shelters and do it now. This is about to move into McNairy County. I'm going to track it from this area right here. That is moving. I'm tracking that at 60 miles an hour, all right? So Rose Creek, you've got 7 minutes. Go to your storm shelter right now. Don't wait. Don't go to the window. Don't try to look outside. Grab any personal belongings you may need. Take along your license, your identification. Have shoes on, something to protect your head, a blanket to wrap around your body in the event that this is on the ground and potentially producing damage. We want you to be safe. Lowest floor of your home, away from windows and exterior walls. So Rose Creek, 7 minutes. Bethel Springs, you have 13 minutes. Old Lawton, 21 minutes. Adamsville, 26 minutes. And Morris Chapel, you are 30 minutes from the center of this area of circulation and potential and likely tornado on the ground. We're seeing it right there. Very, very well defined. And that tornado moving to the east, northeast, and that's going to take that on towards Morris Chapel and move in that direction within the next half hour. So we're watching that very closely. Spencer, the BTI on that, now down to a 7.5, it looks like.
Yeah, it's 7.5, but still very strong.
Potent, still very potent. And it's interesting because in taking a look at this, we had strong storms that moved through there earlier this evening. You would think there's no energy left. But again, it's the environment that is just to the south of it that continues to draw warm air right into this area that's from an untapped source that really has seen no activity today. So now as these storms are entering this, we still have the forcing, and we've got a cold front now pushing all of this along, and I have a feeling this is going to be, probably in about an hour and 15 minutes, this is gone. It's out of the area. We'll be able to get a good night's sleep after midnight tonight. But if you are along and south of I-40 and you have plans to go to bed right now, I'd like you to stay up a little longer and stay with us as we track these storms as they move into the area, because nighttime storms tend to be the deadliest storms that develop anywhere in the country. While most people are sleeping, you may not hear the warnings that may go off. You need to stay awake. You need to stay weather aware. We're tracking it, and we're likely going to get through the night unscathed for most areas. But right now, a little bit of an ominous situation, and that's why we're with you on the air this evening. We've been on since shortly after 4 o'clock today. We're coming up on about 7 hours of tracking storms here in the Mid-South. We got about another hour and a half to go, and we'll get this out of here, and that will take us into a much calmer weekend. But right now, we still have 2 areas of concern. One in northern Mississippi, but now this one with a BTI of 7.5 that's making its way toward the town of Selmer. Let's take a look once again. I'm going to look at spectrum width just for turbulence. That's the area of concern right there. Let's put the scope back on it and see if that aligns with our radar. It's like right in the middle. Bam. That's it. That is it. And by the way, this is now 10 miles, 11 miles to the east or west of Selmer. Selmer, go to your storm shelter. If you have friends, family who live there, call them. Let them know. Shoot them a text. Let them know a tornado is possibly on the ground and moving in their direction, and moving in that direction quickly. Let's go back. Let's put another track on here. Let's track it from that area right there on through the town of Selmer. Selmer, 9 minutes. Rose Creek, 4 minutes. Old Lawton, 17 minutes. 22 minutes before it moves into Adamsville. It will move into Morris Chapel in 27 minutes. 22 minutes to Adamsville, 27 minutes to Morris Chapel. But this is a potentially dangerous storm. And Spencer, the rotation detection, even though it's looking a little weak just to the south of Rose Creek, it seems to be fluctuating with intensity. Anything promising from this? Any good signs coming from it other than that?
It does look like it's weakening a tad bit, but still pretty strong as you take a look. And that's, let me redo this and we'll recalculate that. So it's still pretty strong just south of Rose Creek, but Selmer, you still need to be in your safe place as this storm pushes your way, because this is still rotating. They're still continuing that tornado warning, and that goes until, again, 11:30. So we still got about 20 minutes with this, but there's still some pretty strong rotation within this cell that's going to go between Bethel Springs and Selmer, Tennessee, and that's what we're seeing right now with our rotation detection.
Spencer, I'm going to ask you to keep a close eye on that cell, because the National Weather Service just issued a new severe tornado warning now for Panola and Lafayette County. We gave you your first alert just a little less than an hour ago about these cells moving in that direction, and now here they are right on track, beginning to approach Sardis Lake. And just moments ago, the National Weather Service issuing a tornado warning for Lafayette, Marshall, Panola, and Tate counties. That's going to go now until 11:45 tonight. 11:45 for this tornado warned storm. Taking a look at the latest velocity data, let's check it out. Looks like there are a couple of areas of interest. There's one right here that is just to the west of Sardis Lake. There's also another one that looks like it's moving out of Quitman County. As I put the spectrum width on here, this is just a great double analysis of sorts, just almost double checking to make sure things are in the area that we're focused on. And I'm going to zoom in a little tighter here, and let's look at this. Just right there around Marks, tremendous amount of turbulence coming in there. Then just to the west of Sardis, turbulence there. As we take a look at the scope, place it over the area, that area right there. Look at this. We've got rotation here just to the west of Sardis. Sardis, that rotation is just, it's less than 10 miles from 55. Get to your storm shelter right now. Now, I'm going to move the scope down. Let's take a look at this other area that's right here around Marks, Mississippi. And yeah, there's some rotation right there also. Can you see this? Look at this little area right here. I'm going to put 2 tracks on here for you. That little area right there. Let's start with this one. Let's go to the next rad data. Here we have one little area right in here. Tough to see right now. Let me see if I can put that scope back on there. Let's throw that here. All right, so Marks, Mississippi. Let me give you a track south of Marks right here where we may have, and I'm going to take it outside the polygon. I want to give you your first alert if you're downstream of this warning, all right? So Locke, 6 minutes away, 13 minutes before it moves into Chapelton. Then Batesville, 19 minutes. It will then move into Terza in 26 minutes. Now that warning has been extended farther east just now. National Weather Service extending that warning farther east. This is now going to go and approach the town of Oxford. Oxford, this storm, this area of rotation is just 42 miles to your west-southwest. With that in mind, I am going to put a track on this from right here, and let's take it to Oxford. May not let me. Let me see. Let's see if we can take this to Oxford. So Oxford, we're going to go just beyond. That's coming to you in 45 minutes. If it continues this same direction, motion, and speed, you've got about 45 minutes to get ready. Yakima, 51 minutes, 51 minutes. Then Batesville, 18 minutes. Terza, you've got 24 minutes, 40 minutes before it moves into Taylor. So that's one area of circulation. We've got another that's right here. Let me put the spectrum width on it. It's just to the west of Sardis. I want to make sure I'm in the right place. Let's put a track on that. Here we go. Another tornado warned cell there. Let's take it beyond the polygon because it's moving to the east-northeast. So 3 minutes before it moves into Sardis, 18 minutes before it gets into Techville, 29 minutes from Abbeville. We'll see that move into Waterford in 35 minutes, and 43 minutes before it moves into Potts Camp, Mississippi. These are the 2 cells we are watching very closely right now. 2 active tornado warnings, one for Lafayette, Panola, Quitman County until midnight tonight. That will be in place until midnight. Another just to the north of it. This is for Lafayette, Marshall, Panola, and Tate until 11:45. And just looking at the intensity of these cells and the environment that these cells are entering, it would not surprise me if the National Weather Service issued tornado warnings all the way across until these reach the Alabama state line. Now, those are the 2 warnings we're dealing with in Mississippi. Let's do one more track on this area of this whole line itself, and let me give you an idea of timing as we track it from here. I'm tracking the leading edge, all right? East-northeast. So, with that, cleared out on me somehow. Let me try that again. Let's do this. Let's put a track. And then here we go, north and east. And we're going to take that on into Corinth. There we go. Corinth, you got about 70 minutes, just over an hour before that moves into your community. Now's your time to start thinking about where you're going to go, what you're going to do. Does everybody in your family know where to be? The kids are asleep. You want to wake them up, let them know we've got some storms coming. Let's all get to our safe place in the home. Aylesville, 8 minutes, 15 minutes before that line, that leading edge gets into Oxford, all right? 15 minutes, 29 minutes from Ashland, 41 minutes from Blue Mountain, 45 minutes from Ripley, and then 64 minutes from Sherman. Again, 70 minutes for Corinth, and we'll see that move into Burnsville in 86 minutes. That's the leading edge. That is this portion of the storm right here, the leading edge. We'll start with the heaviest precipitation, the initial gust of wind, but the center of rotation and circulation still lags behind just a bit and is just now, for this cell near Sardis, beginning to cross the Interstate 55. But this is your first alert to this cluster of cells moving in your direction. Now, let's zoom in a little tighter. Spencer, if you see something and you need to cut in, let me know, all right? I'm counting on you to watch that cell right there around Selmer. Let me know if you see it doing anything crazy. Here we go. Taking a look. This is now, I want to basically look in on this area right here around Sardis. And let's see what we've got here. Still, yeah, it's just to the west of Sardis. Radar data may not have updated yet as far as the velocity data, but you can see a lot of very heavy wind, a lot of turbulence within this right here. So let's track it again. Let's put another track on this. It's right there. That is it. It's rain wrapped. That cell is definitely rain wrapped. It will move into Glenville in 13 minutes. So 13 minutes before it moves into Glenville. Let me zoom in just a little tighter. If you're in Sardis, Mississippi, you need to be in your storm shelter right now. There is an area of rotation right there on top of you. I want you in your storm shelter right now. It is just about to cross 55. It's about 1 mile to the west of 55 and rapidly moving in that direction. So get to your storm shelter now. That's for the cell that is working its way along and west of 55, but rapidly moving to the east. Spencer, how are we doing with that cell around Selmer?
Looks like it's starting to improve a little bit. The BTI dropped to a 4.8 on that cell, so 4.8. We're still watching some pretty significant rotation within that cell, but again, this is the area of rotation right over Bethel Springs right now. So Bethel Springs looking at rotation moving north of Selmer and pushing to the north and to the east, and that's going to continue toward Bethlehem here in the next little bit. So these cells are just hanging on tonight, Ron, just really hanging on with the rotation and with the hail cores as well.
You know, it's been a long time since we've seen a system like this come through the area with such widespread activity. Now, we've really seen the greatest amount of damage from two cells that moved through the area, and one that originated back into Arkansas, or one cell, I should say, that impacted two communities in the Action News 5 coverage area with extensive damage that we know of. It's going to be interesting when the sun comes up tomorrow when survey teams head out to see just initially how many possible tornadoes there were. This is the local storm report, all right? These are confirmations of what we definitely know. Wynne, Arkansas took a direct hit this afternoon. Reports of multiple major damage to homes and buildings in that area this afternoon as a tornado came through that community. Maybe we'll have a moment in a little while to play some of that drone video that William Frog captured. Then we saw damage to roofs. A Chevrolet dealership on Highway 51 took window and roof damage. Then the Covington Hospital had damage. That moved then into Haywood County. That brought damage into that area. One church destroyed, several homes damaged near the intersection of Fulton Road and Evans Road, just to the west of Brownsville. So we've had a lot of activity in the area today, a lot of tornadoes. One that extended from central Arkansas just to the north of Little Rock. It traveled, I think, a little more than 200 miles. As it came on through the area and then finally fizzled out as it got to the Tennessee River. But you can see the path of that storm and just over 241 miles. Was the tornado on the ground the entire time? Still some uncertainty there. Likely not. But we know it definitely touched down in North Little Rock. It definitely touched down in Wynne, Arkansas, Cross County. It definitely touched down in Tipton County, and it definitely touched down in Haywood County. Warnings were continued for that cell even as it approached the Tennessee River as it moved into Middle Tennessee and then just finally fizzled out. But even with all of the activity we've seen tonight, we still have storms moving through the Mid-South this evening as we approach midnight, and we have 3 active tornado warnings in place right now with storms moving through the area. The one in Selmer, good to know that it seems to be weakening to some degree. It is now also rapidly approaching the Tennessee River. This is going to take it on into Hardin County. So folks around Savannah, I want you to stay weather aware. Folks in Pickwick, I want you to be weather aware because we've got more storms that are just to the south and west, or to the west, I should say, that are moving in your direction. And those are riding right along the Mississippi-Tennessee state line as they continue to just make that push to the east. Let's take a look at the spectrum width and see if there's any areas of potential significant turbulence, and the only one I see is right there to the north of Selmer. Hopefully everyone in Selmer is in their safety shelter right now, in their storm shelter, or in the safety of their homes, lowest floor, away from exterior walls. As this is moving on through, it still may be producing a tornado, but we watch this develop just to the west as it was entering Hardeman County, and then National Weather Service issuing the tornado warning for it. So fortunately, we were watching that storm carefully, but even coming in behind it, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning. We've got to watch this one too. This is for Fayette and Hardeman County. That's going to go until 11:45 tonight, and we could see this storm possibly tornado as well. So let me hit this one more time. I think I did the wrong button, but this is what we're looking at right now. Line of storms moving from west to east. Let's put a track on that whole line, then we'll get back down to northern Mississippi, see how things are playing out there. Let's track this line. I'm going to track it from this leading edge, all right, all the way down, and then it's generally moving to the east-northeast. So Selmer, you've got a pretty good system coming through right now, but you're going to see this line come through in the next 25 minutes as it moves in your direction. Finger, it's about 6 minutes away for you. Bethel Springs, 14 minutes. It will move into Crump in 39 minutes. 44 minutes before we see it get into Savannah, and then 50 minutes before it moves into Eastview, just over an hour before it moves into Corinth, and then it will get into Voorhees in about an hour and 11 minutes. So these are the communities that will be impacted by this line of storms as they continue to move off to the east. And I got to tell you, there's a tremendous amount of lightning. Even if this does nothing but just rain, bring some wind, thunder and lightning, it's going to be loud as it moves through. More than 300 strikes of lightning just within that little cluster right there, and that's rapidly moving off to the east. Let's head south. Let's check on our friends down in northern Mississippi around Panola, Tate, Lafayette counties. Still active tornado warnings there right now. We've got the one for Marshall, Lafayette, Panola, Tate County. That's going to remain in effect until 11:45. 20 more minutes to go on that tornado warning storm for you. And then just to the south of that one, we've got, well, the other one's been allowed to expire. So we now have one active tornado warning, but at the same time, we've still got a pretty good amount of convection taking place here. And as I put a track on this, this is going to impact other communities. We'll track that to the east and north. I don't think that's even going to work for me. Let me just clear it off. Let's put a new track on this. Here we go. And we'll track that from this direction to the east-northeast. That's going to take that into Potts Camp, the leading edge, all right? You're already getting some light rain in there. Well, now you're going to see the heavier precipitation move in at about 7 minutes. Oxford, 12 minutes, then 28 minutes before it moves into Ripley. It will get into New Albany in 37 minutes. Then we'll see it move into Jumperton in about 48 minutes. It will move into Corinth in just under an hour, 52 minutes, and just over an hour, 65 minutes. We'll see that go into Baldwin, and then 76 minutes before it moves into Iuka, Mississippi. So about an hour, 16 minutes before that moves into there. Once again, resetting the picture, let me give the first alert and the all clear to everyone in Memphis and Shelby County. As a matter of fact, all of the counties that border the Mississippi River in West Tennessee, you are now in the clear. Haywood County, you're in the clear. Crockett County, you are in the clear. Dyersburg, you can go to sleep now. You're fine. Everyone in eastern Arkansas can get a good night's sleep tonight. Say a prayer for the folks in Wynne, Arkansas. It's going to be a long weekend and the weeks ahead for those folks there as they were devastated by a tornado. As a matter of fact, I think we have some of that video that we can pull up and show you as a tornado took a direct hit on the town of Wynne, Arkansas earlier today. Our friend and storm tracker William Frog was out in it this afternoon tracking storms. He launched his video or his drone shortly after the tornado ripped through the town there, and the images coming out are absolutely devastating. I'm not sure if we have that. We've shown it a couple of times this evening, and if we do, this tornado warning is now expired. Good news there. That is great to know. Tornado warning is gone. It's been allowed to expire. However, I do believe this tornado warning, and Melissa, do we have the video? All right, so Chester, Hardin, Henderson, and McNairy counties still remain under a tornado warning until midnight tonight. We'll come back to that in just a moment. No tornado warnings at this time. The tornado warning in northern Mississippi that was approaching Oxford has now been allowed to expire or been canceled. However, we cannot let our guard. Let me show you the Oxford camera, because here's a look at the town of Oxford. We got it. We're working on it. And I want to show you that. And then I want to show you this video from Wynne, Arkansas. This is the MDOT camera. This is Jackson right there. North of Heritage, I do believe. So that's what we're looking at there in Oxford. Rather tranquil, quiet, streets wet from showers earlier, but heavier rain and thunderstorms about to move in there. Now, with that said, let's take a look at what came through Wynne, Arkansas today. This is in our community. These are our people. Cross County, Wynne, Arkansas, the county seat of Cross County, took a direct hit. You see some homes with some roof damage, while other homes are completely gone. First responders have converged on that area. Governor Sarah Sanders declaring a state of emergency for the state of Arkansas tonight as a result of tornadoes not only in Cross County, but tornadoes in northern Arkansas or northern Little Rock, just to the north of Little Rock, that did extensive damage there as well. It has been a very long day for the state of Arkansas, and for the folks in our Action News 5 coverage area in Cross County, they have a long haul ahead of them, and that's a look at what came through there this afternoon. High risk in place for the area as a result of the environment that these storms developed in. But this is drone video from William Frog captured today. And I got to tell you, when I looked at it initially, I'd not seen it. We showed it on air first time. It was a sight. It was a sight. 2 people lost their lives tonight, by the way. So 2 people that we right now confirmed. 2 fatalities, multiple injuries. There were people trapped tonight. Let's hope everyone has been accounted for. We're still waiting on information from that. Melissa's our director in the booth. She's done a fabulous job tonight. Thank you for all your assistance. But what were you have some more information for us? Let's take a look at Lexa, Arkansas. All right, this is
tornado on the ground right there. We gotta go.
That's William Frog's video, storm check. Wow. Oh, wow. You see the gust front coming through there?
Tornado on the ground right there.
Look at that. Tornado on the ground. It looks like multiple vortices on that. There was one right there on the left.
Mm-hmm.
All right, William, you got a little close today, buddy. Little close today. Absolutely amazing. So, we have one active tornado warning right now. It is 11:31 on a Friday night. It has been a very long day. Spencer and I have been tracking these storms live on air since shortly after 4 o'clock this afternoon. We remain with you tonight, more than 7 hours later, and here we are. We have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 1 tornado warning that remains in effect, and that is just to our east. And Spencer, let me zoom in and see if that is, it's still right there around eastern McNairy County. It's about to head into Hardin County. Folks in Hardin County near Savannah, if you're in Savannah, get to your storm shelter. If you're watching, get to your storm shelter. So we still have the tornado warning there. That's going to remain until midnight. Severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of that too until midnight. And another severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of that. And that, I do believe, goes until midnight tonight. Let me put the tools back on here and let me give you once again another view of this severe thunderstorm warning. This one is for southeastern Fayette County and Hardeman County. That's until 11:45, about another 12 minutes there. So Spencer, we're about to get this tornado out of here. I am hopeful, not going to let my guard down completely, but I'm hopeful we see no more tornado warnings issued as this line makes its way through. And I am encouraged by the fact that there's not even a severe thunderstorm warning in there. So just looking at the radar and where the warnings are, this is the most volatile region right there. Hopefully these cells are a bit more benign. Anything to add on this?
Oh, it looks like the, excuse me, I'm losing my voice here on tonight
you are.
because of just talking for so long, but we are actually seeing the rotation move into Hardin County now. So this is Hardin County is where we're seeing the strongest rotation. So heads up Savannah along and north of Highway 64, but it looks like these storms are definitely weakening and starting to just turn into generic thunderstorms, which is what we've been wanting all night long for a lot of folks across the Mid-South.
Yeah, and I tell you what, let's just take a couple. I'm going to let you get a break, all right? Just keep an eye on the radar. I am going to continue to track this for just a few more minutes, and let's just play this out as it continues to move on through, because I don't want to let our friends down in our friends in Corinth. I don't want to leave you unattended as this is getting ready to move through Benton and Tippah counties. We don't want to leave you unattended in the event of any additional warnings that are issued. So I'm just going to continue to stay here and track some of these storms. Let's take a look at what we're seeing, some of the aspects of the storms themselves. Hail. Wow, there's some hail in there. We talked about that earlier. As a matter of fact, we were hopeful that these would just turn into hail storms, but look at this line of hail. Now, I only go back about an hour on this, all right? So, but look at the indication of hail on this. I'm going to hit that area right there. Almost 2 inches in size, right there near Bolivar, Tennessee, in Hardeman County. Then northeast of Selmer, just over an inch, just under an inch and a half in size. Let's see if we get a better pixel query. Look at that. 1 3/4 inches in size. So some big hail with this. A lot of still turbulence out there, but I don't see anything significant as I take a quick look at this. So I am hopeful that this is going to end on a much, much quieter note. And look, you folks at home can probably just depict this for yourself or pick it out for yourselves. Look, we know that's an area of intensity right there, a little bit right there. We're going to watch that. But northern Mississippi, looking pretty good. Yeah, there's some windy conditions down there. Certainly, it's approaching Oxford, Lafayette County, moving on through Panola County, but it's not as ominous. It does not look to be as severe, but there's still a lot of very heavy rainfall in there. There could be flash flooding, especially along 278 and to the north. So flash flooding could be an issue. It's coming down at about 1 inch per hour there. Panola County. That's coming down at about right there around southern Panola County, just to the south of Batesville. It's coming down at about 1.5 inches per hour. Then we head a little farther to the north and we check out parts of West Tennessee, but this could be skewed by hail in that area. As we take a look at the info here, let's check it out. 0.88 of an inch per hour, so just under 1 inch per hour, but right around 1.5 inches per hour. So very heavy rain still falling. As we take a look at the next rad, I want to put a track on this line back here. Wow, that is really starting to fall apart pretty quickly, or so it seems. Let me draw this out, or excuse me, let me track this right here, because Corinth, it's quite possible you end up with some scattered showers. Look at this. Let's put a track right here. We're going to take that to the east-northeast. That's going to come into Oxford in 7 minutes. Get ready, Oxford. Heavy rain. Melissa, let's be ready with that Oxford camera when you see it again. Blue Mountain, 22 minutes away. 25 minutes from Ripley. We're going to see that move into Ecru in 47 minutes. Boonville, 55 minutes. Saltillo in about 70 minutes. Tishomingo, just under 90 minutes. And just over an hour and a half before it moves into Belmont. Let's check out that Oxford camera, because still not seeing the heavy rain there just yet, but it is coming. It is on the way. Streets are already wet from light precipitation, and it looks like, oh, they stopped at a red light. That's good to know. All right, so let's take a look again, the big picture. Reset things here. Let me show you what's happening. This tornado warning just about to exit the Action News 5 coverage areas. It moves into Hardin County. I am encouraged by what I'm seeing here to the south. Just heavy rainfall. Memphis and Shelby County in good shape, but it has been a very long and for many devastating day here in the Mid-South. So storms now winding down. We'll get the majority of this out of here right around shortly after midnight. At this time, it looks like it is primarily rain. We are hopeful that our tornado threat has now subsided. Spencer losing his voice, but still keeping an eye on that radar over there. He's glued to it right now. So I am encouraged by what I am seeing. Let's check this out. Joyce and Joy, you have been manning the news desk all night. If you have any information to share with us, feel free to chime in. Now's the time to get that in. Got about 350 strikes of lightning, just over 350 strikes of lightning along and north of the Mississippi state line, Mississippi-Tennessee state line. And then this band of showers that is coming through northern Mississippi right now, rain and thunderstorms, producing a little less than 200 strikes of lightning. Lightning often an indicator of the intensity and severity of storms. The bulk of it, the heaviest, where we're seeing the severe thunderstorm warnings now, but the tornado warning has moved outside of the Action News 5 coverage area, and we have at this time just 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are impacting West Tennessee. It looks like Oxford could end up with just a lot of heavy rain tonight, some thunder, some lightning. And Corinth, with this moving in that direction and this moving in this direction, you're probably just going to get some light showers out of this. That is promising and a beautiful picture. So that's what we have. That's what we're looking at right now. And there we go. We were hopeful, but just now, National Weather Service issuing a new tornado warning now. This is for Lafayette County and the town of Oxford. Tornado warning now until 12:30. 12:30 for a tornado warning. Lafayette County, the town of Oxford, now under a tornado warning. Let's go to the spectrum width and see if we can detect. And look at that. That just really started to pick up some speed a little while ago. Let me draw that out for you. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at right there. Now, let's put the scope on this. Let's see if we see any gate-to-gate shear, and it's right there in that location. Look at that. Great call by the Weather Service. There's another little area of concern that's just to the north of that. Let's see that. There may be a little rotation there, but I do believe right now what we're dealing with is the tornado warning. This is going to go until midnight. Looks like that tornado warning or the area. Let me hit it one more time. Right there. All right, so I'm going to track it from that position. This is our inflow notch right here. Let's track it to the east-northeast. That's going to bring that through Oxford. That's going to bring that through the Ole Miss campus. 8 minutes away from Aylesville. Oxford, 13 minutes away. 23 minutes before it moves into Kiel. We'll see that get into Etta in about 33 minutes. It's going to move into Hickory Flat in 40 minutes. 40 minutes before this area of rotation moves into these communities. If you are in any of these communities, I want you to get to your storm shelter. Etta and Hickory Flat, you've got a little over 30 minutes, but now is not the time to waste time. You get there now, go to your storm shelter, stay in your safe place. We'll get this line out of here, and once we do, that's the back side of it, and all clear. By the way, Tunica County, Coahoma County, Tate County, DeSoto County, you are in the clear. Can't call the all clear yet for Quitman County. You've still got storms moving to the south. We could see some of these tornado. Look at this. National Weather Service also issuing tornado warnings just to the east of the Tennessee River now tonight as that moves through. But this whole line still continuing to hold together, and we've got the strong winds, the warm air still in place. So this system not showing signs, it just doesn't want to go to bed yet. And it still continues to churn and make its way through the coverage area. If you're in Northeast Mississippi and you don't have the First Alert weather app, scan that. Use your smartphone. Hit that QR code. That's going to allow you to download the First Alert weather app. If there are any warnings that are issued, additional warnings, you're going to get them right there. You'll get the alert. You are going to hear my voice tell you that the tornado warning has been issued for your area. It's going to alert you to lightning, heavy rain, hail, all of the severe weather threats on the First Alert weather app, and it is free for Apple and Android products. If you scan it and it won't take you to your App Store, just wait. It flips a little bit. It will flip again. So we're rotating the apps so that one QR code is for Apple and one is for Android products. But we're keeping that up tonight so that you can get that First Alert weather app to help you stay safe as these storms are moving on through. Right now, Sean, what are you seeing on that Oxford camera? Anything just yet? That's University Avenue. And okay, so we're just looking at a little lightning here and there. That is still to the west of you. There is a strike of lightning right there. But I tell you what, that should pick up intensity in the next 5 minutes. Over the next 5 minutes, keep an eye on that. I'm going to zoom back down. Let's go back to our First Alert Doppler radar right now. Let me take you back to the home view. Tornado warning now for Lafayette County, the community of Oxford, included in this polygon, in this tornado warned cell that is moving through. Looks like the lightning has picked up a little bit in here also. We've got about 111 strikes of lightning just on that view. That's something else. And by the way, southern Quitman County, look at that. 38 strikes of lightning, some pretty intense rainfall coming down there. But at this time, our greatest amount of instability and turbulence seems to be right here. But I also want to watch that area approaching Charleston, moving out of Quitman County. That's going to move off to the east. That could tornado. We want to watch that because if that does tornado with the path that it's been taking, it could clip southeastern Lafayette County before making its way into Union and Pontotoc counties. So New Albany, this is coming your way. I want you to get to your safe place. Make sure you know where to go in your home for the safest location as these storms move through the area there. But let's clear this out. Let's take a look at where we could put a track on here. Let's look at that camera one more time. You get a lot of lightning on that, Melissa? Because there is a lot of lightning that is occurring in that area. Let's check it out. This is Jackson looking east. Are we looking east or is that east of Oxford? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Highway 6 near Jackson Avenue. You see the lightning there in the distance. These are the MDOT cameras located in that area. These are great ways for us to monitor the weather moving through there, see what's coming down. Not a lot of rain, but there's a lot of rain coming. Let's go back to our first alert Doppler radar and let me show it to you. Let's zoom into the town of Oxford right now, show you the cell that's coming on through. The tornado warned cell, there it is. Very heavy rainfall with this. Let's see if our hail signature is picked up. Oh, and it has just a little bit. Do you see that right there? Just about an inch in size. Just as it was crossing 55, a little less than half an inch in size. So lightning strikes increasing. That's an indication of hail productivity. So we're now seeing this storm try to strengthen a bit as it comes on through. As we take a look at the scope, the velocity scope, to see the direction of the winds. Ooh, there it is right there. There's a little area. We're watching this area right here. That's going to make its way in this direction. Right now, that area of rotation is just 12 miles. It's about 10 to 15 miles from Oxford, about 12 miles actually from the heart of Oxford. So if you are in close proximity to the storm, get to your storm shelter now. Let's put the next rad radar data on here. Let's see, we've got the area, a little bit of an inflow notch right there. I think we can track it from here, take it to the east, northeast. That'll get into Aylesville, 2 minutes away. Go to your storm shelter. Oxford, everybody on the Ole Miss campus, go to your storm shelter now. 17 minutes away from Kiel, 27 minutes away from Etta, and it's 30 minutes away from Darden. So this is a possible tornado right there. Let me check once again, make sure I am tracking that from the proper location. Yep, that's it right there. So we've got that. I may be just a little to the east of it. Tell you what, I'm gonna put one more track on this. All right, let me give you one more track. I'm gonna track it from right there. Track it from the county line, east, northeast, which looks like it's moving in that direction. There we go. So 7 minutes, 12 minutes from Oxford, 22 minutes from Kiel. It will move into Burt in 27 minutes, 31 minutes before it moves into Etta. And it is moving at about 55 to 60 miles per hour, rapidly pushing to the east. This will move through the town of Oxford. Right now, you're getting very heavy rain with this system. Heavy rain indeed. There is also a lot of lightning within this cell, and there is a possibility of some large hail with it also. Looks like it is just now starting to make its way to the east of Sardis Lake. Hail indicator of 3/4 of an inch, right around 3/4 of an inch, maybe even a little less than that as it moves off to the east. But you're going to get some very heavy rain out of this. Rain rates at this time showing the potential for just over 2.5 inches of rain per hour. In other words, if this cell sat over your community for 1 hour, that's how much rain you would end up with in that period of time. Just to the east of that, a little less than 1/2 inch per hour, but back to the west of it near Batesville, Mississippi, it's coming down at over 1 inch per hour. North of Charleston in southeastern Quitman County, just over 1.25 inches per hour. So very heavy rainfall accompanying this system as it pushes from west to east and now starts to make its way on through. I'm going to go back to the picture, big picture. We'll reset, check in on our friends here in McNairy, Alcorn County. Corinth, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. That's for the town of Corinth. It is for Alcorn, Hardeman, McNairy, and Tippah counties. That's going to be in place until 12:30. Then we've got another severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of that for Chester, Hardeman, and McNairy counties. That's going to go until midnight tonight. But it's northern Mississippi right now where we are finding a tornado warning in effect, and that does impact Lafayette, Panola counties, but more importantly, or most importantly, really not very importantly, the town of Oxford, a highly populated area. All of the communities here are important to us, but we have a highly populated area in Oxford and a college campus there with the potential for a tornado bearing down on that campus. We have the college, do we have the campus camera, or where is this? Okay. This on 7, yeah. So you're just to the north of University. So if you were coming down through north of Fayette County, right around Highway 7 off Marshall County, out of Marshall County, this is the area you see some intense, like, wow, indeed. Unfortunately, we can't control the direction or the tilt or angle of the camera, but we certainly can see what is occurring there. Tell you what, I'm going to put up Spencer's radar behind me, and I'm going to let Spencer drive, and I'm going to talk, all right? We're going to give Spencer's voice a little bit of a break. Let's hit this shear marker right here, or this skit, I should say, and let's see what the BTI, oh, we got another one. It's just popped up right there. Let's see what the BTI is on this. The BTI, the Barron Tornado Indicator, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest threat, this is coming in at a 3.9. It's when it gets to a 7 or above that we really pay close attention. So what this is telling us is it is moving to the east-northeast at about 49 miles per hour. The maximum height of the precipitation in this storm is at about 18,000 feet, but the top of this storm, and it's tapping into some very cold air, is at more than 36,000 feet. There is a 100% chance that it is producing hail, but a 50% chance that that hail is severe in nature. In other words, 1 inch or greater in size. And then the build density, that's a hail indicator for us. You got to do the math on it. I won't even bother you with that, but it's the BTI. That's what we're paying close attention to. The Barron Tornado Indicator, it is at a 3.9. It is below that 7 threshold that we typically raise an eyebrow to, but at the same time, this is rotating. There is definitely some significant turbulence. There's a lot of lightning in there, and I think there's a pretty good amount of hail in there too, at least some small hail most likely, as the radar indicated. As we take a look now at the rotation detection, it's weak. It looks like it is very weak. This may be more of a wind event than a tornado event, but it is about to move through the town of Oxford and right through the Ole Miss campus there, and that will continue to move off to the east, and that is going to bring with it the threat of damaging wind, heavy rain, possibility of some small hail with this, but right now, tornado warning until 12:30. Bethel Springs, you're also under that tornado warning. Wallace, College Hill Heights, Roseland. We've got Kiel in that tornado warning. Those are some of the communities. If your community is within this red polygon, you need to be in your storm shelter right now at this very moment. On this view, we have more than 150 strikes of lightning. 4.5% of those strikes are positive. In other words, they're generating from the top of the thunderstorm. A positive lightning strike can be 10 times more potent than a negative strike, and a positive strike is often deadly. So lightning is one of the most deadly of all natural phenomenons, and we're seeing it here in the Mid-South tonight. By the way, lightning typically strikes the earth about 30,000 times every day. I do believe today we've probably seen 30,000 lightning strikes just in Arkansas and Tennessee and northern Mississippi. So that just gives you an idea of the severity of this system as it moved through this afternoon and continues to move through tonight. And as we approach the midnight hour, still an active tornado warning and a sign that this system doesn't want to stop churning just yet. But folks in New Albany, Pontotoc County, you need to be on the lookout. We got to keep a close eye on Ripley. This is now coming through. Let's zoom in on Potts Camp and Hickory Flat, right there around southeastern Marshall County and southern Benton County. Heavy rain coming through there. Spencer, can you hit that skit and get some information on that? These are some of the communities that are going to be impacted by this. can you move that up and let's bring that over to the left over here and get it beyond the QR code. I want to be able to see some of the communities impacted by that. So in the meantime, you got the rain on the Oxford camera, Sean? Let's see it quickly. Oh yeah, that's coming down. What is that? Is that Jackson or are we back on 7? Okay, that's Highway 6, Jackson, west of Oxford. Look at the rain coming down there. Absolutely amazing. Tornado warned cell, some weak rotation in there. I wish I didn't see cars on the street tonight. Be nice if everybody was hunkered down at home, tucked in and riding this out. But there are some folks out there just as this is coming through and just as a tornado warning is in effect for that area. But now back to southeastern Marshall County, Hickory Flat, Mississippi. Heavy rain coming down for you. Right now, again, the stats of the storm, BTI very low, maybe a little broad scale rotation in there, certainly a lot of lightning, but these are some of the communities that are going to be impacted by the heavier precipitation in the next few minutes. So Bethlehem, 12, right around midnight. Potts Camp, heavy rain coming your way around midnight also. Spencer, can you put that into motion? Can we just go from take a look at the laps over the last hour and how that's moved, because they've really just started to pick up some momentum now as it's moving on into this area, southern Benton County, now moving into Tippah County and just continuing to march off to the east. Was that a tornado warning allowed to expire? It looks like it was. By the way, oh, this is good. Let me show you this. Here's a tornado watch. These are the communities that have been removed from it. Panola County, Lafayette County, you're still under it, all right? Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, McNairy, Hardeman County, still under a tornado watch. This has now been extended to 7 o'clock Saturday morning. We will not be dealing with this at 7 in the morning. I guarantee you that. This will likely end right around, these counties will probably be dropped right around 1, maybe as late as 2 a.m., but I just don't see, that's not going to impact us. The 7 a.m. is now shifting into Middle Tennessee, northern Alabama. That's where the focus of the strong to severe storms will be, and it could be a long day for folks in that area. So unfortunately, I've not had any time to analyze what's going on to our east or southeast, simply because we've been on the air with you now since 4 this afternoon, tracking this system as it's moving on through. These are some of the local storm reports. These are tornado indicators. These are where we had confirmed touchdowns of tornadoes. This is where spotters or tornadoes were confirmed to be touching down as well. Northern Mississippi, West Tennessee. Hardest hit areas right now, we won't know it all until tomorrow when when teams go out to survey the storm damage. But right now, the hardest hit communities in the Action News 5 coverage area that we can confirm, Wynne, Arkansas, took a direct hit today from a substantial tornado that did catastrophic damage to that community. That same cell then moved through Tipton County, touching down in the town of Covington. Damage there looks severe as well, but we only had a periphery view. We had aerial coverage from the storms in Wynne, Arkansas, so that gave us a much clearer picture of what was moving through there. But Haywood County also impacted by tornadoes. But right now, we're dealing with rain and thunderstorms. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of thunderstorms, but no active tornado warning. Nothing. Let's take a look at the Oxford camera again. That heavy rain coming there. Look at that. The wind blowing that, driving that rain in sheets as it is. Is this, what street is this again, Melissa? What am I looking? Highway 6. Okay, so Highway 6, near Jackson Avenue in Lafayette County. That's what we're seeing. Spencer, how's your voice? You all right? All right, I'm not going to ask you to talk. Nod your head, yes or no, if things are looking better. He gave me a thumbs up and a head nod. Spencer's done a lot of talking today. He's been on the air since 11 o'clock this morning. It has certainly been a long day. Or you got in at midday, didn't you?
Yeah.
Wait, did I beat you into the office today? I think I did by about 10 minutes.
No.
But it has been a long, long day today. As I mentioned earlier, we've been on the air with you since 4 o'clock this afternoon. I can't recall in all my years of doing this 8 hours of storm tracking. It has been quite a while since we've done this. So right now things are looking better for us. I would like to wrap it up. Joy and Joyce have been manning the news desk, or I should say officiating our news desk this evening, keeping an eye on the news feeds. Ladies, do you have anything to add before we wrap this up and round it out?
Funny that you should mention that. We were just talking about Oxford, Ron. That was one of the latest. We have a tweet here from Oxford Police that we just saw that they were talking about storm shelter locations in the city of Oxford. There, the Oxford Utilities parking lot. Do you see this tweet, Joyce? It's the Oxford Activity Center parking lot, recycling center next to Oxford Police Department, as well as the Fire Station number 4, if you know where that is, right off Jackson Avenue, and then Fire Station number 3 off Highway 7. As we give you a live look right now, this is why they're advising that you take shelter, because this is a live look there in the Oxford area.
Sideways rain is always fun. I mean,
Yeah.
that is something. Let's update the MLGW power outage now. 36,000 homes and businesses in Memphis and Shelby County are without power at this hour. The Memphis Fire Department tweeted earlier that there were so many trees down across the county. They were responding to multiple calls. We know that Shady Grove, a neighborhood over in Sea Isle, Shady Grove is East Memphis, then Sea Isle a little further out from East Memphis, car on a tree. We're getting more and more pictures from folks in Memphis and Shelby County with the tree damage. Ring video of a tree falling in the wind, and the wind looked like it was going in every direction. I'll try and get that posted to social for you in a bit. If you have a power outage, do report it to MLGW. The outage hotline is 901-544-6500. So tough going here in Memphis and Shelby County, but our hearts really go out to the folks in Wynn. When you get a chance to see the video and watch it closely, train cars were knocked over. There were fires in homes that had been demolished by the tornado. I mean, the debris, the rubble on fire, the kinds of calls that emergency responders had to answer in Wynn, unimaginable. And when the sun comes up tomorrow, in the days and weeks from now, Wynn will still be rebuilding years from now, and this community of 8,300 people will need all of our love and support, as will Covington. Covington not looking good. The damage there also bad. Wynn, D'Angelo Williams, hometown, the Memphis Tigers football star. So our hearts go out to him and his family and everyone there in Wynn, and those of us who know folks in Wynn. This has just been an unbelievable day.
It really has, Joyce, and this is certainly the time for us to bind together, to remember those folks. If it did not impact you directly, you know how this is around here. It's a friend, it's a neighbor, it's a friend of a friend, someone that you know. So let's join together. Again, if it wasn't a direct hit, we know the areas that have been hardest hit. So let's come together. Let's be a support system as best we can. We have shouted out our chief, Spencer, guiding the way. We're going to send it back to you, Ron, because again, you know that you've taken us through this. We've seen the worst of it now, and now the good news is a lot of people tweeting, can I go to bed?
Yeah.
What's next? Where are we now?
Yeah, let's get some folks to bed. Let me show you, first of all, the storm reports again. This is the remaining tornado watch. Yes, technically it goes until 7 a.m., but this handful of counties should be dropped from the watch right around shortly after 1 o'clock. These are the areas that sustained damage today that we have confirmation of. And notice it is primarily tornado damage, but right now we still have heavy rain and thunderstorms rolling through the area. Let me go back on that, and I want to put this into motion. We're going to wrap this up. I think we're in pretty good shape. Spencer's keeping a close eye on this as well. We don't see any significant areas of development. There could be some additional severe thunderstorm warnings issued, but this entire area now moving off to the east, that's going to take this out of the Action News 5 coverage area and into Middle Tennessee, northern Alabama. They have a long remainder of the night and could be in for a long day tomorrow as storms are working their way through there. But things are certainly looking up for us here in the Action News 5 coverage area. I'm going to continue to stay in the weather office for another couple of hours just to monitor this, but I think it's safe to get you back to the regularly scheduled programming. However, I want to leave you with this. This is the video from earlier today. This is drone video from our friend William Frog. 2 people confirmed lost their lives, many injured, homes completely demolished. It is going to be a long road to recovery, but I want the folks in Wynn to know that Action News 5 and our parent company, Gray Media, are going to be there for you. We're going to get you through this, and we are going to help. And it's going to require the help of the entire Action News 5 coverage area. State of emergency in effect for Arkansas tonight. Serious damage near Little Rock as well. But closer to home, that's a look at what hit here. We will have more on this on Action News 5 in the morning. Throughout the day, we will have teams in the field starting at 5 a.m. and bring you coverage at 5, 6, and 10 p.m. tomorrow evening. And we'll have a complete wrap-up of all of this. For meteorologist Spencer Denton, I'm meteorologist Ron Childers. It's safe to go to bed right now. We'll continue to keep an eye on it. And if you've got that First Alert weather app on your smartphone or your tablet, anything else pops up, you'll hear my voice to alert you. We're here for you. Have a good night. God bless you all.